哎呀，没朋友啊，不在一起。没人跟父母住在一起。没有。啊，张白嘛，这个地方。这种公开的。大部分。是公开的。哎，多少？国外多少？国外做的。 这么贵吗？这玩意儿？妈找的不丢了。
明显小了，这次。
我准备自己下来，你就不用买了哈。啊。
嗯，因为它是京东把扫回去骗。便宜50吧。我又没理由去买两个会员，对不对？我那个键盘不准备丢掉嘛？真人币100拿键盘，没得外接。有的时候不想用，要是这样看起来跟我一样，他骗我嘛，有这个他这是骗我嘛。
调位置。
我爸爸了是噻。
哪晓得？
他把屁股摸一下，他给我抠起来，把我你看，他把我点。
我之前不要说。
他是这。我爸爸哦，等下爸爸给你洗屁股哈。
我干净着，最近他说是一周。
哎呦，再拍一下。再我呀。洗屁股去，屁股把它臭，要洗，哎呀，好臭夹起。啊不安逸夹起，快洗屁股，洗屁股，洗屁股，洗屁股。洗屁股臭，哎呀好臭，身上好臭，你看，好臭，哪儿不行？啊好臭啊，臭得很，好臭，好臭，把鼻子紧紧的，好臭，是不是臭得很？臭不臭？快洗屁股，帮我洗，哪个？嘿嘿，哪个敢打来的？哪个打来的？快洗屁股过来嘛！来妹妹。
哎。
我可以快要不是那么快哈。带用的好，我带了是。
算了，我先花钱。
但是这个呢确实，哎。
不比7块钱洗尿片。
对啊，还有整张了好烦哦。
尿片他自己弄不干净。
才用不着呀！你还把鼻子捏到我刚是臭的。臭就洗噻，快去屁股。
他是要你们尿片直接出去。
洗屁股，还有嘛？看视频，不是我，因为做出来，哎，做你们自己做，来在我爸爸，来这是，哎呀好臭啊！
咋了？还恨着我？我说对啊，烦着我。
洗不洗过？
妹妹，你要明白，这个屎本来就在你屁股上，而不是因为我洗了它就跑出来的。你这个因果关系不要颠倒。
哦，等下洗脚脚，等下洗脚脚，谁等下洗脚脚还拔回去？
干嘛我操？
谁，来来来。
不，
我带脚嘛。
把这脚再放开我。
谁爸爸等下把脚脚下洗了？有点脏了，就
哎呀，好滑，好滑！你看一下，小心点电视上有。有点多。
这个要分这样。这摸的不是啊？
不应该没摸到，但是应该洗一下嘛。
不行。
做的那么开心，哦，这是屎味好闻。回来多少把这个喝死了。爸爸晓得你觉得屎味挺好闻的。我觉得屎味挺有特点的。我一直觉得，后头越来越大就觉得屎味不好闻了。
好久小的时候不去吃过屎吗？
没有吃过屎，我闻到屎味我觉得还好，就没有属于那么难吃，就没有那么难闻。
你那个是你吃的吗？
肯定没吃过，但闻着我觉得还好。当然也分屎的种类，有些屎很臭。你像肉吃多了，那种屎肯定很臭啊。
还行。要得穿起嘛，
那你放心。
顺便随便就穿。要把孩子脚杆是将你的裤子，要把脚杆开开。
你用裤子开下脚啊？
是就是不是
那就不是啊。就然后我应该是用，我用那个帕子穿了。你咋一直拍你自己的肚皮啊？不要动哈，妈妈给你穿裤子，穿鞋啊。哎。我一开始一穿去了。我就把它拉进去了。
够了嘛？
就看到了。那个。啊？那我就丢嘛，有事干。
啊。
爸没得嘛，爸没照，那些是叔叔。上面有没有爸爸嘛？没得，上面是叔叔。
我操！我原来把他的音录进去，我直播在录音啊！我操！我在直播，等一下，吧，还是控制一下。
a panel on enterprise adoption in Web3. Please join me in welcoming David from Vodafone, Alan Vey from Aventis, Maurizo from Heathrow Airport, and Ioannis from Energy Web. Moderating is Jose Rodrigo from Benzinga.
Welcome. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Nice. Love the energy. So, welcome to Polkadot Decoded 2023. I'm Jose Rodrigo, Director of Crypto Newslet at Benzinga. And today we're going to speak about enterprise adoption of Web3. So I think we're all on the same page. And we know and we agree that blockchain will revolutionize every industry. But from that statement to getting that a reality, I think there's a huge gap, a gap that must be filled by leaders and builders, like the gentleman we have here, 4 experts in their fields. And today we are lucky to have them and get their knowledge. So I would say let's start with a round of introductions. Maybe Maurizio Beni, co-founder of Aventus Aviation, advisor at Heathrow Airport. Please welcome Maurizio.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Applause.
So, as you can see, I've been around for a while. So I started work at Heathrow Airport when I was 19 years old, and I've been there a long time. I have ran Alitalia as an operation director, then another handling company, and now I work for Heathrow Airport in giving advices on modernized aviation.
Thank you, Maurizio. Then we have Ioannis Blachos, Commercial Director of Energy Web. Big applause, please.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Jose. Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Ioannis Blachos. I'm located usually in Athens, Greece. Background, electrical engineer, but luckily enough, even though my training was around telecoms, this is what we share with David here from Vodafone. Luckily enough, my first project was not a telecom one, but an energy one. So I've been working for the energy sector most of my professional life, and I thought that it will be a very interesting merge to see what can be done at the crossroads of energy sector and blockchain technology. And this is what we are doing at Energy Web, building open source solutions, decentralized solutions to facilitate and promote the energy transition. Thank you, Jose.
Thank you, Ioannis. Then we have founder and chairman of Aventus, featured on the Forbes list 30 under 30. Please welcome Alan Vey.
Hey everyone. As you heard, I'm the founder of Aventus. We are all about onboarding enterprises to Web3. So, we have relationships with all of these guys here, sort of partnering or helping build out the technology. We're seeing some really interesting adoption these days, and hopefully we can talk a little bit more about it here, but such a wide variety of use cases. And Polkadot's really kind of enabling that. So it's great to see the beginning of the enterprise market really sort of taking flight.
Thank you. And last but not least, have David Palmer, blockchain lead at Vodafone.
Really pleased to be here. Part of my role has been to get to this point. So 5 years ago, really excited, from previous experience about blockchain, decentralized technologies, Web3, and really exploring how that could be relevant for the telecoms industry and business enterprise. 5 years later, Vodafone have launched a platform that I co-founded called the Digital Asset Broker, which has a Web3 and blockchain engine. Our whole thing is about how there's roughly 320 million crypto wallets, but there's 8 billion smartphones, and we're expecting in the next few years there'll be over 30 billion IoT devices. And what we're focused on is how you can bring the connected devices, the smartphone and IoT, to blockchain, and when you combine them, the sort of powerful use cases you can have in enterprise and business. So that's what I've been doing. So really excited to be part of this discussion. I know Alan and Ionis pretty well, and just excited about the future, because I believe that enterprise and infrastructure adoption to Web3 is the future.
While I was preparing to moderate this panel, I studied the background in detail of each one of these gentlemen, and I have to say they have impressive background, and it's an honor to be here with them. So thank you very much.
Yeah, usually it comes with the age, right?
So if we have to start thinking about the barriers to adopt Web3 for enterprises, what do you think, guys, is the main challenges that we're receiving, and the blockers that we actually have?
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe from my side, what we've seen almost across the board is a little bit of the negative narrative in crypto, right? A big point that we're always trying to get across is focus on the technology, not the use case, because obviously crypto was the first use case, an interesting use case. But many people have got burned. There's regulatory uncertainty, especially if you look in the US market right now, where a lot of major media kind of gets pumped out. So whenever we have a first conversation, it's like, aren't you guys part of that unregulated market? That's, we still got to try and figure out what's going on there. And you really try and push the narrative of, that is one use case. It's an application of this technology. But the technology can be used in a variety of use cases today, as this panel can kind of demonstrate, that are completely compliant and just kind of ready to go, better ways of solving problems. So I'd say that's one of the key items, the negative sentiment around the crypto market.
Okay, Maurizio, what were you going to say?
Well, having worked in the industry for so many years, I have seen so many changes. And I think this new technology, which will improve quite a lot for the airline, for the airport industry, because I go back many years ago where even the pilot used to fly an aircraft with paperwork, like you used to look at the roadmap. Now everything has changed so much going forward, where you have to look at fuel efficiency, time on ground, cost saving because the fuel's going up. So I find that working with Alan and blockchain, even me, I'm an old person with very little knowledge, I'm learning more and more and finding that there could be a big future for the airline industry and the airports.
Yeah, if I want to expand on the challenges, right, coming from the energy sector, I think energy sector, next to the banking sector, is one of the highly regulated sectors across all industries. And when you are talking about decentralization, blockchain-based solutions, you cannot simply enter, let's say, the procurement department of a distribution system operator or a transmission system operator and simply ask them to purchase some tokens in order to be able to sign transactions. This will not work, will not fly, will not even pass through their legal and procurement department. So providing to the industry the new tools, the new decentralized tools that blockchain-based applications provide, but keeping the traditional procurement process of purchasing, let's say, the services on software as a service or platform as a service model is key, and this is why we're also partnering with Aventus in this respect. So I think Yeah, usually, utilities, TSOs, DSOs in the energy sector are slowly moving beasts, so it's very difficult for them to adapt to the new requirements of the new technologies that come into play.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, I've had a bit of experience on this side. So I think the first thing is the regulation, right, or lack of clarity on regulation, the perceived risk associated with that, but also at the core, the sort of protocol models, right? So when you're a business and you're, for example, in IoT, you've got huge volumes of transactions. Where you have variable transaction fees, it's very hard to put into a business model and to make a case for it, because business doesn't like uncertainty and risk, right? It freaks them out. So I think those have been two major things. Obviously, there's been a lot of development with layer 2s and ZK rollups and other technologies to try and get some consistency in the transaction fees. But the regulatory position is still very uncertain, especially in the biggest market, which is the US, right? And you find that as a person in a big enterprise, your popularity and the willingness of people to listen to you goes up and down with the crypto market, right? Crypto's high, people listen. It goes down, nobody listens. We did get through it, but there are other considerations, and I think some of it, Alan will go into. But I think one of the mistakes that Web3's made is that, number one, we talk too much about the technology, right? Businesses are not interested in TPS or the infinite things of a protocol. What they're interested in is, how can this help my customers? How does this help my bottom line? What are the advantages? Where is the business opportunity? What is the revenue that can come from this? And I think the more we speak in that language, the better. But also, one of the big mistakes is that a lot of the protocols are expecting everybody to come to them in a typical platform ecosystem model. And they're expecting everyone to come to them and build applications on their platforms, et cetera. And the world doesn't work like that. Big enterprises have millions, sometimes billions investment forward spent on enterprise systems, right? So they're not going anywhere. And part of the key to adoption, is how Web3 can be integrated into the technology stack of enterprises. What I really love about the Alan and the Aventis approach is as a service, right? And we're starting to see Web3 mature in two important ways. Number one is you have what we call permissioned to public. And that is where a lot of organizations like Vodafone have started off with permission blockchains, which I don't believe in, but it's a starting point. And then eventually you migrate to public. But more importantly, you're having a lot of protocols now that are going with public blockchains where you can have permissioned areas. That is very important, because security, especially for something like Heathrow Airport and security services and highly risky industries, is very important. The other important side of it, which I was really excited about with Alan, is as a service. So where you have trust as a service, and the benefits of Web3 can be delivered in an API, which can then be mashed up with other technologies from Web3, from enterprise systems, from AI. Then you're giving the business and creators the opportunity to mash together Web3 where it adds value to other technologies and applications. I think that sort of approach is really key. But before, it was a take it or leave it, and that wasn't going to work.
Thank you very much. So if we think about the benefits on each one of the industries you work on, how is blockchain impacting in the present, and how do you vision that will impact in the future?
So the way I see it is, first of all, looking around in the crowd, seeing all these beautiful young people that in the future will maybe change the world with this new system. And the airline industry would like, first of all, safety, the most important thing, and storing information. Imagine you're a passenger, you're flying, and you arrive at the airport, you're very nervous. You have a child, you have a pushchair, you have your bag, and you worry about this. And eventually you get on the other side, and it's not right. Then you're going to ask yourself, where's my stuff? If you have this information stored in a system like blockchain, and you go up to the representative and they can give you a direct answer, you will feel a lot more relaxed. than if somebody said, I don't know. So I see this change coming through now with Aventus in our platform we're working on, storing information about the passengers. There could be information which the CIA want to know, the family want to know. So I see this future coming through and seeing all these people they are listening to this. I hope in the future this will get better and better with the help of Aventus technology.
Yeah, also to follow up on what Mauricio mentioned, I think it's all about secure, trusted, and independently verifiable data exchange. This is also a core requirement when it comes to energy markets, right? So right now, the energy markets from an infrastructure perspective are highly decentralized, right? You have your rooftop solar at home, you have your EV providing electricity back to the grid. In some cases, you have wind farms, solar parks, all over the place. So the infrastructure has been already decentralized. Now, what we're doing with our tools, we're still using as utilities legacy systems. So there is a perfect match between decentralized technologies with decentralized power grid infrastructure. And this is, I think, the big win for utilities. And also, as David mentioned, I think this platform as a service, software as a service model sweeps away any stress that utilities have about fees going up for transactions and so on. So they pay as they use the platform. They pay using the traditional models of system as a software as a service or platform as a service. So I think it's also in the mandate of the European Union that the consumer producer, they came up with the term prosumer, should be in the middle of the energy system. And it's all about sharing prosumer data, sensitive prosumer data, in a trusted and independently verifiable manner. I think this is one of the big advantages that at least the energy sector can have from the utilization of decentralized technologies.
Perfect, thank you. Yes?
Yeah, I was going to go just a little bit more, well, I mean, we see a variety of these use cases, right? So when you're talking about benefits, it typically falls into two categories of what business cares about. Either this makes me more money, or this reduces the amount of money that's going out because it's improving my operational efficiency. So from what we've seen in the aviation sector, for example, in benefits is, at any point in time, you have 5 to 10% of the pods that have the cargo or the mail or the baggage in them, people don't know where they are. And sometimes if they don't know where they are for long enough, it results in having to resend or a bunch of additional work, right? So that's a $2 billion problem for various airlines a year. And with this technology, we can reduce that down. If you're looking at kind of dovetailing on what David was saying about all the IoT devices, right? These 30 billion devices that we're expecting to see, the infrastructure needed to manage and I guess this applies to energy as well, right, with the devices. The infrastructure, you can make it more scalable and more secure using a decentralized backend, managing those device identities, managing the credentials associated with those devices. Having a distributed system allows a more scalable IoT infrastructure as well as a more secure infrastructure where there isn't a honeypot. So the benefits are quite diverse because it's general purpose technology to a degree. It's kind of like AI or even your computer, right? What do you use your computer for? Internet and Photoshop, vastly different use cases, but at the end of the day, it's all about increasing efficiency.
Thank you. David?
I mean, first of all, I'll say that I think we're fortunate enough to live in a time where the pace of technology change and opportunity is unparalleled. We have AI, Web3, Metaverse, a lot of technologies coming together, with some pretty powerful Web 2 technologies as well. And I believe that the future benefit will be not how you master any one of these technologies, but more how you can put them together effectively to drive value for customers. In terms of Web 3, I was writing a paper on this, and it's really interesting, how it has changed the world already, right? We didn't know about smart contracts. Smart contracts can automate business-to-business interactions, but also law, right? In the UK, a smart contract can be law if you link it with a smart legal agreement. You have DeFi, which is decentralizing banking. You've got several other applications linked to tokens and NFTs and digital ownership and fractionalization of assets. So there's been a lot of ways in which Web3 has changed the world and changed the world of trust and automation. If you take that to business and then you say, okay, what is the benefit to business? I think the first one is to move that automation boundary, right? So at the moment, a lot of the automation that we have in manufacturing and wider industry is based on internal automation. So how you can use robotics and other things internally within an organization where you have trust to do it. The blockchain provides a trust anchor that allows you to extend that automation boundary beyond your industry, beyond your company, to others in the industry and other industries. And that is pretty massive. If you then take things like self-sovereign digital identity and verifiable credential and DIDs, decentralized identifiers, essentially you've then got the possibility to have even more automated solutions where IoT devices link with people, where people interact with people, where they have to start proving who they are, or an organization starts having to prove who they are. And if you look at it this way, if you look at the world today, right, just traveling here, I had to show my passport. Right, I had to show my passport several times to prove who I am, to get onto a plane in the UK to get through here. I had to show it again at the hotel. I had to show payment credentials many times. If I apply for a mortgage or a bank loan, I have to prove my residence. I have to prove many things. Just imagine where you have automated trust in business and for consumer experiences, where essentially that proving who I am, we can move from a trustless world that we're in today, where there's so much business processing and cost, just verifying companies and their credentials and what's happened, to one where that trust is automated, right? Where it's just a credential which is automatically authenticated. That has the potential to change the landscape of business. It has the potential to change the landscape of customer experience and journeys, where that becomes a truly automated activity. And I believe that these things, that automation boundary, and how that translates into the experiences we have in everyday life, that's going to be a massive opportunity.
We're speaking about highly regulated industries like aviation, energy, communications. So what are the regulatory compliances that enterprise organizations need to address while adopting blockchain technology? And is there a regulatory framework still, or needs to be developed? And also, finally, you have international companies. How do we address different regulatory frameworks on different countries?
Yeah, speaking of the energy sector, it's highly regulated. Definitely there are discussions within the major, let's say, associations of TSOs and DSOs in Europe to see how they can leverage this, let's say, decentralized flexibility that is available in the market in order to leverage that and decrease their operational costs and increase their efficiency. But still, this will take time, because as Mauricio said, when you're talking about the energy sector and the power grid, the first thing is safety, right? You cannot let's say, have the luxury of having outages simply because you switch a system to a new one. And on top of regulation, I think one of the missing building blocks for the wider adoption of Web3 from enterprises is the lack of standardization. So especially in utilities, in the electricity sector or in the gas sector, the first question that pops up after, are you related to Bitcoin somehow? The second question actually that pops up is, are there any standards that we need to comply with in order to use your technology? And when the response is no, then you see that a wall is being created between decentralized technologies and the enterprise, because all these big corporates, all these big enterprises are always used to adhere to specific standards in order to install a new software, install a new piece of equipment. And I think those two angles, from the energy sector perspective, the regulation and the standardization, are two of the biggest bottlenecks for the wider adoption of blockchain technology.
Okay. Alan, please.
Yeah, and I would say maybe taking it to the kind of technological level, and I think it's quite relevant, especially given some of the core principles of Polkadot, right? On that standardization point, this vision of kind of breaking out of the silo of any one blockchain ecosystem, having that interoperability between the different blockchains, easily being able to move assets, whether it's identities and credentials or whatever it is, fungible tokens, non-fungible tokens. That structure, at the end of the day, any of the enterprise clients we talk to, they don't care what the blockchain is. 99% of them, unless they've been sponsored, it really doesn't matter to them. What they want is a system with certain technical parameters, right? Can I access as wide a market as possible? That's where the interoperability point comes through. Is it secure? Does it have whatever? Is it compliant with the regulations or my specific policies or whatever it is? So the more you can have this infrastructure be general purpose as a service, interoperable, and not having the kind of different camps as you kind of see in some parts of the blockchain industry, that's a really powerful message. And I think that's one thing that obviously Polkadot has done very well in pushing forward that interoperability across whatever it is, 50, 100 different layer ones.
Thanks. Maurizio?
Yes, going back to my colleagues were saying, safety and regulation is very, very important, because this morning, thinking of the 2014 Malaysian Airline 370 disappearing and not having any information, there was no information stored, there was no, people didn't know you were on board and an aircraft disappeared. That's something must never happen again, because that's why we talk about safety. So storage of with blockchain of all this information would for sure improve the safety and the regulation. And also, if you look, in my opinion, years to come, many airlines will struggle unless they have efficiency, savings, because now if you look, everybody are going from 4 engine to 2 economy engine, long haul flights, fuel saving, pilots now are flying more hours because the regulation are allowing them to fly more hours. So this technology system will help to keep the airline, which are not subsidized by the government, to survive.
David, please.
I mean, I think this is probably one of the most important factors to adoption of Web3 in business is the regulatory environment, which, to be honest, I don't think any of us have the answer to. As I said before, I mean, the US is an important market. I think the regulatory position there is very unclear, and it may change, in 2 years when you have a new administration there. I think the same I think Europe is better. So I think Europe are actively trying to adopt the technology and see how it can be used to benefit some of their objectives. And I think we're seeing that with the eIDAS and the new regulations on the European identity wallet. And there's a lot of new use cases where they're looking at blockchain for cross-border transactions and identity. But I think the real barrier comes when you look at maybe the strongest use case for crypto, which is money, right? Which is currencies. And I think in that sense, you have differing regulations in different areas, China, Asia, Europe, US, Latin America. And there's different, there's just a lot of uncertainty, and that puts business and enterprise off, because as I was saying, anything to do with uncertainty and risk is a negative. How does it move forwards? Well, I think on the positive side, we are seeing some progress in certain areas, and you're starting to see a lot of the banks and big financial institutions are having some adoption of Web3. So I think this is positive. But I think we're a long way off. And this is why I think, baby step transitions using technologies like Aventis, Polkadot, Energy Web, where you have, the security of permissioned, either on a public chain or going from a permission chain to public. But you can then reach out to have all the benefits of public blockchain. It's probably an initial step to get the businesses online. But I think the regulation is maybe a bit in the future to get some certainty.
A word that I heard a lot today is security, right? It's super important, not only for the enterprises, but for the users. So you are experienced in getting blockchain into enterprises. How do you enhance users' experience while at the same time getting the correct privacy from them, as blockchain is a public record? How do you both think security and privacy mix together?
Okay, on my industry, privacy is very important, like I mentioned before, storing data of the passengers on board the aircraft. Having data is required. And I'll tell you something very simple. I was asked once a question, what's the difference between a VIP flight and a normal passenger's flight? The difference is the same, because when you're up in the air, you're in the hand of 4 people, which is the pilot, air traffic controllers, and yourself, but the most important, the aircraft. So is having those informations of efficiency and security to make sure that everybody, when he's flying, is safe.
Yeah, from the industry perspective, I think to answer your question, user experience, should be transparent, right? The user doesn't need to know, or the enterprise doesn't need to know that they're using a decentralized or centralized system. It should be flawless, it should be easy to use, and it should be, let's say, privacy preserving. It's a very key concept, especially in Europe, with the European GDPR regulation that user data, private data needs to be preserved when it comes to their privacy. And also all these regulations, ADAS regulation, digital wallet from the European Commission standard is something towards this direction. Also, we need also to keep in mind that the change within the enterprise is a slowly moving process. And in this respect, I think we should always keep safety in the case of aviation as the first and foremost, let's say, priority of any change that we were asking enterprises to do.
I think this is probably a bit of a controversial opinion for being in the blockchain industry, right? But when you're in front of the clients every day, you notice that this vision of full 100% decentralization doesn't really resonate, because there's certain properties that are great about the technology that people want to use, but when the user experience gets to the point of, I mean, when it started the whole forget your keys, you lose all your money kind of thing in your wallet, right? That kind of experience just doesn't work for an enterprise. There's amazing trust in the brand, and you have to be able to have redundancy, fallbacks, all kinds of different options within these systems to be able to deliver the promises you've made in whatever your terms and conditions to your client base. So I think it's understanding how to apply this technology appropriately to give the security benefits, but sometimes just starting as a path towards more decentralization, right? I would say the vast majority of people we talk to are not worried about their customers having their own keys. They would rather provide an enterprise-grade key management service based on whatever, right? HashiCorp Vault or these technologies that have been around for a long time, store the keys securely in their trusted environment that has worked no problem for them for the last 10, 20 years, and then use that to create the signatures and the whatnot and provide the normal experience the customer is used to, rather than getting somebody to download a wallet or whatever. So hopefully we can get to a world where these user experience problems have been solved in the decentralized context, but I think, kind of to David's point of the adoption cycle, that's quite a long way away from being realized. And it's about understanding which bits of the technology can add value today versus which bits are just not worth the battle.
Great, so understanding when decentralization is needed and when enterprise has to take ownership.
Yeah, exactly. And the properties of the technology beyond decentralization, right? They're beautiful properties. That this consensus achieving mechanism, the consistency guarantees that a blockchain can create, that property in and of itself is incredibly valuable, even if the keys are all stored by the enterprises for their users in a centralized fashion. So it's just about dissecting the properties of the technology and applying the ones that can actually add value today within the regulatory and the risk framework to deliver that security.
Perfect, thank you. David, we have communications. It's one of the industries where users are really concerned about their own privacy, their messages, and their information. How do you address privacy and also incorporate blockchain technology into communications?
Yeah, I think they go together. I mean, actually, if you look at it, blockchain is very secure. And one of the attractions for enterprise is the security associated with blockchains and the fact that you have immutable records and you have distributed records and you have things like symmetric and asymmetric Byzantine fault tolerance, prevents man-in-the-middle attacks, that blockchain and cryptocurrency is built around encryption, right? So I think there's a lot of natural, a natural security in blockchain that actually I think is leading the way. And yes, there are challenges to security outright. So some of the things that we're grappling with now is is quantum compute, right? And quantum compute is a challenge to public-private key encryption. It's also a challenge to RSA. And these are some of the things that actually coincidentally are part of the core blockchain stuff. But you've seen already, some of the chains already have quantum-proof cryptography introduced. And then it comes down to where are the weaknesses and what are the issues. So first of all, I'll say that the issue that you have with privacy, so if you talk about privacy and security, and GDPR has been the design, right? And it has been getting consent. And a lot of the Web 2 business models, we got great applications, but the price you paid was giving your data up. And we've seen some of the recent announcements or rulings go against the use of people's private data or personal data without their consent. I think what's beautiful about things like SSI, self-sovereign digital identity, verifiable credentials, wallets, is the ability for a person to control their data within a Web3 environment and to give consent in return for rewards, right? I think this is at the basis of actually fueling the data economy going forwards. And that is Web3. Web3 allows that to happen or enables that to happen. And I think that is how the platform model will go going forwards. From a telco point of view, I think part of the work we've been doing to bring telco and the edge technology to blockchain is to secure the last mile, right, or the last part of the puzzle. And some of the things that we've done, for example, is to bring public-private key infrastructure encryption to the edge, but also to build bridges from Vodafone, our SIM card, to blockchain, so that we can externally sign. Where you have a device, a smartphone or an IoT device, you can use that encryption on the SIM card to encrypt data from the device to the cloud or to the blockchain. And I think that is the last bridge, because that is where you have the most susceptibility to security. And with that, you can ensure that the device is the device, that the person using the device, is the person. And you really make that bridge. And I think this is critical for the adoption of blockchain. I mean, personally, on our platform, we've got 160 million devices that can now automatically, sign and integrate and authenticate onto blockchain, which is really powerful. So then you start bringing billions of devices into the blockchain ecosystem. And we also have, hundreds of millions of smartphones which can use the same technology. And I think that is the key, how you have physical security at the edge, which then interoperates and integrates with the security you have on chain.
And maybe just dovetailing on that to what my point before, right? This is an example of that user experience being made much better, right? The SIM card becoming the wallet, making it much easier for the user with whatever the hardware secure module, whatever it is that sits on that SIM card generating the signatures and whatnot. And I think the model we will ultimately move to, if you think of it from a game theory perspective, right? We have this nuclear deterrent that is full decentralization. If the world doesn't upgrade and doesn't provide the value back to the person generating the data or whatever it is. So because you have the nuclear deterrent and you can at any point switch to that, it will force the innovation of business models within enterprises to become more customer-centric and achieve that kind of vision of what blockchain is trying to do. And this is just a great example of one of the first steps in user experience. And I would guess, but you can tell me, David, that that system, if I lose my SIM card, I can still recover my identity in some shape or form.
Absolutely, we just issue a new SIM card and a new identity. But we are looking at, for some of the use cases, incorporating seeding and other types of social recovery technologies. But this is what we do well, right? Managing identities and the security around it is what we do well. And I think that is the key, how you can take things that work to complement Web3 and not reinvent the wheel from beginning to end. And I think this is the future of how we move forward and take the next steps.
Thank you. As we prepare to wrap up the panel, I would like to know, what are you guys developing? Is there any announcements you would like to make? What are you working on?
Yeah, so I guess from our side, we can talk a little bit about what we're doing, right? So we've now gone through this use case with Heathrow, where we're tracking baggage as it moves around, right? Or cargo pods, which have mail, baggage, and cargo in them. You can probably say this more elegantly, Maurizio. But that problem of 5 to 10% being missing, we've run a test case. We've discussed this with the sort of senior leadership now within the airport. They're very happy with the results we've created, and we're scaling that to the next level. So now it's about using this SIM technology that David was talking about with the IoT devices so that this process becomes automatic, so that the SIM card is reaching out through the IoT device to say, baggage is here, here are the conditions of this baggage, all of that. So this is going to start rolling out now as a next phase across Heathrow and beyond. So that's an exciting one from our ecosystem.
From my side, I just like to say that it's nice to be among friends and family. So I know Ionis and Alan pretty well. In terms of announcements, so we've already had an announcement with Energy Web Foundation that and had we done this 2 years ago, we would have been talking about POCs, etc. But actually, we're live on Energy Web Foundation, which I understand will use Polkadot technology, where our SIM cards can already authenticate automatically onto that network, right? So that is happening, it's live, and we have live devices on that. The other thing is obviously with Alan and Heathrow, again, using a live platform that we have with a live mobile network, an IoT network, to really have that interaction of secure devices at the edge with identities, with the encryption and security, being able to then bridge into the Aventis blockchain with our platform to power these new solutions in supply chain logistics that we're pioneering. So I'm really excited to announce that partnership and the intention to move forwards. And I think it's the beginning of many. I think the aviation industry and supply chain logistics, lend themselves automatically to the provenance and trust technologies that blockchains provides. I think we provide that link to the real world and real world devices and people. And I see many more use cases in the future. But also, excited to announce, through our partners, our relationship with Polkadot, and we want to do more. We want to bring more of our network and the networks of mobile operators to layer ones. We consider ourselves part of infrastructure, but at layer 2. So I'd also like to announce an intention to do more with Polkadot.
Yeah, to follow up on what David mentioned, we have been working with Vodafone for 2 years now, quite successfully, I would say. We also completed a really interesting use case together with MasterCard as well on green EV charging. We also announced a collaboration with Aventus to bring our open source solutions in the enterprise. And you see, in the Web3 world, I think it's all about doing the right collaborations with the right entities. EnergyWeb is a non-profit, so we heavily, let's say, rely on our partners. And yeah, as a spoiler alert, today we would like, let's say, to announce that we are extremely thrilled to have Deloitte joining the EnergyWeb ecosystem as a member, and definitely Deloitte is one of the exemplar, let's say, partners that we will collaborate together to create impact that truly matters. Thank you.
All yours, Maurizio.
Thank you. So yes, as Alan said, we're working on a project at Heathrow Airport where we are trying to help the airport to minimize the space and the airline. Where is my equipment? ULDs, where you store the bags, the cargo. Because many airlines lose a lot of money because they get taken off, still registered in manual, it's not registered in a way where you have what I was saying before, where you have your storage, and this causes a lot of cost to the airline. So this will be for baggage, and this will be for cargo, and also for mail. And it is very important because now you could take one of these containers to your house and nobody knows you're taking it because there is no storage or number stored. So I'm hoping with the help of Aventus and these gentlemen, which have joined us as colleagues, that will make it into a better traveling for you guys when you go and you can find your bag and your cargo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there's no doubt that blockchain and enterprise adoption of Web3 is a reality, and these gentlemen here are the live example of that. So please, let's give a big round of applause. Thank you very much for your insights.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you to our panelists. We have a little setup going on here, so I'll just do another little survey. Who here is tired? What did you guys do last night? Anyone go to the Hydra DX party? They're still sleeping. They're still sleeping. All right, so we have another wonderful panel for you all. The topic is KILT's protocol enterprise adoption, Polymec as first use case for KYC, KYB credentials issued by Deloitte. So joining us here on stage, we will have Ingo Rube from KILT, Misha and Tony Pisa from Deloitte, and Casper Jorgensen from Polymec. Put your hands together for them.
Hello, good morning. So, hope you enjoyed the parties last night and everyone's already up for listening. So we talk about enterprise adoption and KILT and Deloitte and Polymec. So I'm Ingo from KILT. What does enterprise adoption mean for us, first of all? So we are a parachain to Polkadot, as most of you probably know. And as an infrastructure, how do you actually get adoption in the industry and enterprise? I think there's a couple of things that we have to look at. The first of all, how did we actually manage to get deals, or how do we manage to get deals? The first thing is probably that we're using standards. This sounds a little bit boring, but we implement things like DIDs and verifiable credentials because they are W3C standards, and we are actively working in the working groups to make these standards better. Why is this important? Industry needs to be able to rely on the infrastructure that they're using, and it will not happen that industry can adopt something like ENS or Blue check marks from Twitter, or let's say, what's this? This token from Vitalik, I forgot. Soulbound token. So these are not industry standards. These are just ideas from some people, and you cannot rely on that, right? You need a big industry, corporations lining up to set the standards, and then you can use them. This is why we at Kilt use only standards. Second thing is that as a blockchain, I think it's necessary to be as compliant as possible to make it possible for industry to actually work with you. You have to go through multiple checks, and we've done that, so that enterprise can actually work with us. And the third thing, which is really important, as an infrastructure, you have to have a utility. So there must be some kind of a business case for the user of it. So either you must have a faster time to market, or you must have or it must be possible to build a business case on top of you, or you must mitigate risks which you actually have in the enterprise as of now to use. And then you choose to take an infrastructure, and if the best way to do this is a Web3 infrastructure, then you use the Web3 infrastructure. So this is, sorry. This is basically what has happening, and we have one case here today, and actually like 6 weeks ago, for those who were at Decentral Lugano, we announced the partnership with Deloitte, and we sat there on stage and said, this is actually quite a special partnership, because the partnership as such is going on for a year already, and what we announced today is the launch of a product by Deloitte. And you can actually use it. And now, only 6 weeks after that, we are standing here on Decoded 2023, and we announce the first delivery of this product. And then, now, without further ado, I hand over to Micha from Deloitte.
Thank you, Ingo. Thank you. I could now talk about what's so great about DIDs and whatever, but I think most important thing is that if Deloitte says that we will deliver a product, we actually do, and that's what we want to show you today. For people working with organizations like us, potentially know it takes a long time, and Ingo knows it takes a long time till we're moving, but when we move, we really do. And I think I want to show you that today on 3 points. One, you heard an announcement before. The second one, for everybody who is still in doubt if the proposal we filed on Polkadot Treasury is a real proposal. It is. It really is. And the responsible person sits down there. So if you have questions, so we really start to move into the community, and we have also people joining certain groups. But today, and today is a great day because we can announce our first real use case that will go live, and we hope it's one of many. There is a lot of discussions going on. We try to queue up more and more use cases. So that will be the first one. And the second one, today we have Tony on the stage. He is our head products. He will give you a demo that this thing actually works, right? So we are not just talking, we want to deliver. That's very important. And now I hand over.
Thank you very much, Mika. So I want to talk to you a bit about fundraising and talk about what Polymake is all about, and especially how we utilize the partnership with both Deloitte and Kilt to make sure that we can actually make the best product possible. I think that's the power of the Polkadot ecosystem, that actually we can work together using interoperability, using the enterprise adoption to actually make greater products for all the users in Web3. So that was what we were thinking about when we were looking at Polymake. I'm sure a lot of you in here have tried to participate in fundraisers or token sales or anything before, and usually it can be a bit of a pain and it can be quite difficult, and the processes are very different. So what we looked at was like, how can we make this easy how can we make it regulatory compliant, but still actually remain having the ethos of crypto and blockchain and make sure that it's still synonymous. And that's what we can do actually with utilizing Kilt DADs and the KYC done by Deloitte to make sure that we can actually make the best product possible and make sure it's very, very easy for the end user. And the good thing that you can see up here, like you get your DAD with various information, and it's fully up to the owner of the DAD to show how much do they actually need to show, and how much do you need to show to participate in any kind of token purchase. Well, let's show the minimum amount possible and make sure that you stay fully synonymous. This is what you can do with Polymec. If anyone is in doubt, we usually say sort of like Kickstarter meets CoinList, and make sure that it's simple to use, but it's still very Web3 native, and make sure that anyone actually can participate, but anyone have their own and in control about their own destiny, their own identity, and you also have a possibility to then participate, because this is why we're all here. This is the community participation is actually what makes Web3 what it is. And this is really what we want to push. And I think what we can see now is that with the infrastructure and the collaborations across the Polkadot ecosystem, then we actually enable to actually deliver extremely interesting products that are very easy to use for the end user. And I think without further ado, would introduce Tony that can show you exactly how easy it actually is to go through the process. And we also have a small teaser of how Polymec would look at the end to actually show you also of when you actually have your credential, how easy it actually is to use it, because this also shows a bit of, hey, it might be that you have to go through KYC, but it's also the onboarding process and the sharing of only the information that you actually need to share. So Tony, take it away.
Thank you all. I must say I'm really excited to be here with all of you and show what we are building. As Micho mentioned, we are taking it serious, and we are building this solution right now. Our developers in Zurich, in Madrid, and in various other countries are this week building, bug fixing, testing, and what we can show today is a short preview of how it will look like soon when we go live with this solution. Can you bring it on screen? Awesome. So what we are building and what you see here is the front end we will use, where you actually will order your certificate, right? Your KYC certificate that has been attested and issued by Deloitte. Now, how you do that? First, you will download your Deloitte wallet from the Google Chrome extension store on your laptop, right? That's how we offer this at the moment and how we will start. After the download, you will create your DID, your personal unique DID you need to connect then to the website. And on the website, you will order your certificates. Now, this is not a super sexy process. You think of a normal online store where you order something and you pay for the services and goods you want to have, right? We start there with a certificate specifically designed for Polymec, and the first use case we have with Polymec. But obviously the sexiness will then come later on, right? When we add more and more use cases from the ecosystem and all of you and all of your projects. And it's less about the ordering and getting the certificate. It's then using it and having it real, right? So to shorten it a little bit, what I have done already, I installed the wallet, I created the DID, and I went through the not so funny, sexy ordering process. It's very short, it's very easy, a couple of clicks, and then you will end up on this page, right? So what you see here is we ordered now a certificate for a natural person, and obviously in order to get one, you have to provide some information about yourself. It can be you as a natural person, it can be your company, whoever is asking for such a certificate. We open the page. This is a very short one for the demo. So you basically enter your information. Let's select a date of birth, I'm super young today. Let's select a nationality. Where do we have Switzerland? Down here. So that's basically the information I want to have in my certificate, right? That's driven and configured according to the certificate type you select. You submit the data. And then we have a couple of checks, right? You will not see all the checks we do. You will not see the verification procedures, but we do things like a phone verification. So you will get a message on your phone. Now for the demo, I just have the code here, which I can enter. So successfully verified. I managed to enter the right code. I do the same now for an email verification. Also here, confirmed, verified. And now you see on the website, we moved from a certificate that requires additional information to a certificate awaiting an attestation. So this is when Deloitte then in the background more or less automated to have a fast process, but there can be cases where we have to add some manual work, test all your data and make sure that you can have this certificate. What you see here now is it opened the wallet, right? You can have multiple IDs in the wallet, and we see here that's the certificate I have ordered. I have to type now my password in order to get the wallet. So the certificate into my wallet.
Password is incorrect.
Wait a second, maybe I did a typo. Yes, it's a bit tricky to type the password with one hand. So the certificate has now been added to the wallet. I go and open my Deloitte wallet. In the demo system, it takes a little bit of time until everything is refreshed. So you see I have now in my Decoded 23 ID in the wallet, I have now the certificate with status pending. Let's refresh. And now you see also on the website the certificate is active. Let's go back to the wallet. And you see your certificate has been attested. So this is basically the process, how it works. And then you can always, obviously also on the website, you can go and verify your credentials and see whether everything is okay with your certificates. That's it from the demo.
What I would like to add is actually you didn't see the blockchain, right? And this is exactly where we want to go. So there was a lot of blockchain action in the background. The DID was created, a certificate was issued on the blockchain. You noticed that with the waiting times, right? That was the block time. But that is the only thing where you actually, as a user, noticed that there's a blockchain behind that. And this is, I think, exactly where we have to go. And this is industry requirement, right? Nobody really wants their customers to play around with Polkadot.js or something, right? It is really user-friendly.
And I think what we see now is now obviously you give information to Deloitte. They have your personal information, but exclusively Deloitte. So even as a user of the service on Polymec, we don't get access to the information that Deloitte has. You have all the information in your wallet that you are the only one who has access to. So when you actually need to utilize this credential, you are the one in charge of how much you actually want to share. And I think we actually have a way that we can actually show how it's going to look. And it's the same as what Ingo says, it's really important here. Like, well, there are people here that love Polkadot.js, and you can do a lot of things with Polkadot.js, but like for the normal user, it's not the best way of doing it. So we can show you a very short demo of how it would actually look when you utilize the credential you got from Deloitte to log in on Polymac.
Can we switch one more time to the laptop? Thanks a lot.
So these are showing both for a natural person or a legal entity that you show and take what information that you want to share. You get your wallet up, you approve with your password to share the information, and we can see all the information is verified, and you can present it, and then you can log in. The same thing here with a legal entity. You can do the same thing, saying what are the information that you have to share, approve it in your wallet, so you're in control, and then verify and present it for the documentation that any company needs for doing the fundraise. So you're in complete control. You have it directly accessed in your wallet, and all your information actually stays safe with Deloitte. So I think that is how we can actually utilize technology in a way of making regulatory compliant offerings and other offerings in crypto and blockchain, where all of a sudden we are adhering to regulation, but we are doing it in a much smarter way, a much more privacy-preserving way than what we have seen before.
Quickly, two things for people which were wondering why this was not a Deloitte wallet you have seen in this example. Our wallet is based on the Sporn wallet, and that was the Sporn wallet, so it works the same. So integrating this one is the same as integrating ours. And I think what's also important beside the UI you have, and the user shouldn't really feel that he's on a blockchain, it's also important for us, if you go into the mass market, that you don't need to deal with coins, right? So all the deposits you need to do on Kilt, the transaction costs and everything will be performed by Deloitte, so that the end user at the end pays in dollars, Swiss francs, or whatever he is used to, opening it to a much wider population. So for us, the user, beside downloading the wallet, which you can't avoid because at the end it's a blockchain in the background, the user shouldn't really see that it's a blockchain there. Right? It should be used like a normal piece of software you have there.
Yeah. And maybe one last comment. Why would a user use this? They would use it because they get reusable credentials. If you do KYC today, you would do one-time KYC. Next day, you probably do another one. With this KYC, you can have the trust of Deloitte implemented in your credential, and you own your credential, and you can go with this credential to other entities and reuse your credential. This is the adding selling point actually for Deloitte here. And we combine in a very, very nice way, I think, the trust from Deloitte, which makes the credential valuable, with the truth, which comes from the Kilt blockchain, which actually tells you, or the verifier, that this credential is valid and it is linked to your personal DID. So this is how it should be.
As said, we are very happy that Polymac is our first use case, but it will not be our last. And hopefully we can announce pretty soon a next use case, and we can widen the economy we are in, because the more projects we have where we can use the credential also as a kind of a login, the more valuable it becomes for the community.
Yeah, I think it's a very good example of why interoperability works, why enterprise adoption works, because we can just create much better products, much better usability for anyone on blockchain. And I think that's what Polkadot is all about, and actually what we want to see to get to the goal of Web3 in the end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful, truly exciting stuff. Thank you to Casper, Tony, Ingo, and Misha. Up next, we have another exciting panel for you all on Ahead of the Curve, VCs on the case for Polkadot. Put your hands together for Mark from Skytail Ventures, James from DFG, and Omar from Parity Technologies.
Okay, how's everyone doing? Ladies and gentlemen, entrepreneurs, innovators, a very warm welcome to our highly anticipated panel today. My name is Omar Elisar, the Global Head of Ecosystem Growth and Business Development at Parity Technologies. Today we have the privilege of hosting two distinguished venture capitalists who have dedicated their resources and expertise to fueling the early stage ecosystem of Polkadot. James Woe, CEO of DFG, and Mark Katcha, CIO at Cytail Digital. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks. So I'd like to get started by maybe talking a bit about both of your organizations. Mark, why don't we start off with you? Can you tell us a bit more about Cytail Digital?
Sure. So my background is in financial markets and asset management. I had done that for 20 years when I had met Ed Hesse back in Vienna. And he explained to me what he was doing with grid singularity. I was working at a startup, wealth management startup. And I said, well, this sounds really interesting. Can I invest in it? And because I had made that investment, people said, oh, what's happening with this blockchain stuff? What's happening with this blockchain stuff? Oh, you should start a fund in blockchain. And I said, well, why should I start a fund? Yeah, because the market's hot. And what should I do? Oh, you should trade it. And I said, well, no. I had been a professional investor investing in other funds. And the only reason I would invest in a fund if they had an edge, a reason, some value proposition. But then when, in the beginning of 2017, when the ICOs started kicking off, and Ed was now in Berlin, I said, well, now a light went off for me. He said, this is a value proposition. If we could access teams and vet them and vet their technology before they had their ICO, well, that should be something that is profitable. And other traditional investors should be interested in that. So that's how we got started.
Nice. James, go ahead.
Yeah, so I actually first buying Bitcoin back to 2013, 2014. It's close to 10 years. So after buy, actually I heard this from one of my schoolmates. So it's pretty early, so I decided to buy it. So at first it's a bear market, so I didn't get any profit, but start from 2016, start to gain a lot of profit. So getting excited about crypto and digging too deeper about it, and feel this is going to be super, super big in the future. So I start in DFG back at that time and decide to really do the investment. Not only just buy Bitcoin, but also doing investment in the crypto space. So we invest into a bunch of startups, pretty OG startups right now, or unicorns like Circle, like a few other like exchange as well at that time. Then in 2017, I start to notice about Polkadot, and once I learning the vision about it, I feel pretty excited about it. So we decide to make a investment start from then. And in 2019, 2020, actually the Polkadot ecosystem become much bigger. There's a lot of good quality projects came out, so we invest into a lot of good Polkadot ecosystem projects start from then. And yeah, we keep supporting it until now, and we were still supporting the Polkadot ecosystem. So that's my story.
Fantastic. So I'd like to jump in a bit and talk a bit about both of your Web3 investment thesis. Maybe James, we can start with you. Tell us a bit about your thesis in the space and how does Polkadot fit into that? We know that you're obviously DFG is a prolific investor, made a ton of investments across different ecosystems, but definitely a lot within Polkadot.
Yeah, absolutely. Good question. I think for us, on the infrastructure side, you need to have real innovation, right? So not just like trying to solve the problem at the same vertical, right? So if you just imagine back to 2017, then Bitcoin faced the problem of scalability. Then you have all these kind of hard fork came out, like Bitcoin Cash, BSV, whatever. But that's not going to solve the problem because you are basically trying to solve it at the same vertical. Because if you want to really be a step ahead, then you need to have a better technology and a great vision. So it's not like the same thing. So what Polkadot does is definitely a step ahead toward toward Ether and also other layer 1 is basically we enter into a multi-chain where you are going to kind of face the problem of the cross-chain, then Polkadot is here to solve the problem. So the vision here is great. It's real innovation. I think based on that, then this is the first trigger. Then we will consider about whether we should make an investment or not. The second is more about execution. So once you have a big vision, you're trying to solve a really hard problem. Then how could you realize that vision, right? So you need a strong team, strong community, and strong ecosystem to realize the vision. So I think Polkadot is on the right track in the past few years. I think, but we need to be more aggressive and trying to work harder and see whether we can do more stuff in the crypto space in the next few years.
Mark, Cytel Digital is a Polkadot-only focused fund. Tell us a bit about that.
Not exactly. So we do have a couple investments outside of the ecosystem, but as we've gone on, so we're on our second fund now. The first fund, the largest investment was into Polkadot, and that was mostly informed by our good luck of having Ed as our first advisor, and we brought two other advisors. One is Gavin, and the other one is Aaron Buchanan, if you guys know who he is. And so the first fund went well, and we started this fund. I think we closed it in the beginning of 2022 and have been investing. So we warehouse some investments in the Polkadot ecosystem. And as time went on, so our primary thesis is about value creation, which sounds ridiculous in venture, in blockchain, but what's the real value proposition? So we'll miss a lot of hype things that'll go up really high and then they go away, because that's not what our thesis is. And so over time, we found that Polkadot is by far the best ecosystem, the best technology platform for teams to build on and to build something meaningful and useful.
I'll take that answer. So, I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of venture capitalists in the past, and even be one myself. I've met folks that are happy cutting checks by, taking lunch with founders just to get to know them a bit. And I've met other venture capitalists who have a very codified and rigorous approach to making investment decisions. I'd love to hear a bit about both of your decisions, or decision processes, rather. James, maybe you can tell us a bit about that.
Sure. So I think the most important thing is do innovation here. So I just don't want the project to repeat what other people does in other ecosystem. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Just giving an example. So if you guys finding an angle in whatever sector you work on, then you think this is going to solve the problem, and this is purely innovative, then I think we will consider about investment. So that's, I think, the most important investment thesis in our firm.
Mark? I concur completely. We do have, so we manage other people's money. So we do need to be extra careful, and so we do have a formalized process for reviewing potential investments. But at the end, if you really boil it down, how does something deliver value? And novel is better than copying and iterating on someone else. And even though we're investing in technology, we're still really investing with the teams and with the founders. You can pivot on the business case, you can pivot on the tech, you can't really pivot on the founder. And so what we really look for is integrity, as far as we could measure it, for hunger, for tenacity, for somebody that's not going to give up through adversity, because we all know there's quite some adversity in these markets.
Absolutely. I think especially at the early stage where you both play, the founder-driven approach, I think, is probably the right way. I mean, I'm curious, how many times have you made investments that have had one purpose or one kind of business objective that have pivoted to something completely different, shortly thereafter?
Well, that's a good question. So I can give an example right now. So, but we invested after they pivoted, right? So Aventis is one of our portfolio partners. They started out as a live event ticketing application blockchain. And shortly after their tech was ready, COVID hit. So live events really wasn't going to make it. And so they did what they needed to do, is pivot, and they're having amazing success right now. So it's almost necessary. So many of the top successful companies started out as something completely different, like Instagram, for example.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because, business is business, right? So if you're starting project runs, probably raise a couple $1 million, it was supporting your runway for probably a year or two. Then if you are working on something, it's not going to work in a year or two, then you have to shift your focus, right? Otherwise, you get stuck there, then you are not, for just giving example, I mean, metaverse is kind of at a very early stage. So people are talking about metaverse a lot in the last ballroom, but right now in the bear market, I mean, there are very, very few users in the metaverse space. So, if you are not preparing for your project for the next decade or long time, raise money for a long time, then you probably have to shift the focus. So I think in some certain degree, I mean, shifting focus is necessary. So once you face the problem in reality, I would say.
Okay, so we've talked a bit about your investment thesis. We've talked a bit about your investment approach. I'd love to jump into getting a better sense of your portfolios. Maybe talk a bit about maybe some recent investments that you've made that you're particularly excited about. Mark, actually, let's start with you. Congratulations. I know the round with Mythical Games was just formally announced. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so Mythical. So that doesn't really fit a normal investment for an early stage investor. We do have a double mandate. So one mandate is private investment, earlier stage, but at least private, before something is listed, whether it's an equity or a token. And then in the depth of the bear market, we have the ability to buy listed, let's say, distressed / very low price tokens, which are plentiful at the moment. So Mythical is neither, right? It's fully priced, but it's absolutely transformational. So there are many video games on blockchain that are starting out from the blockchain side, and the games suck. And people wanted, play to earn, didn't make it, and is not going to make it because it really is. It doesn't make any sense that you make money by playing an enjoyable game. It's the opposite. You pay money, or you pay something, your attention, your time, to play an enjoyable game, and that's the benefit that you get. So Mythical goes at it from the other side. So John has an amazing track record of success in gaming and in video games. And by putting blockchain behind the scenes, but having blockchain there, it enhances the experience for the players and will create value. And that's what we're looking for. But for Polkadot, it's especially transformational, because as this comes into the ecosystem, it cross-pollinates so many other different parachains and applications within Polkadot. And that's what we really look for. So I kind of think of it as finding pieces to a puzzle. I don't know what the end puzzle is going to look like, but I look for pieces that go together and that can work together and make the whole way more than the sum of the parts.
Yeah, for us, I think, because we invest into more than 50 different Polkadot projects, so mention some of them, didn't mention the other, sounds unfair. I think we are doing, investment in both primary market and secondary market. So I guess, right now there's a mismatch on the secondary market as well, because we see a lot of VCs raising a lot of money in the primary market, willing to deploy that capital. but there's so few, institutional investors on the secondary market, right? If Tesla come in, they just buy Bitcoins, but they are not just buying the other like small coins, right? So there's not like a big crypto hedge funds, in the market, partially because of the regulation reasons. But that gave us actually more motivations to buy good asset on the secondary market because there's only retail investor here. So if in a bear market, you don't have a lot of retail investors. So the price on the secondary market is very attractive. So we buy a lot of crypto, Polkadot asset, including DOT itself, like R-Star, Moonbeams on the secondary market as well, and a few others. So that's one of our recent investment. The others, we definitely, keep a close eye on the new things in the Polkadot space. We invest into Tense Network in the Polkadot space, and also we invest into a lot of great infrastructure which is supporting the Polkadot ecosystem. For example, we invest into ChainSafe, which is a very good company, and also invest into Ledger recently, the largest hardware wallet supporting Polkadot and a lot of Polkadot assets as well. So we've been actively deploying our capital. We're seeing probably it could be the best time for VCs to invest right now. Of course, before the bull market, you need to deploy your capital. Otherwise, you will not get any returns. So that's really a good time right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point. So we've talked a bit about your portfolio. Okay, you make an investment in a company. They join the family, so to speak. How do you then work with your portfolio companies? What is the platform for support? Mark, I know I attended Lugano, your event in Lugano earlier this year, which was a smash hit. What are some of the other services or support components that you kind of put out there to help your portfolio companies thrive?
Sure. So when I started out, I thought we would just be passive investors, sort of invest and then turn up again in a few years and make a bunch of money. It didn't work out that way. And so what I found was there was no way that I was just going to let it go when we had stuff that was down, and I said, well, this is decentralized. Even though I'm not in the team, I can help, because that's the whole idea of the crypto model, right? You have this token and then you incentivize all different types of stakeholders. And so we were a stakeholder too, so it kind of rolled up my sleeves and went to work with some of the teams, adding value wherever I could. And so that started out in like capital market functions because from my background. And then it came to more like ecosystem types of assistance. And now, and that was as I was learning by doing, more or less. But now what we do have more of a process where we really try to find what other investments that we have can work with each other. And it's actively happening. And it kind of brings a tear of joy to my eye when I see a business partnership announced between two of our portfolio companies.
Good point. I think for us, to be a value-add investor is super important in crypto space, because good project didn't, need capital. There's a lot of VC will chase them for giving the capital. So it's important to give a lot of supporting for our portfolios. I would say two things, right? The first is probably more direct supporting from us, because we're still holding massive amount of DOT. If, the portfolios want to get pledge a slot or whatever, we are happy to use our DOT to support as long as the proposal makes sense for us. We also operating node service, so we establish node for a lot of Polkadot projects. So right now we doing this in-house and staking our own asset. But if other people want to use our node service, we are happy to do so as well. So this is more type of like a direct support. The second I would say is more like a indirect support. So there's a big network in our firm. So there's a bunch of Polkadot project, bunch of non-Polkadot project, infrastructure project. I think there's a lot of synergy that all the portfolio can create together. So we can help, for the portfolio to finding these angles, working for more on partnership and building more connection for our, portfolio as well. So also I think the indirect support is also very important in our firm. So so we trying our best to give our support to all the portfolios.
That's great. So I want to touch on an interesting point just made around having portfolio companies do business together. Obviously, one of the key points for Polkadot is interoperability. And I'm curious how that seeps into your investment thesis with Polkadot. Is it highly prevalent? Is it something that is not yet thought about too early? Where are you in your thinking there? And are there any other unique attributes related to Polkadot that you take into consideration when building out your portfolio? James, why don't you go ahead?
Oh, I think that's a good point. I think, but in the Polkadot space, just checking out the portfolios, they probably already know each other, right? So I think the support we give more is more about like connections outside the Polkadot ecosystem, bring the resources into the Polkadot ecosystem. So that's really the things we can give more to the portfolio in the Polkadot ecosystem. So that's my point.
Mark?
We're always thinking about it. It's really, really important adoption. So our thesis or mandate for this fund is adoption. That means others have to be able to use it. We want to be able to use the product. So unfortunately, I was in the green room and I missed the demo from Kilt and Deloitte because I want to be able to use a KYC. I don't know how many people have small companies and have to deal with accounts and counterparties in different jurisdictions, but KYC is a real pain in the ass. And to have to do it and redo it all the time. If I could have a reusable credential, that's awesome. And I want to be able to use that. And so we're always thinking about, okay, but I'm not the only one. There are plenty of others, and also in the blockchain space. And oh, wait a second, we didn't really invest in DeFi because of regulatory compliance issues. Because a very important part of for us as more traditional investors is really being careful that stuff is not clearly going over the boundary of what's regulatorily acceptable, and DeFi probably isn't, right? At least but it's getting there, and will go there. And if there could be a kind of DID that just gave a credential that says, okay, this wallet is able to participate and it's attested by some regulatory agency or someone that's allowed to do that, well then that will make DeFi regulatory compliant, and that's a massive use case that we don't talk about because it's not that close to happening, as far as I know, unless we'll hear a surprise soon.
So I'm curious to hear a bit about, we've talked about some of the unique attributes of Polkadot and your thesis and how it ties to that. What are some of the challenges with the ecosystem that are on your radar, and how do you think about circumventing them and mitigating that risk as you deploy capital into the space and as you try and help it thrive? James, you can...
Yeah, sure. So glad you asked about the question. So I think, yeah, for sure, there's a couple of problems here in the Polkadot ecosystem. I think we have great vision, great technology, great team to realize the vision. But, there's slightly some small problem here. For example, it seems to me at least the inflation is slightly higher than expected. Of course, you got probably 8.7% of the inflation every year. So, this is slightly higher than expected. We probably need to, kind of maybe lower the inflation by two ways, right? Creating more utility for the DOT tokens, and in, probably in cutting the supply a little bit. I think that's one small problem. The other is more about how to really attract all the users into the Polkadot ecosystem, how to do the massive adoption, right? So we built a lot of great solid infrastructure, but we need a lot of great application to help us generate all these kind of users, bring them into the ecosystem. So we haven't seen really the so-called killer app in the Polkadot space yet, but we will. So I think this is also another problem. But my point is like, it's actually good, so we can discuss the problem and difficulties in the ecosystem, right? So of course we have a chance to fix it then after we realize it. So this is actually good. Just imagine compared to Polkadot, maybe Solana ecosystem, everyone thinks Solana is very, very good, very, very good, but people don't realize how shit, SBF is, right? So after this all happened, then Solana just go down, I don't think they can even recover, right? So, before they realize the questions, there is a problem, there's a massive hole, behind it, in FTX, right? Nobody knows about it. When it happens, then, if FTX crash and it impacts Solana, not. But for Polkadot, if we are willing to discuss all the problems, we find a problem, we fix that, then we are still grow in a very kind of good ways. So that's my point.
Absolutely. That's why we're here, James. We're taking notes. There's only 5 minutes left, so there's a couple of other topics I want to hit on rapid fire. We saw yesterday Bjorn the CEO and Gav speak about the future. How does it make you feel when you see leaders like that talking about, visions that are 10, 20 years and, in the future and thinking about the future so long and have such advanced visions? Like what does that leave you thinking?
Jeez. So, when Gab gives a talk about something novel, I need to watch it a few times to really understand what the hell he's talking about. So I hope I'm not the only one. I suspect I'm not. But just to have him out here speaking, because he's been kind of silent for a while. And I think a lot of people want to hear from him because he's just an absolute visionary, right? And to have him here talking about the future, he's thinking like 5 steps ahead already for what is a technology, existing technology that a lot of the others are trying to copy and are not having success copying. And so it's great to hear them out here, and especially Bjorn. I was really happy with the content of what Bjorn was talking about. Because sometimes, when it's a bear market and prices are down, it's kind of depressing and gloomy, and we can lose sight of how early we really are in this space and with this technology, and that it's coming. It's really coming. We're seeing it happening. So enterprise is important. Retail and everyday use is really important. And it's not quite here yet, but I think we're just at the cusp of it really starting to happen.
On the topic of the bear market, I think it's no secret anymore. We're in a bear market. Valuations are down. Round sizes have come down. Capital isn't being deployed as freely. What's your sense? Is there still dry powder out there, or has it all shifted to the AI crowd? I think a lot of people in this room are probably wondering that. James, you want to?
Yeah, I think James always has dry powder.
Yeah, I think overall, bear market, 2 things, right? The first is about the overall economy, right? The monetary policy. Right now, Federal Reserve is still adding interest rates, so it's very hard for us to see a bull market this year. So, but I'm pretty positive about the market probably in 2024 and 2025. So we will see outside environment become better. And I think internally, we just need to have more triggers, like what I said before, like the killer app. Once we attract more users in this space, then people get excited and then see this is okay. We have really something people can use, and then we will have another bull market. So I'm not too worried about both of them to happen, but I just think we need to be more patient about waiting for that.
So on the back of that question, what are some of the key trends you guys are following that are getting you pretty excited right now? We saw DeFi have its moment. We saw NFTs have their moment in the collectible space. We saw, real-world tokenization try and do something early on in this space, maybe be too soon. probably trying to have its moment again right now. What are some of the things that you guys are focusing on that you think are pretty excited? Mark, James?
Well, our portfolio is on our website, so you could see the stuff that we invested with and believe in. We're not going to get it all right. We're early stage. It's difficult. I didn't answer the difficulties of the Polkadot ecosystem. One of them is liquidity. And so when we're very early stage, very often, the teams we invest with will have to do follow-ons, and it's really hard right now to find investors for follow-on investments. So, what was the question again? The main question was, well, what we believe in. Oh, okay, yeah. So, and another question we didn't talk about, but I want to, is about what does success mean for us? Because we get measured, very empirically, how much money, what was your return, how profitable were your investments, that's how successful you were. But that's important and a given, but it's sort of an empty statistic when you're really investing for long-term value, because the market goes through cycles. Like, stupid things can get stupidly high prices, and you can sell and be very profitable and have invested in crap. And we really try to invest in long-term value and real adoption, which I think, as we're seeing, we saw the 2 panels before this one, that it's really happening now. But it's not measured in the price, right? So Aventis has a 10 million market cap. They're working with some of the biggest enterprises out there. And it's incongruent. So one of them is wrong. I think I know which one is wrong, but time will tell. And so real success will be, when I use my Kilt did to log into my public pressure, where I can listen to my favorite artists and then not lose my baggage because Aventis is making it happen, with Heathrow not, tracking it, making sure it doesn't get lost, and then, having mythical games, having 1 million more wallets in the Polkadot ecosystem, and I'm one of them, playing a very enjoyable game.
I love that. We're just at time. We're about to get rushed off, but I'd love to ask one more question. What advice would you have for entrepreneurs sitting in the room right now who are either trying to raise capital or who have already raised and are sitting on really deflated prices and are hurting right now? What's some advice, some parting advice you can leave? James, you wanna kick us off?
Yeah, I think just keep building, right? So if you keep building stuff, you will get a reward eventually in the bull market, right? So this is the most important thing. If you are good enough, then you're able to raise good capitals. If not, finding us, talking to us, and we will invest. And talking to other VCs, people will invest. So that's it.
Yeah, add value. Have a value proposition, and stick with it. And if you really believe in yourself, and you'll get through the tough part. Maybe you'll run out of money. Maybe you'll just be doing it on your own out of a basement somewhere. But if you really have a true value proposition, that will always win out in the end.
James Woe, Mark Katcha, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you to Mark, James, and Omar. Up next, we have a talk on music and gaming will drive Web3 adoption. Please put your hands together for Sergio from Public Pressure and Moon Sama.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Good? I'm a bit exhausted after day one. I don't know if you enjoyed the party last night and brought a bit of music to raise up the room. I'm going to try to entertain you as much as possible, changing the subject to music, adoption, what's going to happen in the future. So I'm going to try to get through the presentation as quickly as possible, and then maybe hopefully I'm going to have a few questions from the audience. So this is our thesis. Like, music will drive the next adoption cycle. Does it work? Yeah. Few reasons why. Number one, the revenue expectation is gonna multiply by 3, 4, 5 times what we got today. So we're gonna move from around 25, 30 billion. I have 21 billion there. There are like a few different numbers, but the expectation is 130 billion by 2030, which means that we have 7 years to go and an extra almost 100 billion to build in the music industry. So what's gonna happen if part of that is gonna flow into Web3? How transformative the change could be. Then obviously people, like everyone listen to music. So if you look at the streaming data, I think we're covering over 1 billion people with streaming services and apps dealing with those services on a daily basis. So a lot of the trend is going to be, I think, related to infrastructure and obviously access to mobile phones, which is going to be widely spread. And then obviously music is going to be one of the first interaction that we like to have in our lives. And then obviously there is a sort of human society element, right? Everyone listens to music. Music is part of our lives. I asked the question before if you enjoyed last night, because I'm assuming for me, I'm going to remember obviously the presentation, obviously the interaction I had at the event, but a few drinks with a few friends, a Polkadot Decoded, and then downloading an NFT, which is going to stick in my phone for the rest of my life, is the sort of things that we started to like quite a bit. Now, if we look how in the structure, you have 4 very clear business models within the music industry. Right? The bigger one, 55% is streaming, and that has been the first challenge in understanding how we're going to go to Web3, right? Because the narrative that we all tell each other is about ownership. You own your data, you're going to own your music, but effectively, the industry is not moving in that direction. Since the streaming came into the picture, the ownership of music is not the biggest value prop. Actually, it's only 5% of the industry revenues, so it's the smaller chunk. 25% is actually super interesting because it's live events, so there are lots of applications that we might have in Web3. And then also whatever is royalties, merchandising, collectibles, digital collectibles. So somehow what we saw is that there is a Web3 application pretty much in all of them. So the question that we started asking ourselves is how Web3 as a sort of global distribution platform could be applied to this different revenue stream in the music industry. So I'm going to try to give you our view on each of them. And then I'm going to show you a few case studies that we have done on a few of these opportunities. So the first one is streaming. Like streaming, the initial idea was we create a fair environment. Then I think this is what we heard in every presentation. Actually, Web 2 is not fair. Web 2 is centralized. So effectively, we found with an industry where 2 dominant players are basically covering the whole industry. Apple Music and Spotify is 99% of the streaming business. So it's not disintermediated, it's not transparent, most of everything. We spent the last couple of years really figure out exactly how the value chain of the royalty works, so why you have 80% of the artists complaining of no understanding how the calculation, how the algorithm work, why we're not making any money, why we get on Spotify and we have some other artists which are making millions, because I think now we are usual Pareto analysis, 80-20. The 20% of the artists are better off compared to the product era, so CD, selling music, they're earning more money, while most of the market is actually not. So we believe that this is like the deepest technological implementation of Web3, where we imagine that all the streaming data, all the IP, everything is going to start in the blockchain. And from there, you can have a completely open, transparent ledger on any interaction that we have with the music, with the artist. You can redesign the way the payments are actually structured, because today we don't even know. Maybe I listen always to the same playlist, but I don't even know if my membership is going to pay directly the music I listen to, or whether it's going to contribute to a larger pot, which is going to be managed by an algorithm, which I have no idea how it works, and it's going to just distribute money in a sort of centralized, decided way. Recording music. This difficult one is how we started. It's about the distribution, so iTunes, Bandcamp, Beatport. It's all about, I buy my music, I want to own my music. This value proposition works a lot for professional. Obviously, if you see DJs, they're going to have to own their music to sit on a stage and perform and use their music. And we see Web3 as a sort of piracy control. If you go back on the reason why we got to streaming, the problem was piracy. I think everyone has seen the Netflix documentary about Spotify. That's the easier way to rebuild a bit of knowledge of what happened. But ideally, you had a lot of piracy platform where you could just download the music without paying, without doing anything, and that's how somehow Spotify forced the major labels to come sit down, do a deal, and start distributing in a way that it was somehow getting some revenue back in the music industry, because the problem is the CD sales were gone almost to zero, and half of the industry was almost bankrupt at that time. But if NFTs are attached to a file, effectively, you could actually, have a sort of entrance point to a room. So if we listen music all together, because there is utility and there is companionship and people getting together, there's no reason anymore to have a piracy file of music sitting in my hard drive. Live performances maybe is the most straightforward one. You can have NFTs which are released at the event. This is pretty much what we've done last night. The DJ released the DJ that she was playing last night. She released an NFT. I think she announced also a raffle. The couple of people that downloaded the NFT, they're gonna go with her to learn how to DJ, to learn how to produce music and have a bit of fun. So that's the kind of interaction that we see happening. And then obviously the merchandising. Merchandising has always been physical. We know that in certain sectors or genre of music, like rock, merchandise is super popular. Like most of the fans are gonna be collecting, buying the t-shirt, buying everything which is produced. They want to get people closer to the artist. So, the digital side of it is going to be somehow interesting and important. The talk was also about gaming, right? So, gaming has been, the only point I want to make here, then we get on the case study, is that I think Web3 gaming has been the last cycle narrative. There was a huge expectation on gaming. I remember I started really looking on Axie Infinity and Illuvium and all the gaming projects as the one that are going to drive adoption. And music and gaming actually work super well together. But I'm going to show you on the case study. Then we also have the brands, the public pressure. We've done something with Diesel. Brands love music because musicians has always been the trend-setting part of the society. So that association is super powerful. And in Web3, considering it is a new trend, you have new communities, this sort of relationship become the way to reach and talk and engage, competing new different audiences compared to the one that maybe walk on your store and in sort of your regular business model. So, conclusion of this step is really, we've been studying what happened in the music industry. And generally, when you have a transformation, it's very difficult. It's going to take a while to figure it out. But when it happens, it's huge. It's like basically taking over the whole industry. So we said we need to be there. We need to know what's going on. Because when it's going to happen, it's going to be real transformative. That's what history has been teaching us. So a couple of case studies. First of all, take the opportunity to also thank the Munsama community. I got very close to them in the last 1.5 years. And that's how the relationship with music and gaming started. This NFT, I think, is an Exosama for everyone that knows what the guys are doing. And The headphone are basically how the music got into NFT collection and NFT community. This is like the whole logic that myself and Donny B. Beggs, again, for everyone that knows him, we started really designing, understanding, interacting with, and the result has been absolutely awesome. So, number one, the pods. We launched this collection back in October last year. It was a very simple idea. What if we do an NFT equipable collection called the pods, which are headphones? What if these equipable NFTs are going to have unreleased tracks, so you can actually listen to music when you walk in the game? And what if these NFTs are bridgeable in Minecraft? Because at the time, the Monsama community had this event called Carnage, played every Sunday, 2 hours, and it was sort of play-to-craft model. And that's how we launched it. So being very successful. We sold all the NFTs in 10 days. We raised over 1.5 million in a bear market, which for us, we said, wow, I mean, we're really doing something interesting here. But I still remember the first time I actually used them. I used to play all the time. So I walked into Minecraft and I clicked the pods and suddenly I was playing the game with my music. So that, I think, is the game changer. No, I'm not subject to the gaming company deciding which music I'm going to listen when I play, but I can buy my music, I can bring it into the game, I can have better properties, maybe my avatar can run faster because I have those songs and those NFTs, and actually the music is mine. So it was really interesting case study. Sorry, guys. Wrong one. So then we've done Metaverse as well. With Diesel, we've done a few drops with them on the music, and they invited us to do the Decentraland Fashion Week. And it's been great to see, the NFT holder, coming in token-gated environment, have fun, sit together, participate in a virtual Fashion Week. Super interesting experience. And that's another iteration on the games. This one I have to thank someone sitting in the Shy Tail team, who is our, Mark was sitting in the panel before, is our lead investor. They really liked the game, and at some point, I think that they knew a developer that started iterating on a rhythm game. Then we saw the opportunity to have more case study and application on music and gaming. So we started developing this game, and we created with Diesel on the music drop, basically 2 token-gated level. So the flow was go on public pressure, I buy the Diesel NFT, which is a very cool NFT from a breakthrough artist, and release music. It's going to be unique. Then I can take the NFT, I can go in a bridge, I can participate to a gaming tournament based on music. And if I'm really good and my points are going to be very high, I'm going to be rewarded in that gaming community with some more NFTs and some more tokens. So actually you start to see cross-project utility, cross-project flow and rewarding, and that's why I think the music and games are going to be a really big part on the next evolution of Web3 in music. And then this is like very humble when we discover that this was happening. So the story is that one of our guys that participated to Carnage, we started going on a piece of land that was free, started building a couple of blocks. The idea was maybe, we can build a public pressure house or a public pressure stage. One guy became 2, 2 became 10, 10 became almost 100. And these guys, for the last 6 months, organically, we didn't ask, they started building the public pressure village. After a little while, we had the fashion district, we have the diesel building, we have a roller coaster, we have ships, we have spaceships, we have a podcasting studio, everything organically developed by the community. And that's why somehow we really, really love Web3, because that's what it's all about. You have an idea, you push things into the community, and the community just reacts. If it works, it's going to just be absorbed and engaged to it. I really wanted to have a couple of questions, but I think I just got the last 21 seconds. Maybe I can take one. Does anyone? No questions? Before they kick me down from the stage? Fabio, question? There's one there. Ursula. Hi. Yeah, there.
Grazie mille, Sergio. So I do have a question because the blockchain ecosystem has evolved. We have seen different trends, and right now the music vertical is becoming bigger. And I would like to have your take on how will you foresee the future of the music vertical with blockchain?
Wow. Can I have another 15 minutes? No, very simple. I think it's going to be about the participation. What we figure out is that you have to bring all the industry together, sit at the table, and figure out what is going to be the next technology architecture. Transparency is going to be a big deal. I mean, the whole value proposition on the blockchain, on the parachain, I mean, talking about deep tech is going to be about data, about IP, about tokenization of IP, about royalty-bearing system. That is going to be the big tech sort of future. But then also the whole iteration on streaming models, like events, NFTs, communities, cross-partnership is going to be very fluid. A lot of case study coming to market, phygital, at live events. That's very much the future that we see in the last couple of years. Cool. Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy your day. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. Up next, we have a great talk on Astar 2.0 and our strategies for mass adoption. Joining us here today live, we will have Martin from Astar, but joining us virtually, we will also have Sorta, the founder of Astar. Thank you.
Okay, hey everyone. Welcome to the second day of Decoded. During my talk, I will be talking a little bit about the Astar strategy in Japan. Besides of the strategy in Japan, I will also explain more about how we at Astar are preparing ourselves for the mass adoption. So today, we have Sota on the call. He is here virtually, as you can see. He couldn't make it because there was like a conflict in conferences. There was like IVS Crypto in Kyoto, Japan. It's the biggest blockchain event that there is. So for us, we couldn't go there. So that's why Sota is here. So Sota, can you say hi? Then we can check if it's working.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, nice. Thank you very much for having me today. I in Kyoto, and that's why background is like Kyoto. I'm super excited to be here and share our progress regarding Astar 2.0 and some of the announcements.
Okay, thank you. And then introduce myself. My name is Martin Henskens. I'm the head of Astar Foundation. I still remember 2 years ago in 2021 when I had my first talk at Decoded. It was then completely virtual because of the COVID. And my talk was about how you can become a crypto enthusiast and find a job in Web3. And well, I did. I'm now here 2 years later, standing here as head of foundation. And I think this can only be done in Web3, such big steps forwards. And I can encourage everybody here as well who wants to work in Web3, just go for it and dream big. And dreaming big is something that we at Astar did from the very early days. So our Astar was founded in 2018 in Japan. And there were a lot of challenges as well when we wanted to dream big. And we still have that passion and we still have that excitement towards becoming a big layer 1 blockchain, not only by having the functionalities of Polkadot, but also with our narrative that we currently have in Japan. So in 2021, we did like a poll that was together with the Japanese Blockchain Association, where you can see that Astar on Polkadot was at that time in December 2021, the most famous blockchain in Japan. And we are currently as well the leading blockchain, public blockchain in Japan. There are other blockchains in Japan active, but they are private. We are the only public one and are also regulated by the Japanese government. Like I said, there were a lot of bumps on the way where we are now. And we call those bumps on the road that we are heading to the Sota Watanabe problem. And this was the problem that was like a saying in Japan. And why was this a saying? Because we founded a company in Japan, but we were forced out of Japan because of regulation, because of the taxation of self-issued tokens, because of the regulation regarding the unrealized gains for crypto issuers. And we were forced to move away from Japan into Singapore. And it was a shame because Sota is founded in Japan, and everybody knows the best place is home to work. And going out of Japan and then can't do what he wants to do in Japan made him very loud about all those problems. And this brings to the next topic that I want to say about our road back to Japan, because we were forced out, but we wanted to get back in. And by going back in, the major thing that we were doing is like working together with the government. So Sota was very active with building out and supporting the Japanese government about building out the national strategy. And Japanese government were at one point like, okay, we missed the boat to Web 2. Web 2 all went to the US, to Silicon Valley. But Japan knew that Web 3 is very important. It will be the next thing for the internet. It will be used by billions of users. So Japan made the decision, Web 3 adoption is part of our national strategy. And Sota was part of the advisory board. He was part of the reviewers of that national strategy. And Japan was very loud about it as well. And you maybe saw it as well last week, where there was like an announcement regarding the taxation of I forgot about what I wanted to say, but unrealized gains on crypto issuers. That was now done. So one of the Sota Watanabe problems was solved, meaning that, okay, you can now issue a token in Japan without having that heavy taxation on that token. And by having Web3 adoption in the national strategies opened a lot of doors for us. It opened doors to enterprises because they were like, okay, it's part of the national strategy, so how can we now, as an enterprise in Japan, adopt this and see the full potential of Web3? And we categorized those enterprises in 3 categories. One being those who have an idea what to do with blockchain technologies. And this is where we work together with Toyota Motor Incorporation, where they were like, okay, we have in our enterprise a culture where our employees have a saying in what will become the next strategy, or have a saying in the next model of, let's say, the Prius or certain features in the cars. And they were like, okay, if this is already embedded in our culture, how can we now create it with blockchain technologies? And everybody here will most likely say DAO. And that's what we did with Toyota Hackathon. We were contacting all protocols out of different kind of ecosystems to think about how can a DAO culture be embedded in an enterprise culture that already exists. So we had over 430 participants in this hackathon. The winner was Taritami, where he introduced a solution that is currently being still researched by Toyota of how to incorporate a DAO culture inside their enterprise. Another category is regarding enterprises that still are thinking about what to do. And this is where we had like collaboration with Sunny. Sunny, everybody knows Sunny, everybody knows what they do. They have the brand already out there, but they were like, okay, what can we do now with the blockchain technology. What can we now do with blockchain? So we had a Web3 incubation program where we went out to all Web3 builders out there to say, okay, Sunny wants to have an incubation program. What can you bring to Sunny? And we had over 200 applications and 19 projects were selected. We had a demo day last week at the Sunny headquarters in Tokyo, where every project introduced their solution to Sunny. This was a great thing, and we will do more things as well with Sunny on how to embed the blockchain technology in their future solutions that they will bring, or the future gaming or music or whatever. And then you have the third category. And the third category are projects or enterprises who go in, how to say it, I don't want to say FOMO in, but they will use already proven use cases of blockchain technology. And when you think about proven use cases, you immediately will think about NFTs. And this is where we worked with Yoshitaka Amano. If you don't know the artist, he's one of the creators of Final Fantasy, where he minted his collection on Astar and wanted to create a community around his art. Another example here is the Calbee NFT. Calbee is the biggest Japanese snack producer, and they created an evolving NFT for the users who are buying their ships in Japan. Another solution here, another example here is the Tokyo Railway, where they gave NFTs to the most loyal customers, where you have like using other customers as well. And then another company here is as well, another railway company who will be utilizing as well the NFTs on Astar. Famous Japanese comic series, they are trying to create their communities with NFTs as well, like big IPs or comic series in Japan are also working with us. And then another thing, and a very important thing as well, is the Japanese cities. As I said in the beginning, we have now in Japan a Web3 national strategy for adopting Web3 there. And other cities are now here as well, thinking about, okay, the strategy, we have a national strategy, so we can utilize this. So they are creating a vibrant startup ecosystem focusing on Web3. That previously was a problem that now is being resolved. And we are working with several cities where we give them education, we give them support, we give them advisory on how you can start like a business in Web3. Inside of Astar Foundation, we also created Astar Japan Lab, where we are helping and create like a consortium of big enterprises together with other companies to boost Web3 adoption in Japan. This is an example of one of the ads we had in the Nikkei News. And then beside Astar Japan Labs, and this is where I will give my talk now over to Sota, is about Startail Labs. So Sota, can you explain more about Startail here, please? Okay, Sota, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
yep. Yeah. Is that okay?
Yes.
Martin, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, background noise is a little bit noisy. So I would like to share our updates and our future around 5 minutes to 10 minutes, and we're gonna have a Q&A. So first of all, I would like to introduce Astar 2.0, which is a new vision for us to win in the Web3 market. And we have several updates, including Startail Labs, Staking 2.0, Astar Inc., Astar DAO, Astar Foundation, the Supernova, Token Economics 2.0. So some of the announcement was already published a month ago, but we made them public last week officially. And the biggest update is going to be Supernova, which is planned to be public by the end of July. And we do have some of the updates on token economics, staking, and also Astar Link, and so on. So I think token economics is one of the biggest ones. We plan to reduce our inflation rate, and we plan to increase the gas fee in coming years. And this is the plan in coming months. So we announced Asta 2.0 back in June 15th. And we announced the announcement yesterday on June 28th regarding the Startail. And we plan to make some of the upcoming updates each month. And what we announced yesterday is the direct investment from Sony Network Communications. Sony Network Communication is the operating company of Sony Group, and they have been building internet in Japan for more than 25 years. So they know how to operate the infrastructure, and they have direct access to Sony Group, which they have a lot of the IP, the gaming, bank, and so on. I think, we have been talking with almost all Japanese listed companies in the last 2 years. And I strongly believe that Sony is the best company for Web3 because they have a gaming, they have a sensing, they have a moving, they have a music, they have a bank, and they also have a car. Right? So I think this investment is going to be a game changer in the long run. And we have already started a conversation with Sony to make products together. And in addition to that, it is not finally decided, but we plan to do a second batch acceleration program for gaming. So it will be public in coming months. And we would like to work with leading gaming company across the globe together with Sony and Startail on a start. Yeah, this is the first announcement, but we have a 4 upcoming announcements in July, which is also related to the government, related to the big companies, and so on. So, yeah, we're going to change our gear, and we're going to accelerate our progress in coming months. So stay tuned. And if you are interested in Astar, feel free to talk with Martin, some of the developer at the venue, or me. Yeah, we would like to lead the Polkadot ecosystem, and we would like to make Web3 happen. Thank you very much. Do you have any question?
No. Okay, if there are no further questions, thank you for listening in. I see that John was already standing ready for the next presentation. So thank you, everybody, and enjoy your last day here at Decoded. Thank you.
Thank you to Sorta and Martin. Up next, we have a talk on, is the metaverse really going to happen? Please put your hands together for John Linden from Mythical Games.
Hello. How's everybody doing? My name is John Linden. I'm CEO of Mythical Games. Thank you for having me out. It's exciting to share some of the stuff we're working on. So yeah, I titled the talk, Is the Metaverse Really Going to Happen? I thought I'd put a little provocative title out there. I mean, to be super honest, metaverse is probably one of my least favorite words in the industry, mostly because there's just so many weird definitions of what's happening. So wanted to share a little bit of our perspective from the gaming industry, kind of where we see this going, some of the tech that's actually being developed out there, and the steps we think that are happening right now. So very quick introduction on my background. I've been in the game industry for a long time. I used to be a studio at Activision Blizzard. I had my own mobile company as well called Seismic Games. We sold to Niantic. But I've been very fortunate in my career. I've had a very, very fun time. I got to work on some really, really great IPs. So things like Call of Duty, Skylanders, Marvel, Blade Runner, Star Wars, things like that. So we've been able to see a lot in kind of what we consider, I guess, the Web 2 world now. And it's starting to bring that experiences into Web 3. So First thing we've seen right off was we've seen two massive changes over the game industry over probably about the last 20 years. So first is what we kind of call democratizing game access. We've gone from nearly 100 million gamers to now we're sitting roughly about 3.5 billion gamers that play games every single month. And that number is expected to increase to nearly 4 billion by 2027. So that's kind of been here to stay. It's been a huge, huge effect on the gaming industry. Second is around user-generated content. And the way we kind of view that is that's a lot of different things, right? It's people building in games like Roblox and Minecraft, but it's also esports and influencers and brands and musicians and everybody getting involved. And we now think there's about 100 million stakeholders that are creating content in some form in these game economies. So what we started to do at Mythical was really, we've been thinking about kind of these concepts since 2018. We started in 2018, thinking about things like digital ownership, right? How do we basically convert from being a form of entertainment into digital assets? Well, if you have the ability to sell, what's that relationship with the secondary markets? And then what are new game models that ultimately come out of this? And obviously we've come up as an industry, the term Web3, and Web3 is definitely emerging to solve some of this. So we've already seen a lot of great uses for ownership in games. This stuff is working quite well. These are probably the 4 biggest ones we've seen so far. So one, branded collabs have done incredibly well as kind of NFTs or digital assets in gaming. We've done things with Burberry, we've done things with Deadmau5, groups like that. And what's really fascinating about that is most of the time these brands understand their brand better than we might as a game developers. And so a great example is Burberry came in and they had a new fashion line and they wanted to launch a new digital character along with that fashion line. So that digital character became one of the spokespersons for their brand. And they wanted to do these ideas. Again, this is digital only in a game. So it's a little bit different than like an NFT PFP collection. But they wanted to do 750 of them and sell them for $300. And we said, hey, in a traditional video game, that's kind of crazy for a digital only item. And we were wrong. So we took their advice. They priced it out themselves, and it sold out in about 22 seconds. So it's been really, really exciting to watch this because now there's basically this new kind of business development layer starting with these brands to be able to experience in these games. Limited time, this is something we've seen obviously in traditional gaming as well. There's a reason that people still sell free Fortnite accounts on eBay. It's usually to get a digital skin that's might have been available 2 or 3 years ago. So we're seeing a lot of this. We kind of view it in terms of quantity-based or time-based. This is working incredibly well. Earned items that are completely free in the game. It was kind of, I was there, I was part of that battle pass, I was part of that season, and I was able to get these items. People find value in that. Maybe I missed it, maybe I was not playing the game at the time, or I joined the community 2 years later. There's true value that's coming out of that, and players are having an opportunity to kind of monetize against that. And then promotional, we've seen this as a great way to kind of onboard people. We've done big promotions with Twitch, we've done deals with Amazon Prime Gaming. These have really, really worked well. So we've started thinking about marketplaces, and what does that mean? There's a lot of, obviously, NFT marketplaces out there, but one thing I think we have to remind ourselves is that gamers are not crypto traders, right? They're not financial traders. They're consumers. They think in terms of liquidity. So I think we have to basically keep a focus, and this is what our focus has been, and I think others are doing as well, to start thinking about how do we treat them as consumers. They think in terms of liquidity. Hey, I have 5 race cars. I have 5 NFL players. How do I sell those for $100, right? And not necessarily thinking as much about floor prices and bids and asks and all that. So we're also basically, there's an opportunity to kind of optimize for game developers. And that's a really interesting kind of optimization challenge to solve. And that's going to be a key to kind of bringing these marketplaces into the mainstream. So I just updated the data here, and I think this is really interesting. So obviously, we're a new member of the Polkadot ecosystem. We're very excited about that. So we're in process right now. We're moving from an EVM chain into a Polkadot-backed substrate chain. But these are actually the current data right now. And I think one thing that's really interesting is that gaming is probably the fastest use of digital assets on any blockchain at this point. So if you look at the left, this is the kind of total sales. The last piece is last month in May. So Ethereum's still kind of holding the lead at 500 million a month, roughly, 450 to 500 million. The second one is Solana, and Mythical actually took number 3 spot. So we're actually the 3rd biggest chain in the world last month in terms of total sales of digital items, a little bit, nearly $40-something million last month. But what is really fascinating is at the right side. So what we're seeing there is number of transactions. So what's interesting is you see a lot of volatility, right? Groups like these PFP projects and all that, they have a lot of volatility. We're in the blue, though, so we're just kind of consistently growing. And I think you're going to see that more and more when you start hitting traditional gaming. It's a very predictable and kind of strong growing path. It's not as volatile as the others. But the really interesting thing is last month, I think Ethereum did about 900,000 transactions on-chain for NFT sales. We ended up doing about 2.2 million. So we beat Ethereum by about 2.5 times last month. That's all coming to Polkadot. So we're very excited about that, bringing that over to the community very soon here. So we're getting there. We're getting there. So we're like I said, we think this is going to continue to grow. We have a couple games. I'll show you where we're thinking, and then kind of get into what we see comes next. So I want to start off with one other piece of data that I thought was really fascinating. When we first kind of launched our first game, Blanco's Block Party, which is these little vinyl toys, basically we held some people back, which I know is not super Web3 to do, but we wanted to see what's the effect, right? What happens when you have the ability to sell than when you don't? And we measured a lot of that. And we saw some really, really fascinating data. And we've used this data a lot, honestly, to get deals with Apple and Google, where we've been talking with Xbox and PlayStation. And this data is really helping us kind of move the industry forward. So a couple things we see. One is that for every, say, $1 sold in the primary stores in Xbox or Epic or Apple or Google, we're seeing about $4 traded between players. So about 4x in spend. Now we take, I know we take a little bit higher percentage because we're more traditional games than like a traditional NFT market, but we take about 15% transaction fee that is split back with the creator, is split back with the game developer. But that's about a 60% lift in net revenue. That's very, very, very important for game development, right? A lot of times the success or failure in a video game can be 2 or 3%. So the fact that we're starting to see 50+% increase in revenue from secondary fees is a very, very interesting piece, and it's waking up a lot of the industry right now. But we also saw that players spent about 33% more time in the game. They were 33% more engaged when they had the ability to sell than when they didn't. And that's been really, really interesting to tap into as well. Overall, we see about 3x the spend. So a player that has the ability to sell spends about 3 times as much money, including twice as many in the actual original store, the original purchase that are mints as well. And about 12% of the overall spend will go directly back in the economy almost immediately. So if you start putting these numbers against something like a Fortnite, right? Fortnite did about we'll just round it to $5 billion last year. So they would see roughly about $20 billion if they follow the same trends, which I think they probably would. They see about $20 billion of trade volume, of which if they took that would almost be $3 billion of additional revenue for that game. And then not only that, out of that $20 billion, probably another $3 billion would go right back into the game. So they would over double their revenue if they started thinking about models like this. And we actually had an opportunity to speak with Tim Sweeney and show him this data, and it's definitely starting to light up a lot of interest in the space. So we're starting to see that this is starting to hypercharge sales rather than cannibalize sales, which is really important for game studios to understand. So why haven't we taken over the world yet with game studios, right? Well, last year there were only really 3 games in 2022 that hit over 1 million players. And while a lot of people were all kind of high-fiving, hey, we hit 1 million players, it's pretty small. My last game, Call of Duty, we do about 50 million paid players a year. And on top of that, the mobile game does about 500 million players on mobile. So 1 million players, it's a good start, but we're not quite there yet. But it was pretty significant. We had 3 games last year. We were one of the 3 that hit over 1 million players. Sandbox and Axie were kind of the other 2. We also had, we were very lucky to have the first game on a major platform. So last year, we were the first game on Epic. I think we were the only game on Epic Game Store last year. I'm hearing now there's 30 games coming out on Epic this year that have a Web3 economy. So we're starting to see that trend really hit, and this is starting to get more mainstream already. This year, though, we think there's going to be 3 to 4 games that'll hit 10 million players. This is a huge order of magnitude for the industry. We're going to see most studios start watching this as we hit these numbers. We actually think we have 2 of those 3 potentially. We know Come To Us is probably going to be another one with Summoner's War Chronicles out of Korea. So why are we now kind of getting there? Well, one, we're going gamer first, right? These are real games, real gameplay. Bigger games also take time. So I'll show you a quick preview of some of these games and what these look like, but they're real true games that are built with these economies behind the scenes. There's also not a lot of industry jargon. One thing you'll see in NFL is that we don't use the words NFT or Web3 or crypto. We talk about things like own your team, own your rivals, right? We use language like that really speaks to consumers. And right now, we're very proud of this game. This first game's out. Let me go into that real quick. So NFL Rivals came out about 6 weeks ago into the off season, we call it, season 0. And we've been kind of testing it out in early access. And we actually, we told the team it was going to be a marathon more than a sprint, but we kind of came out sprinting. So we've hit over 1 million players. I think we're actually sitting about 1.1 million players in the game after 6 weeks. We ended up hitting the top of the charts. We had the #1 sports game, #1 action game ahead of Roblox last month, over 1 million players. But my favorite stats are the bottom 2. One, we're sitting on nearly 2 hours of game time or play time per player per day. That is incredible, right? We're very, very happy with that stat. People are really playing this game. And not only that, it's very highly rated. So we're actually sitting, I think we're actually up to about 25,000 reviews now. On Apple, we're sitting at 4.8 stars, which puts us right up there with Madden, puts us right up there with FIFA, with the Web3 economy, right? We're getting no complaints around this, right? We've kind of subtly brought this into this world. So we're starting to see some really great things. Google's sitting there at 4.4, which is, again, very, very similar. Google people have a tendency to complain more, apparently. But it's the same for Madden, same for everybody else. So we're sitting really, really strong here. So I thought I'd show real quick, just a quick trailer of what this looks like.
Listen up, champ. You think you love football? Scientists say you're on your phone 14 hours a day, but one thing you're not doing on it? Scoring, pulse-pounding, high-flying, game-winning touchdowns. This is NFL Rivals, a heart-racing rush of head-to-head, grab-and-go, gridiron grudge matches. Collect your favorite players, set a lineup that coaches would drool over, then punch it down the field for the TD. Boom! This isn't any given Sunday fun day. This is an on-the-go, bump and run up the score on your best frenemy on any day that ends in Y. See, I told you, this is different. Woo! You thought we were done? Oh, please. Climb the leaderboards with weekly events, reap glorious rewards in global tournaments. But more importantly, get petty and settle some scores. Own your team. Own your plays. Own your rivals. Play for keeps.
So it's NFL Rivals. Very, very proud. Pretty good looking NFTs behind the scenes there we like. I was going to show one more quick preview. This is another game that's in soft launch right now. So this is another example, I think, where we think the industry is going. So Nitro Nation's an existing game by a company called CM Games. That game had, I think it was 85 million installs in this game, number 3 racing title in all of mobile. So we partnered with them about 2 years ago to basically bring out a sequel called World Tour. I thought I'd give a quick preview of what's happening. This game is in soft launch already in the Philippines. I think it's opening in Mexico. It'll be worldwide next month. So I'll show you one quick preview. Again, pretty good looking NFTs. Oh, maybe. Pretty sexy looking Polkadot NFTs coming. So we're very happy with what's coming with this game next year. So we actually think this game will probably do about 25 million players in the first year, partly based off we have an existing user base already built in the game that'll naturally come to the new game. So these are the types of things that we're already getting to as an industry, and we're really excited by that. And we're starting to see new experiences that come out of this. This is one that's being discussed. This is an illustrative example right now. But here's kind of real world examples that we get really pumped about. One, you take a group like FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan is a big esports group in the United States. They have about 100 million followers. They have an official car license called with Porsche. So Porsche happens to be in discussions with Mythical for Nitro Nation. So on top of that, they have 4 pro streamers that they love playing racing games. And then they have this kind of very sexy looking variant of a Porsche here that they put out as the FaZe Clan Porsche. So here's the concepts that we can start thinking about that you can really only do in Web3 in these mainstream games. So we take the Porsche, we say, hey, we're going to do a limited run. In the game, we have an interesting feature called Racing for Keeps. And Racing for Keeps, assuming we can get through all the legal signing off on it. The idea there is basically I can take my car, I can lock it in a smart contract against somebody else. In this mobile game, I can play real time against somebody else. Winner takes them both, right? It's the ultimate grief. You know, it's not going to be the only way to play, but it's a very high stakes way to play. It's the best thing you could probably do to grief somebody is to beat them, steal their car, and sell it on the market, right? So what we could do here is we could actually you sell a limited run of 10,000 NFTs. Let's just throw out a number. If you get one of these FaZe Clan cars, you now get to enter an esports tournament in the game. Meanwhile, we give each of these 4 streamers their own one-of-a-kind variant. They have a one-of-a-kind that's dedicated to them. If you place in the top 10 of the esports tournament, I get to challenge one of the pro streamers. If I beat them, I steal their one-of-a-kind car. So why is that really, really awesome, right? Well, to us, it's really cool because Porsche loves it. They're getting an audience with Gen Z. FaZe Clan loves it because they're getting a cut of primary and secondary sales. The players love it because it's a brand new fan engagement model. These guys have millions of followers, right? The ultimate win would be I get to play them, and if I beat them, I steal their one-of-a-kind item. So it's a new way to engage with these audiences. And the streamers love it because they get a ton of content that they can stream on Twitch and YouTube and things like that. So these are examples of where we think this is going with new digital experiences that pretty much have to have Web3 to pull them off. So we're super pumped on where this is kind of going. So that's kind of where we're at. That's where things are at. And what I want to show you is kind of where we think this goes next, right? And this ties into this concept of metaverse. So we've been focused for the last 5 years, really, on building out these last pieces. We have games coming out. We're starting to hit #1 games now, which is exciting. We're starting to see tens of millions of players, we think, this year. So what comes next? So for us, we think it's two main things. One is streaming, and another one is the topic no one can seem to avoid these days, which is AI. And I'll talk about kind of where that's at in gaming. So first on streaming, we always hear about the metaverse, right? Metaverse. It's not going to be driven by Roblox and Minecraft, right? Or I'm sorry, Fortnite. We've talked to these teams. We talked about David and Tim. They're very concerned about they want to protect their walled gardens, right? They have no real interest in opening this up, right? And it makes sense. They're sitting on multi-billion-dollar industries. But what we are seeing is we're seeing a lot of other groups. And this is one piece I'll talk about at the end. We started a foundation called Mythos, and we love for so many developers to start joining us. But in that group right now, we actually have 22 other companies that have already joined Mythos. So we have groups like Animoca, we have groups like Sega and Krafton that makes PUBG, Netmarble, Ubisoft, Bandai. We have a lot of groups in Japan that have already joined. We have a lot of groups in Korea. We have really, really strong Web 2 support already. This is where this innovation is going to come from. These groups are all looking now of how do we come together. There's even a DAO that these companies are now understanding what a DAO is and how to participate. We can start working together to build this tech and do it in an open fashion. So the other misnomer I really always hate to hear about metaverse, it's not just VR. I think the metaverse is a 3D internet, right? It can end up being a full 3D internet that replaces, frankly, what we have now. So to build a 3D internet, we have to scale it like a 2D internet, right? So one of the secrets of why the internet works so well is it was open, right? As a consumer, could go to Amazon.com, which is on AWS. It's on, I think they're written in C++, and it's on Amazon payment rails. And in a split second, I can go to Microsoft.com, and now I'm on .NET, on Azure, on Microsoft payments, right? It's super, super basic for consumers to move between experiences. To do that with 3D, we have to be able to build that type of tech. So obviously, everybody goes to cloud gaming. So cloud gaming's been kind of a very interesting experiment, let's say. It actually works pretty well. We saw things like Stadia, Microsoft xCloud, NVIDIA's doing a lot of stuff around this. So why are these not taking off? Why are all games not streamed? Well, it's really damn expensive is why. So to do these cloud gaming experiences, you have to have a dedicated GPU for every single player. So every game, has a dedicated GPU in the cloud to render that and output the game. Well, there's some other few techs out there right now, crypto mining, generative AI, ChatGPT, all these types of models now that are eating these GPUs up. And the average cost right now is about $2 an hour. So if you took this to Fortnite, when they launched the Travis Scott concert, they had 12.3 million concurrent players on just the first viewing alone. That cost them a whopping $25 million an hour to run this on cloud streaming. It's just not feasible. So we found a company a couple years ago called Polystream, and Polystream was kind of the original, kind of the OG of streaming. They built the OnLive system about a decade ago, and they came up with a different tech. So instead of using cloud GPUs, they basically take the draw call information. I won't get too technical here, but they take the draw call information out of the game engines. They run it through machine learning. They compress that data, and then they fire that to the local machine, your local PC, Mac, or mobile, and they inject the data directly into the graphics card. So they use the local graphics card to do this. It works. It's very cool to see. So we actually acquired the company. They hit a financial wall. We bought the company outright, so we now own this tech. So in the last year, we've done two things with this tech, which is really interesting. One is we've been testing it against our first game called Blanco's Block Party. Now, that's a Unity-based game, about 8 gigabytes to download. So if you wanted to get in that game, you're downloading 8 gigabytes. You're waiting for that to go. And we wanted to see how efficient could we make that. Well, we've been able to drop that install from 8 gigabytes down to 5 megabytes. And you only have to install it one time. So once you have that installed, you can install it in literally less than 10 seconds. You can be in that game, full high-definition game, full 60 frames a second. And the most amazing part is we've now got that running to where this game takes less bandwidth than Netflix. So if you can stream Netflix movie, you can stream the game. So this has been a huge, huge endeavor for us. We got it down to about 3 or 4 megabits a second. So now we kind of got this working, and our cost structure is literally 4%. So I think we can do this for, right now it's probably about 20 cents per hour, so it's about a 90% discount to cloud streaming. But we think we can get this to possibly even down into the penny range. So it's starting to work. We can start doing some cool stuff with this. So the next piece is we wanted to challenge the team and say, hey, build us something you couldn't do without it, right? So again, everybody talks about metaverse. We're like, well, let's show our version of what we think metaverse could look like. So we built a demo called Portals, and we've actually never showed this demo publicly before, but I thought I'd share it today. So what this is going to show you is you're going to see our game, you're going to see our Blankos game in Unity, and inside that game, there's going to be a portal that opens, and it's a different game on a different game engine, and watch how seamless it is to move between these. So yeah, so I have my desktop, 5 megabyte loader, about 3 seconds, and I'm in the game, fully in the game. So now I'm streaming the game from a cold start, nothing installed on the machine. I can see and stream the entire Blankos game. So as I go into the game, 5 definition, 1080p, running through this about 3 or 4 megabits a second. So as I'm running through this junction here, we added a little demo into this called Portals. So again, this is a Unity game, about 8 gigabytes to download. When I turn around, you're going to see a portal appear, and inside that, you're going to see an Unreal 4 game running live inside of Unity. But not only that, I can walk through that portal, and I'm instantly in the other game and controlling that game. So I literally walk from one game to another game, from a different one game engine to another game engine completely seamlessly. So now I'm in Unreal 4, I'm running around. We even kind of play around with interoperability. You'll see the Billy Bones jacket. I'm now in Unreal 4. I see a Unity game running. It's a Lego-style game running in the background here. I can walk up to this portal. You can see it running. I'm going to run through that portal, and I'm in a third game. Nothing installed in this machine. So I've literally moved from company to company without ever installing anything on my local machine. So we think this is really, really cool, right? So why is this pretty interesting? Well, I think that you start connecting companies together. Also, I think Web3 becomes really, really critical because that becomes your identity. That becomes your wallet. That becomes your assets transfer as you move between these worlds. So we have some of the base tech already to start building these next experiences. We have 3 or 4 companies now that we're working with to get some of this stuff live. So we're really, really pumped on where that goes. So the last couple questions I get a lot is interoperability. When are we going to do interoperability? Well, to be super honest, we can already do a little of that, right? I mean, blockchain tech already allows us to do interoperability. Like, we could take a helmet from NFL, and we can grant that same helmet in a very interesting style, right? In a very friendly style to Blankos. I don't think you'll ever be able to take that exact asset and bring it from game to game. If you ever talk to a creative director or an art director of a game, they'll never let you do that. It has to be in their style, in their universe style. But we can actually kind of build that, right? That already exists. But the problem we have is when you have 70,000 of these helmets that we've built, that's a problem, right? You have to get 70 or 80,000 of these helmets built for every game experience. So we have a production issue, right? We could do this. We actually went out and got some quotes of how to do this, of how do we basically move assets. I want to go from one game to another game. I think the assets here was about, I think our cheapest quote was $400,000 to bring it to Blankos. And we're like, no, we're not going to do that right now. So that kind of leads us to AI. And I think AI is going to be a massive, massive disruption in gaming, but it's also going to really fulfill this promise of interoperability, right? Allowing some of these things to happen, allowing these concepts we talk about in Metaverse to become a reality. But it's not quite there yet, right? So we've made tremendous progress as an industry on stable diffusion, on large language models, but we haven't quite nailed it for 3D yet. So there's a lot of progress happening at a very rapid rate, but there's groups, there's some really innovative stuff. OpenAI has a product called Point E, to where they're starting to do what they call cloud points. They basically take a 2D image and they create cloud points, and then they have a second AI that runs and converts the cloud points into meshes. It's all right, it's getting there. I wouldn't put those in a game quite yet. Google actually has the 2 in the middle, to where you can actually, I thought I had them animated here at some point. There we go. So you can actually see, they took a 2D image. They actually are able to train this now without having a 3D reference model, which is actually really, really cool. So they're making great progress as well with what they call Dream Fusion. There's other third-party companies like Sortium and groups like that are starting to build really, really cool tooling around this. but we're still not quite there. I do think we'll be able to get to the point we can start doing 3D object synthesis within a year and a half, but we still have other challenges as well. So we have things like rigging and animation and skeletal structures. All that stuff is very difficult to do still. So again, there's just a lot of different facets to really get this to happen. And then on top of that, like, this is one of my favorite images, once you have an object, just because you have an object of a glass, is it reflecting the glass the way, or reflecting the light through that glass the way you want in a particular world, right? Because every world can do a little bit different pieces here. So we definitely have some work left to do, but we are making good progress. So for us, what we consider kind of metaverse or Web 3D, which is what we're kind of nicknaming it internally, is we really think it's all of these things coming together. And the great thing is the first three here, we already are a pretty good spot as an industry, right? Digital identity, we're making tons of progress there. Ownership and secondary markets, new game commerce, that's all happening. And we're kind of on the scale path at that point. The next two, I think we have tech now to kind of make these happen. We're now kind of in the process of operationalizing these. So things like new digital experiences, instant connected worlds, it's happening too, right? We're in a pretty good spot there. Things like interoperability and that 3D object synthesis, we're still figuring it out, right, as an industry. So we have a little bit of work left to do. And then I think we have to figure out how to do this completely and fully decentralized. I think that's very, very key if we want to kind of take this forward as an industry. But we definitely are closer than we think, which is really, really exciting to see. So the last slide I really had was, we're very excited to join the Polkadot ecosystem. Thank you for bringing us in here. We'd love to kind of I want to kind of, again, talk about Mythos for just 1 second. We have this Mythos Foundation. We have quite a few partners involved. And really the thesis behind that is we really want to have a DAO. We want to bring all this together. We have a lot of amazing Web 2 companies that have already joined. Some of them are joining to learn. Some of them are joining to build already. Some of them are joining, they're already building with us. But we really want to basically have kind of a full DAO that's running behind this. And we want to start now and really bringing in developers as well. So we want to connect the Web 2 with Web 3. There is a token out there, so we are doing things like, we have an MIP process. It's open. We just kind of launched it recently. We had our first community MIP proposal that passed, and it's going to a vote now, or passed the submission. It's now going to a vote. But we're open to having more token grants, right? The token's trading out there. It's actually, there's real value on that now, and we want to start bringing a lot of developers into this community. So if you want to follow more information, obviously Mythos, you can go to the website or Twitter. Feel free to reach out to them, reach out to Mythical, reach out to me. But we'd love to have you join, love to learn more. And that's my presentation. So thank you so much for having me. All right.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. Give me 5 seconds. You're going to want to scan this QR code because we are announcing Sub-Zero. If you have enjoyed Polkadot Decoded, you don't want to miss Sub-Zero, the Polkadot Developer Conference. It will be happening in Lisbon on September 19th and 20th. This is just the QR code to sign up for the wait list. It is a smaller conference. It's first come, first serve. So if you're interested, you definitely want to join that wait list to be the first ones to know and register. Now you can start going, and I'll just do the random housekeeping. So now we're starting a 50-minute break. Please enjoy the indoor and outdoor area. Food trucks are outside. Lunch is available for purchase. And then content will resume again at 1:40 p.m. on the following stages: the showcase, the ecosystem showcase, impact, and tech stage. Thank you. for an outdoor area. Food trucks are outside. Lunch is available.
mailing list, and we're often sending within our newsletters whenever there's new initiatives or educational programs or online courses. We do let people know about those when things come out. And Web3 actually have been working on a Rust course. I'm not sure if it's online yet, but if you sign up to our newsletter, we will let you know when it is.
So I just dropped the link in the chat for anybody there about the Polkadot Blockchain Academy. It's also, I think, on that page, we'll have a link to sign up for the newsletter as well. So yeah, please do. It is the best way of finding information about it. I was actually at ETH Denver this year on the day that the email went out for applications for the Berkeley cohort while we were at ETH Denver, and I was just flooded with people on our booth because Polkadot had a booth there.
Yeah.
Who were coming up and immediately going like, I just got the email. Like, tell me more. Like what I need. And because I had just been through the Buenos Aires cohort like just a couple months previously, like everybody at the booth was going, go speak to Aaron. Go speak to Aaron. Go speak to
And
Aaron.
you're like, no, I'm still.
I was giving the CMPBA pitch constantly to people, and I was sending them with my PBA water bottle and my PBA shirt. So I was like all in on it.
Feels like maybe we should have organized something so that you only have to do it once to a whole room of people rather than individually.
But no, it just shows that like the email is the best way to find out. Like, and it, as you said, is very competitive. I don't know if we can say how many applications we get for how few places, but it's like a 10x. You know, it's very hard to get in. And the people who got that email, like they were acting on it that same day. Like they were coming to speak to me like moments after getting that email. So there's, as you said, there's a lot of buzz around it. A lot of people want to apply. But beyond the technical side, so we spoke a lot about like learning Rust and the technical side of and Substrate, etc. Whenever somebody else is applying, and I know there's an interview stage as well, what other things are you looking for from a candidate then beyond the technical ability?
So it's an in-person course, so it's super important to remember that. And I think that it is intense and it is 5 weeks. So it's a big investment in time.
Yeah.
And it's also, so what we're looking for is people who have a kind of, they have a passion for this. You know, they come in, they're enthusiastic, they want to succeed at this course. We do warn people quite a bit about how intense it will be. But it's, but we also have fun, you know, so it's not just the academic side that we do.
There's lots of side events and things.
Yeah, exactly. And it really feels like, someone said to us that it's like reliving their uni days, but better. So it's like,
well, I dropped out of university. I never graduated, so I'm glad it wasn't my full university experience again.
Yes, and it is only 5 weeks, so I think it's, you know,
I still think that's longer than I went to university for being honest.
Well, then you went to the PBA.
Yeah,
that's fine. You did that.
That was the first time I walked the stage with that little hat and thing. So that was memory I will cherish.
Oh, lovely. That's good. And those are the stories that are just so amazing. And that's so we're looking for people who will make the most of it.
Yeah.
And there isn't really a typical student. We've had students who were fresh out of university. They've done their first year of university in the UK, and in the summer holidays, they just came to Cambridge and did the academy. And then we've had Web 2 developers who have had 20 years of experience working in Web 2, learnt Rust for this, and you know, they've succeeded. They are, you know, working in Polkadot right now. So I don't think that there's
myself included.
yeah, exactly. And so we don't say, oh, you have to have 10 years of experience, or you have to have these languages and that language. That we are just looking for people who will take this opportunity and make the most of it. What we're trying to do is to create more developers who are ready to go into the Polkadot ecosystem, and to build more stuff, you know, to build more projects, to to speed up the adoption of Web3 technologies. As it's not our tagline, but it's essentially, that's what we're trying to do. So those are the people, come in and make the most of this great opportunity to learn from these amazing experts.
And I think something you touched on there as well is vitally important. It is 5 weeks, and it is in person. It's a big commitment. Like we, as both Lauren and I were attending, like we picked up our entire family, including the mother-in-law, because we needed childcare, and moved everybody to Buenos Aires for what turned out to be like 6 weeks. So like it is a huge, and we weren't the only people to do that. There was other families there, other people who had had to bring their like kids and the rest of their family across, and like had all moved, halfway around the world to attend this course. So like it's a big investment from them, but it's also, we don't want to take that lightly either. We don't want to, to admit somebody that we're unsure about, have them make this huge investment in their time, and then just go, oh well, sorry, you were the wrong candidate, or this wasn't the correct course for you, or whatever else. So that there's definitely not just so much that we're looking for people who are going to be like, the best ambassadors for Polkadot, but also people who are going to succeed in the program, because we don't want to take somebody's time for granted.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why it's, we do have such a robust process for picking applications and picking students. We want everyone to succeed. So we pick people who we feel will do that. And we appreciate so much the time investment that people are putting in. I think that, we invest a lot in the academy, but we are so conscious that our students do as well.
Yeah.
And it could be life-changing for people. There are some of our students have switched careers, and they're now working within the ecosystem, whether that's at Parity or other teams. We've had lots of our engineers actually go into the projects and into organizations. So it could be a life-changing 5 weeks for a lot of people.
Yeah,
and
very much so.
It's so amazing to see these students, and we just want everyone to succeed, to do really well. And I think the other thing that's really really valuable is not just being there with these amazing experts and the people who are actually building, who built Polkadot, that they're not lecturers, they're experts in what they do. The students also, interacting with those lecturers, with these people, is just an amazing opportunity, but also with the other students, because there's a room full of people who are just as invested, who are so enthusiastic about this space. And they because it's in person, there's just a completely different feeling to doing an online course. I think people, some of our...
Such a level of camaraderie that comes out of it as well.
Yeah, exactly. And there's, people who have formed friendships, they see each other outside of the academy, they meet up, they arrange things between themselves. They've made lifelong friends here. And actually we've seen some of them here at Decoded.
I love going to the conferences, or even like a lot of times just our work retreats and things, because I'll see so many other people from my cohort, because as you said, some go to work in Parity, and a lot of them go into the ecosystem. We're here something like Decoded, where we have all these ecosystem teams. There's so many people, like so many familiar faces I've known from the academy, but it's also from my point of view now, going on to like working in Parity as well, having that face-to-face time, because we are a distributed company. We're all like fully remote, really, so you don't get sometimes to meet other people outside of your team a lot. And with what I do in developer relations, that arches or is across so many other departments, having that time with Keon from the Freedom team, who is now a good friend I speak to very often, and is like a great resource to talk to about kind of Freedom development and stuff. Like meeting these different engineers, and also the ones outside of Parity. We have some like Joshie and Andrew come through, the help as part of the faculty as well. Like it's just great connections throughout the ecosystem.
And everyone keeps in touch, and it's not just you finish the academy, that's it. There's a really strong sense of community within the alumni, but they all help each other. And there's we've got a channel for them to speak to each other. And it's, they're still, they're sharing projects, they're asking for help, they're volunteering help. If you need someone to test something, stick it in the alumni channel, and there'll be people who go in and they will help beta test things. They will give you ideas or feedback on your presentations, and everyone's sharing their triumphs and their trials and tribulations. And
I stream a lot on Thursdays, and it's always a lot of fun. I get some people from the different alumni groups to come in, and they're always kind of chatting and things and engaging in that. So it's always lovely to confer as well. So but we are coming to the Sasha's gonna be on next. Gonna be up streaming. So we're probably going to finish up in the next couple moments. But is there what would be your last kind of piece of advice then for somebody who is thinking about applying for the next cohort?
Sign up to our website and our social media channels. Find us on Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube, and we will share content there, share helpful tips on how to get into the academy, what to do, any new Rust resources that are out there, and also importantly when applications open.
Sounds great. And all of those resources are all linked from the website I linked earlier.
Yes, so there's a mailing list section that you can pop your email address into.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining me on the stream. I know I talk a lot about PBA here, so I really hope that we've been helpful in getting other people to attend. If anybody who is watching is actually part of the next cohort, I'm very much looking forward to seeing you in Berkeley. I'm very excited about that as well. And for anybody who's not going to this cohort, maybe I will see you in the next winter cohort. Is that what we're calling them? Yeah.
Because you're now being a TA or a lecturer?
I am TAing 3 modules this time, and also going to be on the founders track, and possibly going to be lecturing the next one. We'll see.
Nice. So the other thing to note is that once you come to the academy, we never let you go.
You're kind of you're once you're there, you're kind of there forever, and I don't mind it. I'm enjoying it. But thank you so much again, and we'll see you all with Sasha's stream in just a few moments.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
marketplace for universal interoperability.
All right. Let's see if we can pull up the presentation. Here it is. Awesome. So, hey everyone. I'm Pascal Brun, co-founder of Acurist, and here to talk about universal interoperability. You might have heard the term interoperability. I mean, before the speaker has talked about this, but over the past few days, quite a lot. So bear with me. Let's explore what the universal aspect of it is, because it's usually the common understanding that we nowadays have, that under interoperability we kind of understand cross-chain communication. So two chains essentially interacting with each other and exchanging messages, making a way how these systems essentially can work. With the universal part to interoperability, we look a bit more holistically at the whole space. So not only specifically on cross-chain communication, but we include a bit more other aspects of it. And we are essentially doing this because what we have been kind of observing in the space as of late or since its emergence is that there are a few things. If you look at decentralized applications, they're essentially relying mostly on real-world data. So if you look at the DeFi platform, they rely on price feeds coming from centralized exchanges, for example. And besides that, if you look at a cross-chain communication environment outside of ecosystems like Polkadot, where the chains themselves are connected, it's very hard to kind of have a native way of communicating essentially with all of these other ecosystems that are out there. And probably third on that list is as well, if you look at emerging technologies such as AI, having a way to bring them into the Web3 space is not really inherently there at all. So we have all of these worlds essentially around there, you can call them, that are also populated by developers that are highly funded, but in the end they don't have a native way of interacting with each other. And we think that this creates a huge opportunity, so essentially a way that this can be approached and solved, and this is essentially where Acurist comes into play. With Acurist, we want to be the way of how these interactions become as seamless as possible without essentially sacrificing on security and having to trust on centralized parties. So Acurist will be then the facilitator essentially that really interconnects these various worlds, so to say, together. So you include the legacy Web2 world into the mix. You can bring it into the Web3 space, but you can leverage the same underlying layer essentially for cross-chain communication, as well as getting exposure to these technologies like AI or IoT. Now you might think this sounds all a bit kind of hypothetical and very hard to essentially master. But what we're doing with Acurist is we're looking at a layered approach. So the Acurist protocol itself is the orchestration layer that sits essentially on the consensus side of the protocol. But the interesting part is that the execution layer sits off-chain. So there's like a trustless off-chain execution layer who does a lot of the computationally intensive tasks that then can be instructed by the protocol itself and is ultimately settled on the various networks, thus enabling this universal interoperability. Let's double-click more on the execution layer side of things, because I think that's a very interesting aspect of the whole project and the space at large. We have seen a lot of projects trying to solve this in different ways. So having these off-chain computational capabilities, we know that mobile devices are essentially very well suited to be utilized for this specific use case, because mobile devices, on one hand, they're very accessible, so you can essentially get them in any country, which means you can build up a way of a decentralized network. Maybe taking a quick look into the security assumptions around mobile devices and why they're essentially made for this. If you think about a mobile device, this is something that you, like every one of us, carries in their pocket. We use it for e-banking, we use it for crypto wallets, for all of these things. Even though if the device is getting stolen, we are not directly alarmed that all of our funds are being drained. And what we do with Acrest is essentially leveraging the same aspect of these mobile devices. So this specific hardware security module, a chip that sits on the device and allows us to essentially enable this trustless approach. Even though if the device is getting stolen. So let's quickly look at how this essentially works from a potential user perspective, because what we want to do and what you can already do on the Acrest side of things is that any individual or enterprise can essentially be onboarded to become what we call a processor. So the processors are these off-chain workers based on these mobile devices. And what we see here in this video is that we are onboarding a new device, a new processor, so to say. So we have connected to this Acrest console with our Polkadot account, and we are scanning this QR code with a mobile device that we're just taking out of the box. We're connecting it to Wi-Fi, and then the whole setup process is running in the background. So it's going to download an application, the Acrest processor application, setting up the device itself, and then joining the network, advertising the resources that this device essentially has within 5 minutes. So this is a very quick onboarding process that is very accessible to anyone to essentially participate and start offering these resources that are out there. And the interesting part that you also might have spotted in the end is that this device is dedicated and only for this use case. So it's not, you cannot do anything else with this device but offer the resources. And this is not something that you're doing for free. So you're being rewarded for providing these computation resources by the ones that are essentially consuming them. And we already have people in our community that might have taken this to a certain kind of access, but getting, for example, second-hand devices, kind of completing them again if they might have been broken, and then starting to set up a rack of these off-chain workers fully participating in these networks and offering the computational resources that they have with this. Now, this is more the supply part of the execution layer, right? So we offer these, or these individuals offer these computational resources. Let's take a look at in which areas or what they can be used for in the end. And we are taking a modular approach in that regard, so that we say there are specific modules for specific use cases. So if you look at the Web 2 space, where you have the example that I've made before with these price feeds, so public or permissioned APIs, then this is one of the modules that are essentially directly made for this. There are additional modules that enable this interoperability, like the cross-chain or cross-ecosystem message passing that also goes outside the Polkadot ecosystem, for example. And then other modules include AI and as well as IoT. And one of the important part on kind of the demand side, and in my opinion, a very, very interesting aspect of it is that the developer, or how it's called in the Acros world, the consumer of these resources, they can specify their requirements in code. So this means in JavaScript, they're essentially specifying what they want to have to be run on these off-chain workers, on these processors. So this can be calling an API, doing computation on these devices, leveraging this cross-chain mechanism. It's completely in the hands of the developer to build for their specific use case, define this, and then get access to essentially this execution layer, the capacity of the off-chain workers that are out there. And this is not something that you're building on top of the Acros protocol, as in terms of you're not utilizing smart contracts that are living on the Acros protocol, but you're essentially developing in the ecosystem that suits your project, if you are looking at this from a developer perspective, the most. So what this means is that if you are building a parachain, you can leverage essentially the Acros substrate palette that then receives all of the answers of these executions that these off-chain workers have made. So you need to think about it like the consumer has defined their requirements in code. This is being executed by a number of processors that you have selected, and then it's being brought directly onto this palette, for example. But it doesn't stop there. You can also use an EVM smart contract. So if your chain is within an EVM or has an EVM environment, you can utilize that as kind of the destination side of things. This also goes further with WASM. So also WASM environments are supported, as well as specific layer ones that you essentially can provide this data to. This is Bitcoin, Tezos, and others. So this is a very broad kind of area that you can essentially interact with the Acros protocol and profit from the capabilities that Acros itself with this off-chain execution layer offers. Now, let's think about quickly about these two sides, right? So we have the supply that is coming from these processors, so these off-chain workers that are set up with these mobile devices. They're offering their computational resources. And on the other side, you have projects or developers that say, I want to make use of these resources, and I have this specific use case that I'm building for, and I've defined it in code. How can I get access? And the answer is through the Acros marketplace. So this is a completely self-service marketplace that is part of the Acros protocol, where both parties essentially register themselves. So the processors that you have seen before in this video is checking into the Acros protocol where they offer their resources. And here on the other side, we can have then the developer, the consumer, with their in-code specified needs, going onto this marketplace and creating a request. So saying, I have this piece of code. I want this to be executed from tomorrow until the end of the year. I have a given interval of 1 minute, for example, and I need 3, 5, 10 of these processors to run this. And I'm also attaching a reward to it because the developer side is the one paying. For example, 1,000 USDT for this execution. This is a transaction that you're doing on the Acros protocol, and then the protocol itself will match this request with the given side, so the supply side on the other side. They are then starting to execute this in whatever you have specified and pushing the answers, the output essentially, to the destination where you're building in. So you have a completely trustless way to get access to this execution layer. There's no centralized party in between. Not us as the developers of the Acros protocols are the ones saying, oh no, you cannot run this script. We won't allow it, or we're not doing a matching or anything. So this is really trustless in a manner that, and the cool thing is you can already do this today. Now let's talk quickly about use cases. So the most common use case that probably everyone is familiar is going more down the Oracle side of things with the price feed example that I've made, where you need to bring data from like a centralized exchanges or decentralized exchanges essentially on-chain. And how can you do this? So one example is you're directly specifying as a developer, I want the price of Bitcoin USD from Kraken, I want it from Binance, I want it from any other given exchange, and I defining all these kind of things, intervals and everything, so I have a huge flexibility also when it comes to long tail assets in the end. Then there's another way to look at this, which is kind of the common good approach, where we're going to be collaborating with foundations or entities within specific ecosystems that, for example, have an EVM environment, which developer sit on and want to consume this. So this is then, you can understand about this, like a top 10 price feed, for example, that can easily be consumed through the Acros protocol. And then something that is very exciting, and I think one of the more interesting things around this is, before, for custom and these common good feeds, we think about intervals, so transactions that are being pushed on chain. Specifically, each of these transactions are being signed and someone needs to access them. What we can enable with on-demand is a direct connection to these off-chain workers. So you have really kind of a sub-zero response time, and you can build way more in-time application where, for example, in the use case here of price feeds, the movement of a price can be very hard or very fluctuating within an interval of a minute. So what we want to do is, when I'm creating a request, I directly want that the price is being fetched and being included. And this is offering kind of, or enabling completely new use cases for DeFi protocols or DeFi products, for example. Now let's explore a bit more outside of the common understanding on price feeds and the Oracle use case. Things that Acros can enable. This is not an exhaustive list, but cross-chain communication. So being able to pass messages from one ecosystem to the other through this execution layer. So you can build decentralized applications that live on one ecosystem that is can also be outside of the Polkadot ecosystem, and then is being enabled or triggered by interacting with an EVM chain or whatever you have it. In terms of Web3 multiplayer games, this is very interesting. So you can use this on-demand approach, for example, and offloading all of the heavy computation outside to to the execution layer itself, where you can do all the processing and decision making on the games, relying on this trusted execution environment, and then pushing essentially the answer or the output of this on-chain again. So you have a very scalable way to break into the gaming space and build completely new Web3 enabled games. With confidential AI inference learning, this is something very interesting for us to explore as well. If you think about current AI learning, you're relying on like very centralized companies like Google or Microsoft, where you provide all the data, the whole data set to them, as well as they essentially have access to the output of that. Here you can leverage all of these off-chain workers that are completely decentralized setup, do the learning on these devices, and get the answer back without essentially exposing the data to any centralized party. Then last but not least, something very interesting as well is enabling for the Bitcoin network essentially to build smart contracts. So leveraging again the execution layer to do a certain computational, certain transactions, building a specific kind of set of instructions into this, and then bringing it back to the Bitcoin protocol. So as I've said, this is a non-exhaustive list, just a way of use cases outside of essentially the basic Oracle use case. So what can you do now? You can already start playing around with it on console.acrus.com. You can get a phone. There's a list of devices that are supported. You can get it onboarded and provide the resources to the Acrus protocol. If you're a dev project, you can also go to the console.acrus.com, create one of these requests, play around, and get the outputs to the chain you're building on. More docs or more details are in the docs, docs.acrus.com, and at Acrus on Twitter, Telegram is where you can get answers if you have any questions. Awesome. So we're also at the time limit. So I'm unfortunately not able to take questions, but I will be around the conference. Happy to chat as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Pascal. All right, so next up, we're going to have Sumit Patel. Soon. Yes, okay, cool. Sumit Patel from Exiled Racers. He's going to be talking about Web3 gaming in a Web2 world. I'm personally really excited about this one, actually. So, yeah, enjoy.
See. Oh. This is a lot harder on the screen. All right. Here we go. So my name is Sumit. I'm one of the founders of Exiled Racers. Exiled Racers is a NFT project as well as a algorithmic racing and predictions game. We're built on top of the Moonbeam platform, which is one of the parachains here on Polkadot. And today, I'm going to be talking to you guys a little bit about what it's like to build a Web3 game and what is essentially a Web2 dominated gaming world, right? And so kind of the pains behind that, kind of things we've seen, but then also strategies that we're taking to help kind of bridge that gap between Web2 users and Web3 gamers and make it seamless so that they have no idea that they're even using Web3 technologies. We'll also be doing a live race on stage. So everybody in the audience here, anybody watching online, will be able to actually experience Exiled Racers as a predictor. And so I'll explain that to you in a little bit as we get further along into the presentation. But at the end, we'll be actually watching the presentation live. So what is Exiled Racers? So, you know, like I mentioned, we're an NFT project as well as an algorithmic racing and prediction game. But, you know, we think we're a little bit further in that in terms of from a high level, right? And so we feel like we built kind of this world's first concept, which is this cross-chain NFT fantasy racing and prediction infrastructure that allows any community, whether that's a Web3 community, a Web2 community, even in real life, like we're here today, it gives any community GameFi utility to generate engagement, right? So they can engage their audiences using our technology, our games, in a way that hasn't been done before. And so before we step any further, I think we have to acknowledge, our art team and the NFTs that go behind our games. It's a big component. We are kind of a NFT project first and then a game second. And so you can kind of see the quality of the NFTs. We spent hundreds of hours building these NFTs. They're not just like your standard kind of 8-bit NFT. They're built in 4K. Each of these ships, as you'll see soon, was built also in 3D to race. And so, we wanted to make sure that when we built our project that holders not only got utility in terms of the game that they're playing, but also a real piece of art that, was meticulously thought through and worked on for years. The game itself, was really built out of kind of a need from our team. So myself and my co-founders, we met, we're all based in Brooklyn, New York, and we met playing sports. And we were always talking about how, we just don't have time to play games anymore, right? And so we used to play games when we were younger. Maybe we still play a little bit of gaming right now, but it's so hard to get into gaming now because there's so many kids out there or people full-time that are professionals that are just grinding away and getting better at games. It's almost impossible to win. And so we wanted to build something that was a low-touch, kind of high-reward gaming infrastructure that doesn't require you to grind, to spend hours and hours and hours trying to earn coins, but instead is more strategic, very easy to use, something that's modeled after fantasy sports so that you don't have to spend a ton of time. You can spend a little bit of time and then enjoy the banter, enjoy the community that's around, and be a part of something larger than just you playing by yourself on your console. And so the way the game works is there's 3 NFT types, right? There's pilots, there's racecrafts, and there's boosters. Each of these NFTs has attributes associated with them, right? So for a pilot, that might be focus or strength or stamina. For a racecraft, that could be speed, acceleration, handling, typical attributes you would see in a racing game. Where the difference comes here, and this is why it's different than kind of your traditional game where you're controlling, is that our game is simulated, it's algorithmic, right? And so all of the attributes that you have for your NFTs are being placed into the algorithm, and the algorithm then moves your ship forward 5 times per second using your attributes and some probability baked in to actually come up with an outcome. And so it kind of eliminates the need for you to have to practice for hours and hours on a racing game. You play your best stack of NFTs, and once that's entered, we're then able to, because it's algorithmic, we're able to then simulate the race over 1,000 times. And what that generates for us is odds, right? So we can say racer 1 won 30% of the time, racer 3 won 12% of the time. All right, now go ahead and make a bet, right? What do you think is going to win, right? Is it going to be racer 1? If you think it's racer 1, the favorite, you're going to get a certain number of points, right? If you pick the underdog, you're going to get even more points, right? And you can see kind of how this infrastructure plays directly in hand with kind of our next step from here, which is taking Exiled into kind of the online betting world, right? And so we're partnering with Zeitgeist, which is another parachain here on Polkadot, to provide our predictions infrastructure, for Exiled racers, right? And I think it's a little bit easier if I show you a little bit of a video. We don't have a ton of time, and I do want to get to the live video, so I want to make sure you guys get an idea of what the gameplay looks like, kind of, the back end of what I've kind of been explaining to you in a visual way, so it might make a little bit more sense. And the visuals have been updated since. This is kind of a little bit of an older video, but let's see if we can. So as you can see the ships moving around. This is a simulated version. You can see kind of the leaderboard moving. The idea, like I mentioned before, is to go ahead and pick your NFTs. You can see the stats moving around, and those are the attributes. Once everyone is entered, you then predict. The prediction gives you certain points, and then you can finish and watch the game. And so like I was mentioning, we're trying to make this as lightweight, as low touch as possible, on purpose, right? People don't have time. You're competing against the eyeballs of, whatever else they're using on the internet, right? And so we're trying to create a community first, and then the game as well on top of it that gives them something to do, and also give other communities, so it could be another DApp, it could be another ecosystem, the ability to integrate these types of games into their community and engage their own audiences. if I can get back into the presentation. So we're going to be doing a live picking right now, right? So if you have your phone available and you want to play along, go to decoded.exceledracers.com. It's free to play. You don't need an NFT. You don't need a wallet. You don't need anything like that to sign up. All you need is an email address, and you can set up your racer name. This will be your racer name going forward. That's basically a username to find you on the leaderboard. Make sure you go ahead and register. You're then going to go ahead and predict. So there's a number of racers who are going to be racing at the end of this talk, and so they have their odds already in the game. So you can see their win percentage as a chance of their likelihood of winning based on running the simulation a number of times. You can also go ahead and click on their stack, see their speed, their attributes, check out the track itself to see if it has more turns, if it has more straights, and kind of make a decision on who you think is going to win first place, and also make sure you pick second place as well. And then at the end of the event, we're going to watch live. Whoever's on top of the leaderboards, I have T-shirts for you guys. You can find me afterwards once we do that. So let's make sure you go to decoded.exceleracers.com. I think I'm blocking the QR code, but yeah. So you should be able to get to it now. And it's a little bit about what we're talking about next, which is kind of the onboarding experience that you guys are all experiencing right now as well, right? And so this is kind of the bulk of what I wanted to talk about, which is kind of how is it building a Web3 game right now in kind of this Web2 universe, right? And so for Exiled Racers in particular, and this is generally true for a lot of games, is that, it's kind of in a microcosm of like a mix of a bunch of different things, right? So obviously there's Web3 gamers and Web3 general users, but for Exiled Racers, we're also targeting kind of this larger audience of Web2 users that are in fantasy esports, but then also in fantasy betting, right? And so that group of users, is enormous. It's close to 500 million users. Online betting, obviously, is close to 70 billion in market size, per year. So it's an enormous, enormous market, which of the vast majority are not on Web3, right? And so I think Bjorn yesterday during his talk was talking about how, even if you included all of Web3, the total number of users is really, really small. And so to build a game or to build an app or anything that's just solely focused on Web3, I think is kind of limiting in terms of your overall user base. And so, so how do we actually get to these fantasy esports, these fantasy betting users, or just general users who are going to be interested in our game that don't have any knowledge about Web3 at all? And so, we've kind of broken it down from our side into levels. So, what we consider a level is kind of like the user's level, right? And so level 1 for us is kind of the single chain gaming. This is kind of where most Web3 games are right now, right? And so whether you're on Polkadot or Moonbeam or Polygon or whatever chain you're on, most games are solely in one chain, right? And so there's a number of pros and cons to that, but there is a lot of friction that causes for Web 2 users. So, accessibility, right? So immediately, right? Like if you're a Web 2 user, you don't know anything about Web 3, you're hit with, where's your wallet, right? People don't know what a wallet is. You have to now explain to them how to get a wallet, right? Next thing up, we're on Moonbeam. How do you install Moonbeam on MetaMask? How do you install Moonbeam on another network? That's step 2, right? Then step 3, now you need Glimmer. How do you get Glimmer? You got to bridge it from one asset. You got to get it to another place. You need NFTs, start playing, right? So there's all these barriers of entry to play a game, right? And you're seeing this across a lot of games where, just to get started, you need to spend an exorbitant amount of money just to get going, right? If you don't have the money, you're not going to play, right? There's no way for you to actually get involved. Then there's the scalability, which is, you're limited to the growth of that chain, right? And so if you're on Polygon, you're limited to the user base on Polygon, right? If you're on Avalanche, it's the same thing. Moonbeam is the same way. When we launched with Moonbeam hadn't even launched yet. We took a bet going on Moonbeam on purpose, and you'll see why in a second. But you're launching into a chain that has no users, right? So you're going to drastically reduce how many people you can actually join. Limited NFTs, standard, 10,000 NFTs we're releasing, right? Well, guess what? You have 10,000 players maximum, right? So, how do you overcome that barrier, right? And then obviously sustainability, right? It's like, how do you continue to grow Web3? If you don't continue to grow Web3, you're not going to get new users at all, right? So this is what we consider like level 1 kind of gaming. This is kind of where I would say most Web3 games are right now. Now, why we chose Moonbeam, and I think if you listened to Derek yesterday, I think you'll know why this is the case. So Moonbeam is EVM compatible, right? So that means that we're able to go cross-chain on Moonbeam into any other Web3 ecosystem, right? So if you're on Ethereum, if you're on Binance, if you're on Polygon, whatever you're on, we don't need you to join the Moonbeam network. The Moonbeam network for us is our hub, right? It's where our data lives, it's where our game lives, it's where our NFTs live, right? But if you want to race and you want to be on Polygon, that's fine because of the technology that Moonbeam provides us, right? So that allows us to then expand past, just the core set of, users that we can have on Moonbeam. But then on the other side of it, because Moonbeam is also attached to Polkadot and Polkadot ecosystem, we have XCM that we're able to use to actually get across messages and things that go to the other set of products on Polkadot, right? And so like I mentioned before, we're able to use a product like Zeitgeist, which is on another parachain on Polkadot, using XCM, using APIs, and that gives us the ability to bring tools in to our game that maybe we wouldn't have access to before. We would have had to build those individually on ourselves, but now we're able to then collaborate across both ecosystems, not only on Polkadot, but then also cross-chain. So what Moonbeam really gives us is the ability to kind of cover all of Web3. But like I had mentioned before, Web3 is just a small piece of the puzzle, right? That's levels 1 and 2. Level 3 really is the last two kind of components, which is our fantasy esports, our fantasy betting, and generally just gamers on Web 2, right? And that subset is much larger than the Web 3 community. And so how do we bring these people into our game now that we've covered kind of all chains and kind of all Web 3 users? How do we bring the Web 2 users on board? And so the way we've devised it is kind of like a tried and true method. We all come from kind of SaaS backgrounds, Web 2 SaaS backgrounds. There's the concept of a freemium product, right? Which means you get to try something for free before you actually go and buy it, right? You don't need to actually have all the NFTs. You don't need to have anything to actually get started. And so the way our funnel works is the Web 2 users come in from the top. They're allowed to spectate and predict. That's what you guys are all doing in this room right now when you're playing our kind of our pick'em game, which means you don't need a wallet, you don't need NFT, you don't need any crypto, you don't even need to know what crypto is. You're coming in, you're playing a pick'em game, similar to how you would pick, fantasy football or fantasy, college basketball, whatever it is that you're into. It's a very similar game. It's free to play. You don't need any type of knowledge beyond that, right? Now, let's say you went on and you won. Like, let's say you came in first place, you made all the predictions correct. We then give you rewards, right? And those are in the form of Web3, right? And so at that point, the user then needs to have a wallet, right? So the idea here is that you're bringing, you're introducing Web3 concepts to people when they actually need them, right? Not right off the bat. Like, you don't need Web3 right off the bat, right? You need Web3 when you need a reward. You need Web3 when you need an NFT to play, right? And as some of these people, get more and more into the game, they're going to want to actually race. And so we have a rentals marketplace coming out soon where you'll be able to rent for a really low cost. We'll have, or you can actually go in and actually purchase the NFT themselves. And that's as you move further down the funnel, right? And so we've really built, a way for whether you're a Web3 maxi and you want to be at the bottom of this funnel already, or you're a Web3, you don't know anything about Web3, you could be at the top of this funnel. We've built this way for people to easily kind of find their way into Web3 in a nice, approachable way, right? And if you take a step back from there, we think of ourselves as the kind of top of the funnel, right? So that means we're kind of the top of the funnel for all Web3, right? And this applies to other games that are similar to this, is that, we're building this growth engine not only for us, but also for every app, that's here, for every ecosystem member that's here, right? So if people come into our game as Web 2 users, they understand the environment, we're able to introduce them to Web 3, then using kind of our technology, we're able to then bring them into the rest of the projects in the ecosystem, right? And so you'll have fantasy users, you'll have online predictors, you have Web 3 gamers, you have Web 2 gamers coming into EXR. if our EXR race sponsors, which we already have a number of them, come in, they're then able to distribute their rewards to prize winners, right? So you might be able to have currencies, you can give out collectibles, you can educate new users, you can have videos, interstitials coming in, teaching you a little bit about what the technology is, closing that knowledge gap between a Web 2 user and a Web 3 user, right? And then also at the same time, building your community, right? Like I've been mentioning before, right? Engaging and growing your community. And as users come and enjoy this community of EXR, they're gonna be more inclined to adopt and use Web 3 or use your app if you're a sponsor. And it's already working. We have a number of our sponsors for our first 4 tournaments. Moonbeam and Polkadot, obviously. But this middle layer of Zeitgeist, Axelar, and Biconomy are both sponsors, but then they're also providers for us, right? So Zeitgeist is our predictions provider, Axelar for our cross-chain provider, Biconomy for gasless transactions, and then DAM and Prime using us as a sponsored way to get more eyeballs and more users into their ecosystem. And that's really like, would you ever imagine a Web 2 person who knew what a DeFi protocol was? Probably not. But using EXR in a certain way, you're going to be able to then break that barrier, close that knowledge gap, and show off your products to a whole new audience. I think I only have a couple minutes, so why don't we get to the actual live racing? Hopefully everyone has gotten their predictions in. All right. So here's our prediction watching screen. It looks like 4 people have picked RacerDev to win first. That's actually me. So only 2 people picked me. You guys should have been more. Nadine, Pharrell, and BLR, right? So let's go ahead and watch this. And this is basically a live race that's happening right now. We're going to go ahead and simulate the results so you guys can actually watch and see who won. Here we go. I'll be pointing out things throughout the race so that you guys can get an idea of how the actual game works itself. And this is all web-based, so we're not using Unity or Unreal Engine or something like that. This is all WebGL, all browser-based. It works on any mobile phone, on any device. So you can kind of see some of our advertisements already. You see the Moonbeam logo, some of the Polkadot logos. You can see kind of where sponsors can fit into this ecosystem. The race is going to be starting in the next 5 seconds. And these worlds and these planets and things are all procedurally generated as well. All right, so here we go. I think RacerDev was the one who had the most picks. So these ships obviously are attached to your NFTs. When you see a red streak, that means that the ship is boosting. That means it's being sentient around its surroundings. It's boosting. It's finding exactly what it needs to do to win the race. Let's change to maybe the chase cam so you guys can see from behind some of the graphics and things like that in the game. It looks like I'm in first place currently. Let's see if I win. The game will be over in the next 20 seconds, so in case your attention span is low, we've been testing this as well. All right, here we go. Final lap coming up. It looks like RacerDev is running away with it right now. Let's see if somebody can come back in time. Okay, let's see if Nadine will pull it off. Okay, she took the lead. Okay, all right. Well, Nadine, there you go. If you predicted Nadine 1 and RacerDev 2, you got some points there. And so you can kind of see the simplicity of the game, but then also kind of the excitement and the fun of the game. All right, and I think I'm getting the let me see if I can find my browser. Let's see who actually finished in the top 10 here. Let's go to the leaderboard. All right, well, BLR, Taz, Zacket, Yay, Wolf, pretty much anybody who finished in the top 10, come find me afterwards, and you guys can have a t-shirt waiting for you. Yeah? Yes?
We have time for questions. I'm so sorry. Please find them in the real world. We're actually here.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for that. That was amazing. Please give them a round of applause. All right. So next up, we'll have Alexander Mitrovic from Unique Network. He's going to talk about NFTs and mass adoption. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Can you guys hear me? All good? People in the back? Okay. Assuming it's all set. All right, thanks for coming in so late. I think that you are those people who know that all of this, our crypto story is a marathon and not a sprint. So usually on the second day of conference, only those kind of people stay. So thank you for being that. I'll try to be quick and easy on you. So I wanted to talk about mass adoption and NFTs as a kind of tool for that. Yep. Oops. Sorry. Give me a second. How do we do that? Technical difficulties, as always. Sorry. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Okay, so most of us here in the room are kind of old guards already in the NFT space. We all believe that they have a big future. So I want to tell you about what my view of how that future will be kind of created. I think there are three components to it. First one, surprisingly to all of you, probably, is that I like to begin with is sustainability and actually, in technical language, energy efficiency. Thanks to some smart minds who created this ecosystem, we have the most energy efficient and therefore most sustainable blockchain, Polkadot relay chain as a basis of everything. And that story is very important. I'm going to get into that. The second pillar would be the technical infrastructure. I think that the EVM Solidity smart contracts are a great way to discover the use cases, the great way to discover the next generation of kind of what we can use NFTs for. But if they run into loads of problems when it gets to actual real-world applications, and we are building some of those capabilities in Substrate. And then finally, and most importantly, the new use cases that will actually be the main driver of the NFTs reaching all 8 billion people on the planet. So on sustainability, this is somewhat unusual for many of you to think about because it's not technical. It's not about kind of getting users, but it actually is. If you listened yesterday, a gentleman from BCG said that when you ask corporates, they are mainly, their first question is about sustainability. Now, we're in crypto space. We don't care what corporates say, but in this case, that doesn't mean they're not right. They are. So there's loads of reasons for that. The main message here is that we're not like proof of work. Polkadot is proof of stake, of course. And what we have done is made that improvement 1,000 times better, so that the CO2 effect on everybody from creating NFTs in Substrate on Polkadot has extremely small impact, the way it's supposed to be. The technology is not supposed to burn the planet like Bitcoin is. So, and we actually have gone a step further. What we're trying to do is, we have been preaching that for a couple of years now, I think. But the next step is to take action. So we have created together with Metacarbon, carbon offset NFTs. So today you can go on our market and get a carbon offset for whatever you want. Mainly, it's designed for creating collections for NFTs, but you can use it for anything you want. Polkadot can use it to offset its carbon footprint. You can use it for your own parachain or for your application or just for being here today or flying in here today. If you trust the trustless source here more than you trust your airline saying that. So that can be very important for a lot of brands coming in. That can be have a lot of importance to a lot of things. So it sets the tone for the conversation in a different setting than saying, "Come on to Polkadot, we'll give you $1 million." Okay, so it's a different kind of conversation you begin with. Second important pillar for real mass adoption is the infrastructure technology. So what we have built on Substrate and for Unique is the true next generation NFT infrastructure. NFTs are built natively. They're not tied into a smart contract. That's very important for scalability and for loads of other things. We have a very flexible rights management for collections so that you can choose, if you're making a game, you want to have certain rights to that NFT, even if you sell it, because you can use this to actually lease it or to rent it or to do all kinds of different things that are time-based, for example, or something else. We have customizable NFTs. I'm going to show you a video at the end, a very eye-catching thing. Multi-resource means that your NFTs, if you tie them to your identity, for example, you can start collecting all kinds of stuff that's fungible, non-fungible, refungible, etc., so you can all have in one place. Dynamic NFTs are kind of a thing. We have a great partner for that, Snarkart, one of OGs in the NFT space, and they have their protocol for the dynamic NFTs they call OG. So you can actually build them fairly easily, quickly, surprisingly so. And finally, fractional NFTs. We support them natively as well. We'll be releasing very soon the project we've kind of envisioned a little while back. We bought a CryptoPunk. We're bringing it into Unique and are distributing it as in, I don't know, 60,000 fractions, something like that, which will be a gift to any community member, and they give you the same rights as you have as the original punk owner. All of these things are actually done, okay? I'm not talking about future tense. I'm talking about today. You can go to our marketplace today and see some customizability things. You can see some of the things I haven't mentioned there, sponsoring and so on. Okay, so many people know this already. This is a very already ready and mature kind of, as it gets in the crypto space, mature technology. Now, things get really interesting in use cases part of the story. So what we have so far dominating the NFT space is collectibles mostly. We talk a lot, and there are a few bright stars in the gaming space as well, right? My kind of predecessor here on the stage was talking about that. We have digital art, which is mostly not art, but people call it that. Those are kind of things that came up because they were very simple to do. You can to make NFTs that serve these purposes, it wasn't that hard technically. These are things, these are verticals, these are use cases that I consider small. Well, gaming not yet. Gaming has not shown its face yet fully. It will grow over time a lot. But other than that, collectibles are relatively small comparing to everything else we have in the world that we can tokenize through NFTs as individual tokens, as NFTs. hands, what they haven't experienced before. They read about NFTs somewhere, they heard about it, but when they get it in their hands, it's that first kind of, okay, here's my first email, or here's my first NFT, okay? So that's an important thing. One thing that POAPs kind of have as a problem is they're one-time thing, okay? So they become really valuable if they are just the first of many things. So what's coming out of that use case is community building platforms, loyalty programs, reputation building things, and we have seen recently quite a few very different organizations that really love this. Because it's a very efficient way for some people who haven't, the cultural organizations, museums, or just new kind of things, or movies, or some celebrities and so on, to create a much deeper connection to their fan base, or to their audience, to their community, to build the community. Snoop Dogg released his passport recently. That's kind of the thing I'm talking about. And so, he is way ahead of us in terms of doing what we are thinking about and what we're working on. Okay, phygital products and provenance is very important. If there's anybody who's working on it, please come see us. We'd love to support you on that. I think that long-term identity is the most critical use case, where because there is no more important non-fungible asset we have in life than our own identity, and when that kind of happens, we will have we will start having online personas that really matter. And I think that's why what Kilt is doing is important, because we can tie into that and we can grow that from there. Real estate is something that I'm very cautious about, because it's a very long-term thing. I think it's going to take 20, 30, 40 years to get them to really use NFTs in a way we envision them. But there are some interesting projects in the meantime who are kind of doing small segments of things, using them for smart ways and so on, which can serve for both metaverse kind of, so virtual worlds, but also real world real estate stuff. I want to touch a second on memorials, okay? I'm going in 2 weeks to War Memory Festival, which is a gathering of world's top photojournalists who are basically documenting wars, okay? And digital way of preserving memory has great kind of appeal to them, because physical ones get destroyed, right? And it can be fast and so on. There is another use case here, which is provenance or things that Deloitte is working on, has kind of project in Italy on kind of proving the news sources and things like that. So that is a very unusual corner, but where NFTs can play a very important role, I think. Okay, gaming. Sorry, I don't have internet. I can't show you this. So the gaming, there has been a lot of talk about gaming, but we are particularly interested in more of gaming SDKs, which kind of do all kinds of things that mobile SDKs do. Allow you to do advertising and kind of charge for that in crypto, or give that as a reward, and so on and so forth. So that kind of angle really appeals to us. So these are just some of the use cases we've seen, and we are working on. We're working with partners on. So this is something that these are just some of the ideas. And again, which one of these is going to be really big next? We don't know. All we can do is try to push that kind of through and see what kind of really works. To kind of, while taking your questions, I just wanted to show you I told you we have all that technology advanced ready, right? So to prove that point, we did a hackathon done yesterday, and this is a submission of a guy who won it. I hope, Philip, that I didn't kind of Nah, you should have announced it yesterday, so we're okay. Okay, no, okay, can't do that. Anyway, I'm not connected to internet. Anyway, taking your questions, if you have any. Yep. You have...
So could you elaborate on the memorial? How does that work? Isn't that similar to what they do on Facebook with some old pictures and some videos?
I can show you later that there's Ukraine has done actually digital memorial already for the war that's happening. Okay, so you actually document what's happening and put it on blockchain. It's there. It won't get lost. It can be, if you do it right, that's the thing that people are trying to figure out. But if you do it right, it can be used in courts in the future. It can be used for claims in the future. It can be used for a lot of things. But most importantly, it becomes a kind of documented memory of what's happened. Because the one thing that these photojournalists have discovered more than anything else is that our memory is a very faulty kind of function. We remember the emotion, but we don't remember the facts. And the goal here is to preserve the facts. So very often, that this is kind of a much better way to do it. No, it's okay. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, hi. I realize this is a bit unfair question, so you can choose not to answer.
I love unfair questions.
I'm putting you on the spot here, but
yeah.
What is your relationship with, and what do you think of Affinity, Moonsama, and Remark?
Okay. Affinity, I don't think of them much because I haven't seen them doing something visible, okay? They came into the ecosystem, they raised a lot of money to do it after having 50 rounds before that to something else, and then they started building something, the same things as everybody else, and then they left. So I don't think about them, okay? Because I haven't seen them. Moonsama, what was the second, right? They are focused on their thing, and that's good. I would warn them that their thing is a little bit more expensive than they think it is, so they will have unpleasant surprises there. But I think that building out the community around games, around NFTs, is overall beneficial for all of us. So welcome to the club. Remark, I don't like to comment on because they kind of, I think, have left. So, good riddance. They have been doing some very good things, but, they're not around too much anymore. So I don't know if it makes sense to kind of comment on it. That's it. Okay. I think I have 15 seconds. Happy to answer your questions directly.
I like how you said you weren't going to comment and then gave that little snide aside. Thank you so much. All right. Next up, coming back to Decoded, we have John Humphreys Ramos from CES talking about a decentralized storage protocol for large-scale commercialization. You can come on. You can give him a little clap to welcome up on the stage if you want.
Thank you. I need a clicker. Right, thanks guys. It's an absolute pleasure to be back at Polkadot Decoded. It's been a year since we've done our last talks, and we've had lots of development within CES and within each of our ecosystems. So it's a pleasure for me to be here today and share with you what our developments within our ecosystem have been. Thank you. Okay, so for those of you that don't know CES, CES is Cumulus Encrypted Storage System.
We're a decentralized storage provider, but we differ because we're decentralized providers for the commercialization track. So we focus on a decentralized storage protocol for large-scale commercialization. So let's have a look at the SES Cloud Data Network. It's split into 3 different parts. The first part of the SES network is our storage functionality, our decentralized storage functionality. Now, this can be plugged in to your chain. We're a cross-ecosystem, cross-chain, we're chain agnostic. So you can't just have this functionality serving you. Following, we have the decentralized cloud data network infrastructure. This is where all our blockchain technologies lie. This is where we have our proof schemes, our new algorithms, our new incentivization mechanisms, and that's where all the beauty of the coding lies. And finally, we have the SES ecosystem. It's one of our visions to grow a very robust and diversified ecosystem. This is not only going to benefit SES, but it's also going to benefit our partners, the DApps that are building within SES, but ultimately it's going to benefit you as a user. So first we must have an overview of, what SES is and the advantages that we can provide to the commercial storage track. So SES is the first full stack decentralized storage solution for large-scale commercial enterprise needs, commercial-grade applications. The SES network is optimized for processing high-frequency, dynamic data, and it enables the real-time sharing of data with our users. And it safeguards its users' data ownership, its privacy, and its assets at the same time. There's more than one advantage to SES, this full stack solution. So SES is fully decentralized. We have disaster recovery proofing, so we can guarantee that we're going to have your data stored safely and secured, regardless of the circumstance. We have a millisecond data retrieval. This is a point that is very important to scalability at the moment. We provide mass storage services, and we have a maximized use of our storage space. This is very important because so many protocols at the moment have lots of idle resources. So we find ourselves wasting resources that are of value to our company, to our miners especially, to our partners. We provide a full data ownership protection, and we also provide data privacy protection. So some of the industry pain points within decentralized storage are data vulnerability. We find many times that storage miners will quit their role as a storage miner. And when they quit, we lose our data along that. So we're losing our assets, we're losing our digital assets. Our information is being lost with these miners quitting. Sometimes we have unexpected node failures. There's hacking attempts. There's internal leaks. Many protocols have an inefficient use of storage space. This happens because there's no cloud pooling technologies. It's wasted resources at the end of the day. Slow data retrieval. We have this because there's a lack of indexing functionality across other protocols. And this makes it to be not a very commercially applicable use. There's limited API capabilities, and there's a lack of infrastructure for these protocols to run smart contracts as well. SES, on the other hand, has tackled each and every one of these needs one at a time. So we provide a high data assurance, the highest data assurance that there is at the moment in decentralized storage. We've done this through the implementation of proof of data reduplication and recovery and proof of dynamic data, both key core technologies, proprietary technologies to SES. We also have a storage space maximization technology. So we call this the smart space management system. We have found a way to pool all of the idle resources that our storage nodes may have and then we can maximize the returns for rewards on them. We can maximize the amount of information that we can store, and we can minimize the wasted resources across networks. We have a super fast data retrieval speeds, lightning speed data retrieval speeds. This is due to an improved architecture design, along with an integrated indexing functionality. Now, this makes SES widely applicable for most, if not all, commercial use cases. We have a comprehensive API that is EVM compatible, but also is able to operate WASM smart contracts. Here's a small comparison for decentralized storage projects. I'm just going to let you guys read that for a couple seconds, and then I will discuss it a bit in depth. So we can see that SES has an object storage service. Got a big tick for that one. Semantics-wise, we run a full CRUD. For proof of storage, we have our proof schemes, data reduplication and recovery. And this guarantees that we're going to have a very high replication guarantee. Unlike other protocols, you will save one file and you will only get one copy saved onto a system. With SES, we triplicate your file by default. So we're providing super high data assurance through that replication guarantee. And the proof of storage comes along with a challenge so that we can make sure that your data has not been tampered with yet as well. The storage cost is very low for SES. I'm going to talk about that shortly. Our capacity is running amazingly. This is within our test net still. Our main net is to launch further along this year. And as you can see, we've had a massive adoption with storage nodes. This figure was taken from the 5th of June. So over 6,100 storage nodes have already joined our testnet and are currently actively mining SES storage. Here we can see the Substats Blockchain Explorer. There we have the storage nodes. You can access all of this information through our GitHub, through our socials, through our website. Now, we're very excited to announce that in this last year, we've had major developments within SES. We now have 3 products and services, Web3 services that have Web2 performance. So the first one is dShare. This is sharing made simple. Very, very simple way to share digital assets across to another peer. Then we have dCloud. dCloud is a way to access your data anytime and anywhere in the most private and secure manner. And finally, we have DOSS, which is what we're going to be speaking about today. It's our decentralized object storage service. DOSS is Web3 storage running at Web2 performance. So DOSS is a HTTP API storage, and it's for unstructured and metadata object retrieval. DOSS can use the whole network bandwidth instead of a single computer's bandwidth. So this is also the case when we're reading and writing these files. We can read the data from multiple nodes that are scattered within the system. We can assemble them from multiple nodes, and then finally we deliver those to the user. This is much faster than traditional computer reading and writing. In terms of scalability, because we store data in multiple nodes and we have this guarantee of data integrity and data assurance, we create replicas, multiple replicas of all your data files. So this, paired along with our pricing model, paired along with our speed, provides a fantastic platform where you can securely and highly in an efficient manner scale up your ideas. We provide real-time data sharing through DOSS. We have a customized data management, and we provide massive storage. So a user can store up to 1,000 buckets per account. So if we look at the image to the right-hand side, a user can use the Blockchain Explorer to find out storage-related details. Now, this can be storage price, it can be the total available space, or the used space within the network. Once the user is satisfied with the price and he decides the amount of storage space that they would like to purchase, they can use SES DOSS API to perform storage-related transactions like creating, deleting buckets, uploading, updating, and removing objects. DOSS interacts in a trusted execution environment. This is a TEE environment as we know it. And we interact in this environment to generate file tags. These file tags are stored by our storage miners. The consensus nodes then must create a challenge for these storage miners. And they're created at a regular interval. The storage nodes must then compute a proof to satisfy these challenges that the storage miner is currently giving it. This is to make sure that our data has not been tampered with. Once the storage node has provided these proofs to our consensus node, the consensus node will verify these, and that's where we get block generation. Here we have a small competitor comparison for the put speeds or upload speeds, as we know them, for DOSS. So we can see we've got the projects, so our competitors Filecoin, Arweave, Crust, and SES. We've got the recommended tools, and down the middle we can see the size of the uploaded file and the time it would take to upload said file. These are the test environments where we have run these tests. And finally, we have the put price. You may be able to see that SES has a dynamic put price. This happens because with SES, we can compute dynamic real-time pricing because we implement a mechanism that can compute the total amount of available space within the SES network. So we've got an oracle that can also check our competitors' pricing, and this is how we determine our real-time dynamic pricing structure. Following, we have a competitor comparison for our get speed. So this is our download speeds. Again, we've got the projects, the recommended tools, the size of the download file, and the time it would take to download said file. Now, let's delve into the SES architecture. So SES has developed a new architecture where they have introduced 2 new miners into the system. So we have had the storage miner and the consensus miner, and we know how these operate. But we have also introduced now a retrieval miner and a cache miner. The cache miner is essentially acting as a buffer where we can have our hot data, the dynamic data that the user might have more needed readily available access to. By separating all these jobs within our miner roles, we have achieved a more robust ecosystem, a more robust architecture, and it's a lot more secure, and it operates at a much optimized capacity. I'm going to talk about our proof of data reduplication recovery as well, because this is a very key aspect of SES and the data assurance guarantee that we bring to our consumers. So, as I mentioned, with SES, we triplicate your file by default. This is a guaranteed data recovery, and most importantly, guaranteed data integrity. We check periodically that your data integrity still remains the same, and then we can reassemble these through our different miners. So now let's look at smart space management. So this is great because it allows us to utilize all idle resources, bring in more value to the SES network, bringing more value to the SES miners, and bringing more value to our partners as well. So first of all, the storage miners need to specify the amount of space that they want to provide to the network and the directory where they want to store all of their files in a configuration file. This all happens at the setup phase. So that's the first phase, the configuration. Once the configuration of the storage nodes has been done, they can make their storage node active, so they can activate their storage node. The SES Smart Space Management Mechanism can determine the storage-related information from that miner's storage disk. This includes idle data, idle space, archived data, active data, used space. This is then reported to the SES blockchain, and we keep track of the available and used space within the SES network. Finally, we have our consensus mechanism. Our consensus mechanism is called random rotational selection consensus mechanism. We encourage open participation within SES. All nodes have an equal opportunity to become candidate consensus nodes within the system. It is also a very energy efficient system. We have low computational requirements for all of our consensus nodes. A selection of 11 nodes will be on duty every 24 hours. So when we do this, we guarantee that we're not having the same block generators over and over. That is, in a way, a form of centralization within block generation. So we will rotate our consensus nodes to make sure that this does not happen. Finally, this all happens in a credible environment. It all happens in a trusted execution environment. We also have implemented a credit rating for our consensus nodes. If they're not performing at an optimum level, these consensus nodes are going to be decreased in their ranking, and they may miss out on being selected to become on-duty consensus nodes. Now, there's tons of use cases for decentralized storage. We all need to build on it. We all have data to store. So first, we have customized network drives. We have one drive for all your needs where you can access your data anytime and anywhere. We have user-generated content platforms. SES is empowering creators to fully own their data, but also to receive a fair share of revenue generated from said content. We could be a blockchain data backup hub. We're layer 1 and a layer 2 blockchain history data. We have snapshot update support. We have front-end support that can facilitate your journey. This is dedicated to front-end support for websites. We can host decentralized data marketplaces. And we want to bring the next generation of streaming medias onto the blockchain as well. Here we have a couple of development highlights that SES is proud to be part of with Polkadot. Many of you may know, and if you do not, SES has had a partnership and collaboration with Polkadot, where we have provided a decentralized storage substrate palette so that all of the parachains and all of the community ecosystem can all access our decentralized storage functionality. We have been building this for a few years, and it's now something that's readily available for everyone. We've won first place at Polkadot hackathons. We've been awarded not 1, not 2, but 3 Web3 Foundation grants. We have successfully completed the Substrate Builders program. We're proud sponsors early last year of the Polkadot Hackathon and the 2023 Polkadot Summer Hackathon as well that we have been sponsoring. SES as well carries solutions beyond Web3, and this is something that is key to all of us for the mass adoption, not only of decentralized storage, but for the mass adoption of Web3. And we encourage companies in the Web2 environment to join on to this decentralization journey that we're going to be part of. This can be used for governments, it can be used in logistics, it can be used in live streaming, user-generated, created content. There's unlimited uses for all of these cases. This is a small snapshot of the team. We have been expanding over the last year a lot. We have team members almost in every continent at the moment, and we are taking part in events across the globe every month. Finally, I'd like to invite all of you to scan our QR code and be part of our story. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John. If you want to ask him some questions, feel free to find him as he wanders through the halls. Thank you so much. Cool. Coming up next, we have Antonio Antonino from Kilt Protocol. He will be introducing the decentralized identity provider from Kilt. Cool.
Okay, that's better. Hi, yes. Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking some time. Oh, that's a big crowd. Okay. Yeah, my name is Antonio. I'm a software engineer at Kill Protocol, and I'd like to present the Decentralized Identity Provider, or DIP. So before explaining what the DIP is, I'd like to trace a very brief history of how identity management has changed over the years. So in the 90s, a user would typically set up different accounts for each service that they wanted to use. This means 3 different websites, potentially 3 different email addresses, and 3 different passwords, or the same one everywhere. And the natural development 20 years later, in 2010, was to improve the user experience by centralizing the identity management. So this apparently represented a win-win situation for both users and services, because users would have only one identity to take care of, while the services would have less liabilities and less things to protect because they delegate identity management to a third party. Several iterations and names have been given to different delegation protocols, but the most recent one for identity management is called OAuth and OpenID Connect. The first deals with user authorization, and the OpenID deals with user authentication, which has been also the main inspiration for the DIP protocol. So in very simple terms, the OpenID protocol is composed of 3 different parties. We have the end user in the bottom, the identity provider, such as Google on the left, and the relying party, for instance, the Discord or Zoom on the right. So the way it works is very simple. First, the user obtains an access token or an identity token from the identity provider, which is, of course, digitally signed. Then they use the token to access a service. Of course, the relying party have to trust the information provided by Google, in this case, because it's sensitive information, so there is no way for an app like Zoom to verify themselves whether the information is true or not, so they have to trust that Google gives them the right information. This definitely does bring convenience on one side, but we've also seen that it gives huge powers to these identity providers, both in terms of the control of the information that is shared and the amount of data they have now available, so they can get information of which services the user uses at what time. In Web3, things go a little bit better. Wallet-based logins definitely represent a more decentralized approach to solving basically the same usability issue, but nevertheless, the main limitation is that at the end of the day, a user is logged in with an address. So anything else they want to share with a particular platform must be compiled per platform, for instance, a profile picture. And now also users are using a wallet address to represent their identity, which we think it's not necessary. It's like logging into a website using your entire bank transaction history. And if we go even deeper inside the Polkadot ecosystem and we look at blockchain runtimes, we see that the way of handling and interpreting user identities is even less clear. Each chain typically deploys their own version of identity, like the identity system, and cross-chain identity is even hard to even conceive because there is no uniform way of doing it yet. So the one identity, one application, or one blockchain brings us back to the 90s, where you have one account to each blockchain, while the service is now a blockchain, and the limitations stay the same. So this means that usually a blockchain deploys the identity palette, and the main challenge for a user is to update information on all the different chains and keep it in sync. And we think that accounts are meant to only pay for fees and not really to provide any sort of identity information. So the identity should live on a different layer, which is different than the layer of blockchain accounts. This illustration here is on purpose similar to the one about OpenID because we are basically trying to bring those concepts into the Web3 world, and we are doing that with DIP, or the Decentralized Identity Provider. The naming, of course, is not original, but it gives away what it does. It's basically a protocol to enable users to have their identities on a single place to manage, but still giving them the chance to use them in multiple different locations without sacrificing usability and decentralization. We wanted to retain the same naming as in the OpenID protocol. So we have the identity providers, such as Kilt on one side, and the relying parties, such as other blockchains. Frequency, Zeitgeist, and Astar are just some examples on the other side. So yeah, the flow is very similar to the OpenID flow. The user first goes to the identity provider chain, such as Kilt. If they don't have a Kilt identity, they create one, they set up one. Then they bridge the identity information onto the receiver chain. What information is bridged is up to the definition of the identity provider, and I will go a little bit more into details of what that means in a while. In the current version 1, or in the version 1 that we're working on, this will happen via XCM. And the main difference between the OpenID and the DIP protocol is that, as I said before, OpenID requires the relying party to trust the information they get from the identity provider, while in the case of DIP, everything is verifiable. Hence, there is a truth relationship rather than a trust relationship between the identity provider and the relying party. So once an identity has been bridged to destination, the user can just use it without having to interact with the provider anymore, as you see here. And because it's a protocol, of course, we welcome community members and other projects to collaborate and work together. And so we see also other identity providers, meaning other blockchain that do something with identity, for instance, our colleagues at LeadEntry, to basically implement their own version of identity and basically finding their own customers where these identities can be used. And the process would be exactly the same. What changes is just what information is sent between the provider and the relying party chain. So that's what I was saying. And after that, a LeadEntry user can just use their bridged identity onto whatever chain accepts LeadEntry identities. So, of course, from the point of view of the relying party, a chain can choose to integrate more than a single identity provider. And as is the case of an app that accepts multiple different login methods, for instance, Facebook, Google, Apple, a blockchain that accepts multiple different identity providers get access to the information graph that each of the providers have built over time, basically for free, by just supporting a new provider in their runtime. Now, on a somewhat high level, this is how DIP is structured, will be structured. The main components are two pallets, one to be deployed on the provider chain and one to be deployed on the receiver chain, and the two pallets interact with each other with a HRMP channel. And for a user to bridge their identity, they would go on the provider chain, they dispatch an extrinsic, they call a transaction, you name it. They specify where to which location they want to bridge their identity to. Then the pallet takes care of generating all the XCM message, all the logic, and just dispatches the message to whatever destination the user has chosen. And then once the identity has been bridged, the user goes on the target chain or the relying party, and they just start using the identity right away, basically following whatever fee model and consensus model the receiving blockchain follows. The pallet will just take care of validating any identity proof that the user provides. Of course, the format is depending on the provider that the user is using. And if all the checks pass, then the call will be dispatched with the new origin information that the pallet has created. And of course, it's available to the runtime to consume. Because the identity has been bridged, there is no need to do the whole process over and over again every time the user wants to do something, so they can call a second time. Whatever call requires the specific identity to be used, and maybe even a third time. Of course, the consumer can then specify logic by which, for instance, they require users to re-bridge their identity every, 7 or 10 days if they want to get rid of some outdated information, for instance. But that's agnostic to the protocol, that's up to the consumer. So what are the advantages of using DIP? Oops. Yeah, so the identities become portable. We move again away from the one identity, one application, but rather into one identity main applications. The chains, other than identity providers, can focus on what they can do best, and they can delegate identity management to the chains that do that for a living, for instance, Kilt. most importantly, users have that identity in a single place, for instance, the kill chain, and they have a single source of truth where they can manage everything and then just bridge it to other chains. And this is what I mentioned also before. We think that identities have to be decoupled from accounts, and this is exactly what DIP enables. The DID, or rather the identifier of the user, doesn't necessarily have to be the account that acts on either blockchain, and I will explain that a bit in a bit detail when I talk about the killed way of implementing the protocol. And yeah, this is the mantra that has been following us for a few years now. Of course, it's less trust, more truth. Moving on to Killed as an identity provider. As I said, it's a protocol, so anyone is free to implement either part of the protocol. Killed will implement the provider side, and it lets Killed users interact with other blockchains that accept Killed as a potential identity source. And why would a chain use Killed is because what Killed does aims to be standard compliant with the latest development in the decentralized identity space. Talking specifically about decentralized identifiers and verifiable credentials, plenty of resources online. For time reasons, I'm not going to go into detail what those are. But yeah, basically, a user has a Web3 name, could have a Web3 name which is a unique user-friendly identifier for the DID, could collect credentials from different testers, for instance, Deloitte, as the talk this morning showed, and can also link multiple different accounts, either Polkadot or EVM-based, and we plan to add new accounts in the future as we gather more needs and more feedback from projects that want to use Killed as their identity provider. And now you can see that if a user has a Killed identity, they can not only use it in dApps, for instance, Polkaverse, Polkassembly, or Subsquare, but they can now bring it down to the blockchain level and attach identity information to the transaction directly, if necessary. They're not required to. For instance, some use cases that would greatly benefit from this would be governance participation or KYC like operations that require a KYC level at the blockchain layer, or NFT-gated operations, for instance, because Killed user can link EVM accounts and they can then prove that they own these accounts on whatever chain they are operating. As I said, Killed is based on standards that have been battle-tested, developed, and tested by a way larger community of identity experts. It's kind of easy to integrate the Killed stack, and people can do it in dApp already now, based on DID standards like the SIOP v2. Again, for time reasons, I'm not going to go into detail, but also soon with DIP in blockchain runtimes directly, creating a uniform top-to-bottom stack of tightly integrated Killed identities. That's what I said before. Now I think I have some time for some demo. Let's see if that works. I need to bring this over here. And this is always tricky, but let's see if it works. Okay, here. Yeah, so for the demo, we have deployed a test environment, so a local relay chain with two parachains. One is a Killed demo version of, it's basically the Spinet runtime with the addition of the new DIP palette, the identity provider palette. And then we have a very simple relying party blockchain, which has just a very bare minimum number of pallets and only two additional pallets. One is the DIP consumer or DIP relying party, and the posted pallet, which this dApp is built on. So what this dApp does is allows, again, for demo reasons, allows anyone that has a Killed Web3 name to post on-chain messages for other people to like, comment. That's it. What I can do is I can show that I have my Sporan wallet. This is also a kind of a fork of the official Sporan, in which I have two identities. One has a DID and already a Web3 name, and another one has only a DID, no Web3 name. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to claim a new Web3 name. I'm going to do X3 because I already own X2. They're unique, so you can't claim the same Web3 name twice. Oops. Yeah, the identity has been created. We can see the event generated on the chain. Yeah, so it's been claimed. Sporan waits for finalization, so there is a bit of lag in the process. but we should be done in a few seconds. Yes, okay. So now I already had a DID and I have claimed a Web3 name. I linked to my DID. Now, if I want to start using this app, I have to first breach the identity on the target blockchain. This app has no backend whatsoever. It's entirely like living in the web page and connected just to the receiver, to the demo blockchain, right? So I'm going to breach my identity from Kilt. This is so uncomfortable. Yeah, I'm sharing my new Web3 name. I'm going to sign it, and here I can see that I'm committing the identity from the Kilt chain to the receiver chain. And now we can see that the message is, okay, so the XCM message has been dispatched, and it will be received at some point on the receiver chain. Yes, okay, so we have now breached the identity. What I can do now, I can post something. Oops. Yes, and I post. Now Sporum pops up and say, yeah, you're trying to post something. This is the Genesis hash of the target chain because we can breach identity onto multiple different chains, and for security reason, we bind DID signatures to specifically for one blockchain. And yeah, I'm gonna sign this operation. This happens, what Sporum does is simply generating a DID signature, and because we have identities and blockchain accounts separated from each other, we can actually let the demo dApp have a mnemonic and pay for all the fees. The user just signs the operation, committing to what I want to do. And which one is it now? Oh, no. Yeah, this one here. So you can see now that the Web3 name NTNX3 has left a post. What I can do now, I can switch my identity. I can reload the page first. This is a demo page. I can breach my other identity where I have my NTNX2 Web3 name. So I'm going to share this one. Yeah, and I'm going to do basically the same process. Let's see if this works. This is the old one, I think. Yes. Yes. So another XCM. This is the same process. It takes around 30 seconds to be completed. But now I'm bridging my other identity on the same blockchain because I want to use, for some reason, 2 different accounts. And now, yes, it's been bridged. This is the very long DID. That's why I claimed a very user-friendly Web3 name. And I can now basically reply to my own comment. And then Sporum pops up, asks me to sign the same thing, just the comment operation here. Let me save this. Yes, and now we can see. So the event is there, just need to wait for the dApp to take the new information in. Yes, okay, so now I have used my other Web3 name to comment on the same post. This is just for demo purposes, but yes. But yeah, so everything happens entirely blockchain-based. There's no login into the website. There's no off-chain interaction there. I think, yeah, that's what I wanted to show. Sorry. How do I? There we go. Yes. So yeah, that was it. We have an OpenGov proposal on Polkadot to fund work that has already started November last year. We have few low-hanging fruits that we're working on, and we aim to deploy it on our testnet in Q3 this year. And we, of course, hope that more projects jump on board, either on the relying party side, so people that want to use skilled identities, but also people that want to start providing their own identities to their own customers. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Well done. Well done. We have time for one question if we have it. Okay, I don't see any hands. So thank you again, Antonio. I'm gonna give him another clap. All right, so we're now going to go into a break. Get some coffee, use the bathroom, stretch, get some air, and then we'll meet you back here at 4:20. Cool, thank you guys. Cool. Well, welcome back. All right, we're going to kick off the second half of our first program with Jonathan Dune from Talisman, talking about how Polkadot enables a trailblazing wallet stack. Welcome.
Thanks, guys. Hi, I'm Jonathan. I'm one of the co-founders of Talisman, and as Alex mentioned, I want to talk about how Polkadot enables a trailblazing wallet stack. And we're going to do this by first asking the question, what is the role of the wallet in Polkadot? And then explain how Talisman fulfills this role with the technology that Polkadot has given us.
You don't know.
And then I want to give a quick product update about something that we've been working on this year. And then lastly, I want to show you guys how you can get involved with the project as a newcomer to the ecosystem. But first, for those that don't know Talisman, we are a group of we're a product-oriented crew helping users traverse the Paraverse with ease via our extension wallet and our web portal. We kind of bring product rigor to the ecosystem via these two products. And our extension wallet has over 30,000 users and is available on, or it supports, over 150 different networks across both Substrate and the Ethereum environments. And our web portal allows you to, sorry, I'm a bit nervous. It allows you to look at your portfolio across the ecosystem and participate in different opportunities like crowd loans and transferring assets across different networks. And we've also launched a staking product, which has garnered over 50% of the market share in the nomination pool staking environment. And one thing which is a little known fact about the web portal is that actually 40% of the usage on the web portal is via a mobile device. So these are users that are either looking at the portal via a DApp browser and submitting the extrinsics, or they're actually entering their address via just a string, and that's a watched address so that they can look at their portfolio on the move. And finally, I'm pleased to share that the Talisman extension wallet is now joining the web portal in being open source. This is a really important milestone for both us and the ecosystem, since the ability to verify the source code that you're interacting with is a really important tenet of Web3. So we're proud to kind of introduce the Talisman extension into the open source ecosystem this week. So what is the role of the wallet in Web3? To help answer this question, I want to have this diagram, which we're going to refer back to quite a bit in the talk. And this is a really simple representation of the stack of technologies that a user is going to be interacting with when they're using the Polkadot network. You've got some P2P and networking code down here. The Polkadot protocol and the parachains are kind of implementing some business logic here. You might have some middleware like data index and block explorers. And then finally, the users are spending most of their time interacting with wallets and dApps. And if I was to kind of ask the question, what is the role of the wallet in this stack? We broadly get an answer that's kind of in one of two categories. Firstly, somebody might say, the role of the wallet is to bring in all of the users. And that's because Polkadot provides the block space, parachains provide some business kind of functionality or some application functionality. Therefore, as the part of the stack that users are interacting with the most, it's the wallet's job to provide the users to the ecosystem. And the second kind of bucket of answer that we might find someone kind of give to the answer to this question is, it's the wallet's job to make things easy. Because if it's not easy, then people won't use Polkadot. And it doesn't matter how good Polkadot is if users cannot use it. Therefore, it is the wallet's job to make Polkadot easy to use. And at Talisman, we agree with this. The staking dashboard is a really good example of us taking some functionality that's on the network, making it easy, and introducing a lot of new users to the ecosystem. We launched this in November, and since then, over 4,000 individual wallets have joined nomination pool staking and contributed over $2.5 million to the ecosystem that wasn't previously staked. But I think there's something more. There's a little more that a wallet has to do that's beside the 2 points we mentioned earlier. And I want to revisit this quote. It doesn't matter how good Polkadot is if users cannot use it. I think it was Kian from the Parity team that said this once upon a time. And today I want to extend this quote to make a point. And that is, it's the role of the wallet to kind of say, it doesn't matter how good Polkadot is, if users cannot use it in a way that's coherent with the strengths of the network. So Polkadot has many amazing characteristics and architecture, and it doesn't matter how good it is if the layer in which the user is interacting with Polkadot doesn't inherit and provide those strengths to the user. And there are kind of two buckets of strengths I want to talk about today. Firstly, Web3 values, and secondly, the multi-chain ecosystem. So let's talk about Web3 values. There are some amazing principles and characteristics of the Polkadot stack that live down here. It's verifiable, decentralized, and promotes self-sovereignty and censorship resistance. And it's the role of the wallet to inherit these characteristics and bring them to the user in a way that's coherent, so that it doesn't just stop here and then the user's using the internet as if they were in Web 2. And the lens that I want to explain how Polkadot enables this and how Talisman have kind of inherited these principles and given them to the user is via the transaction experience. So here are some screenshots or designs of some wallet approval screens that are live in Talisman at the moment. They're mainly for pre-compiles on Moonbeam, but if you're using some different substrate palettes, you'll see this kind of thing now. We shipped this today. And at first glance, I think someone would say, gee, this is pretty great. I can be a bit of a simpleton and very quickly and naturally understand what the contents of my transaction is and whether or not it's the same as what I wanted to do on the dApp right before I'm past the point of no return and I press the approve button. And this is amazing because it's a really natural user experience that your grandma could use. But what is particularly notable, it's what's going on underneath the hood. Firstly, it's verifiable. I mean, the power of Web3 is in its verifiability. And this provides the user a means and allows the user to kind of learn the action of verifying what they're doing when they're using the internet. And secondly, it's a generalized support model. This works with every single extrinsic on every single palette in Substrate, and that's because by just taking the metadata, using that to decode the transaction, and then showing some information inside of the approval modal. If we haven't got a specific bespoke UI, you're still going to see some decoded information about the transaction inside of Talisman every single time. So there's no need to upload some smart contract source code, verify an ABI or something. It just works with every single extrinsic on Substrate. And then lastly, if the dApp is running a small .light client, the user is in a position where they are their own peer on the peer-to-peer network. So they are querying the metadata from themselves, using Talisman to decode the transaction and verify the contents in a lovely UI like this, and submitting that transaction on the light client that they're running. And this is really, really brilliant. I think we're still a little bit away from the ceiling of what's possible here with transaction comprehension and verifiability with Polkadot and Talisman. But I would challenge anybody to find a stack and find an ecosystem that blazes the trail for wallets in the same way that Polkadot has for Talisman here. So Talisman are really proud to kind of inherit the principles of verifiability and decentralization and implement it inside of our experience. And this is an important part of the role that we have to play in the ecosystem. So back to this diagram. I have to make an amendment to this because a lot of users don't see Polkadot like this, and we as a wallet certainly don't see Polkadot like this sometimes. It looks a little bit more like this. That's because we have a really, really rich multi-chain ecosystem with its own characteristics and opportunities and quirks that it's important that are kind of bubbled up through the wallet layer and towards the user. And what are these? I mean, there are 90+ parachains. XDM is playing more and more of a role in the ecosystem for the user. You can pay fees in different tokens, Polkadot Vault. There's not really a concept of wrapped assets. And of course, there are different environments on parachains that are deploying the EVM. So how have we inherited these principles and given the user an experience that reflects what the network is doing? An example of a multi-chain design language inside of Talisman is the fact that there has never been an active network inside of the wallet. Polkadot is a multi-chain ecosystem, and your accounts should be multi-chain first. We also have kind of recently flipped the abstractions inside of the portfolio view on its head inside of Talisman, where instead of saying, given a network, what assets do I have on it? We say, given an asset, where is it? Which networks is it on? You can see here for DOT, it's on 5 or 6 different networks in this design. And then when people talk about what's the enabling technology that allows Talisman to create an interface like this, which is really naturally multi-chain, people often say it's XCM, because XCM is the means by which you can transfer tokens across different chains. But I'd like to add to that, that the fact that there's not many wrapped assets in the ecosystem also allows us to do something like this. You know, when I transfer DOT to HydraDX, I don't end up with HDX DOT. I just have DOT. And in this way, we can present the user the Polkadot ecosystem in one page instead of 90 different parachains on 90 different pages. And we've continued this design with the transaction history and NFT portfolio inside of the Talisman portal. We've built some infrastructure and tooling to surface this to the user in a really, really easy way. And this is another example of where Talisman is multi-chain first and showing the user that Polkadot is one large ecosystem. But it isn't without its challenges. And in cases where we have to engineer around some quirks, we have a design principle at Talisman of always clarify, don't simplify. So one example is that, and many people would know this, there are many different formats your address can be in for one account in Polkadot. And instead of kind of shooing this away from the user and not ever showing them, we won't show it in the portfolio, but whenever you want to receive some assets or copy your address to send it to somebody else, we'll show you every single address format you have across the ecosystem, and you can select which is most relevant for the moment. There are also some kind of more single chain account types inside of the Polkadot ecosystem with devices like Ledger and Polkadot Vault. And in instances like this, instead of jamming those accounts into the same multi-chain abstraction that we have inside of the wallet, we've done a really well-intentioned and detailed job of integrating this in a nice way so that the user can understand exactly which accounts they can use on which networks. And something that's coming soon is the ability to group accounts into folders inside of Talisman. This is really useful for the accounts that you have in Ledger and Polkadot Vault, but also in instances where you're using the EVM a lot and you're transferring assets between an account on Moonbeam and then an account on Polkadot. And really, these two separate key pairs are treated as one bucket of accounts. You can reflect that and clarify that to yourself within Talisman with account grouping very, very soon. So that concludes a section on what I think the role of the wallet is in the ecosystem. It's to bubble up the unique characteristics of Polkadot through the wallet stack and towards the user so that they can interact with Polkadot in the way that it was intended. And I want to talk about another product that inherits this philosophy. It's called Signet. This is the result of a treasury proposal that we put together earlier this year. And it's a way to master organization coordination in Polkadot with a really easy-to-use multi-sig dashboard. Inside of Signet, we're going to be supporting the multi-sig palette that's available on a lot of substrate chains. And anybody that's used this will know there are a lot of pain points. But with Signet, a lot of these are kind of eradicated. There'll be core data sharing inside of Signet. So anybody that's tried to initiate a multi-signature transaction with their mate and then forgotten to send the core data to them, they forgot to copy it in the first place. This is all happening automatically inside of Signet. There's instant onboarding, so you don't need to program your wallet, the 9 signatories that are on the multi-sig. It's just instant, and it needs to happen once for everybody. And you can craft different extrinsics inside of Signet, so you don't need to use Polkadot.js apps in some instances to initiate a transaction with your peers. And this product also inherits some of the tooling and infrastructure that we've built for other products at Talisman, where we have a multi-chain portfolio view, much like in the web portal and in the extension, as well as a multi-chain transaction history, so that if you're managing multi-sigs across different networks, you can see the transaction history for your whole organization in one place. And the transaction decoding that I spoke about earlier will also be present inside of Signet. Now, one thing that I want to mention is something which might have flown under the radar recently, but it's really important to kind of shine light on this. And that's the fact that Talisman has been a community-oriented product since its inception. Before we had a version of the wallet on the Chrome Web Store, we had the Talisman Sentinels program. It's a community-oriented team that are currently doing areas of kind of user support, where they've triaged 70, 80 tickets this year, providing product quality as part of our product kind of implementation process, where they'll get early access to Talisman builds to test it before we ship it public, and they'll produce content for us. Phase 4 kicked off in March, so we've been iterating this program ever since Talisman started, and it's a really great way to enter the Polkadot ecosystem as somebody that's new. And you can use this as a stepping stone for a long, long career inside of Polkadot. I'm really pleased to share that one of our Sentinels that has been with us from the start is actually attending the Polkadot Academy in California later this year. So we're really pleased to kind of have this on-ramp into the ecosystem via the Sentinels program. But it's also an important part of the Talisman product process now, where they play a really important role in user testing and making sure our products are polished by the time they reach the public market. So that was a presentation on how Polkadot enables a trailblazing wallet stack with principles of verifiability and comprehension and a multi-chain ecosystem, and how Talisman has fulfilled that role with the extension wallet. And you can download that wallet at talisman.xyz. Thank you.
Excellent. Next up, we're going to have Dima Jelovzov from Subsquid. He'll be talking about, he'll be introducing the Subsquid network. Come on up, Dima.
Hello. Hi, everybody. So thanks for coming to Polkadot Decoded and to my talk. I know that it's the end of the second day, so probably many of you are already tired. So I will start with a very short history excursus, but from the data point of view. So the optics here is that if we look at Web3 as a whole, it's really a story about owning the data and our data being sovereign. Let's get back to the dinosaur era, basically, to the era of Bitcoin. Back then, not your keys, not your money. And for that, if you look at from the data perspective, that means that you have your own string in the Bitcoin blockchain, which basically says, okay, this is how much money I have. So this UTXO belongs to me. Then Ethereum came about, and it all started with a very simple smart contracts and very simple data. But the crucial difference was that the complexity has grown a little bit compared to BTC, but at the same time, you still have full control of how you interact with the blockchain. So all your transactions are still there, and you can retrieve it even now, after many years. Then there was a really a Cambrian explosion that led to the DeFi summer of 2020, and the complexity of the application has grown considerably, and it's also the value of this data, because it was all about financial transactions. And again, all your financial data is owned by you because you made these transactions and you can access it at any time. Okay, now, as a user, you have dozens of options where you can where you can put your money and interact with the chains. And now, as a user, you have a trace of your presence across many chains. And we are now entering the multi-chain era. So the next two graphs that I'm going to show you are probably the most important to understand what is the data landscape where we're going into. So first of all, with the introduction of L3 chains, parathreads, parachains, and pretty much all the major EVM chain introducing app chains, the number of data now grows quadratically because each chain produces the data continuously and the number of chains is growing rapidly. So we are now at approximately 100 terabytes, give or take, of compressed data. And I believe that like in 1-2 years, we're probably going to approach like 1 petabyte or so. This is a huge amount of data, but you as a user care about only like maybe 10 kilobytes out of it. At the same time, this important graphic shows that the number of monthly active users also explodes exponentially. And we all believe that this trend is going to grow. This data is from MetaMask. I don't think that we should really care like about differentiation, like what is Polkadot, what is EVM right now, because like all we care is really about people going into crypto, into Web3, and it is clear that the number of users grows and the complexity of the interactions with the network also grows. So the number of transactions and the complexity of the data each user produces also increases. That adds up to the total mass of data that is currently stored on-chain. What is more to that is that we are now entering the era of dApp chains. And I would probably true to say that this thesis is confirmed, as we see every pretty much big L1 or L2 following the path of Polkadot and Cosmos and launching their op-chain. And we are now see that every project will eventually probably land up into its own app chain. But the key issue here is that the infrastructure for these smaller chains is not existent. And the data that is going to be stored by these smaller blockchains is fragmented, so it is not really possible to collect this data altogether. And when we talk about the infrastructure, we normally, so what I mean by saying the infrastructure is missing is that if you're like a small chain, you have really big problems coming into providers like Alchemy or Etherscan, because they probably do not care about you at all, unless you pay really big money so that you can have your logo in Alchemy and you have Etherscan. We have a pretty much similar situation in Polkadot, not as severe, but still, as a parachain, you have a lot of expenses related to keeping up the fleet of RPC providers, figuring out how to build an explorer or like pay for an explorer. This really elevates the barrier for entry for new projects. At the same time, we all believe that it should be as easy as launching a mobile app and uploading into App Store or launching in a blog to build an app. So we at Subsquid really have this mission of radically democratizing access to on-chain data. And specifically in the era of app chains, this become crucial to make the onboarding and accessibility of the data that is really hard to obtain with existing tools. So where we are right now in the Polkadot space is that we already provide backbone data through 40+ archives for parachains. And what is important is that if you're a small project and if you're just running a testnet, what it takes is just 2-3 days and a simple application through our Google form to keep the archive running, and we do it completely for free, and it is funded by the Treasury. Still, this process is centralized and the archives are run on our servers. What we are going into is a completely new era and completely new approach. We are decentralizing our archives and are gradually replacing it with the Subsquid network. So the subsequent network is a permissionless way to share and to store an arbitrary amount of historical data and make it available for all the existing indexing tools across for all chains, test nets, parachains, you name it. The beauty is that the data is distributed across the nodes in the network, so you get the reliability of the whole network no matter how small is your data set. And the data is easily accessible, so you can run expressive filters to retrieve exactly the data you need. So that enables analytics, fast indexers, and at the end of the day, it allows you to reduce your infrastructure spend up to 90%, because most of the time the RPC nodes are used in order to retrieve the data, not to write, because the users are mostly reading this data from the screen, consume it from the analytic dashboards, but actually sending the transaction is normally not an issue. Going into the way that how enabling the permissionless and distributed layer of on-chain data enables further advance of the Web3 is the possibility to run very lightweight indexers for the data. The indexers developed with Squid SDK are called Squids. Currently, you can develop them and run in our hosted platform called Aquarium. But our real goal is to make it so easy that you can run an indexer inside a client, meaning that you can run an indexer and start directly into your dApp, which is run inside a browser or a mobile application. That would be like a radical improvement over the whole infrastructure architecture that we have right now. That way, we will completely eliminate the need of a server that keeps the index data. Why this is a big deal? Well, because if you have indexer run into your device, you can enrich and access the private data, off-chain data, and combine it into and have a cross-chain picture of it. And what is even more important, you scale this up to an infinite number of users. So the more users you have, the more reliant is the solution, because there is no server which keeps the data that serves it to the user. A simple example would be a wallet. Assume that you have like 10 million users in the Web3, and you are building a wallet and you want to show the transaction history for each of them. The way that it is built right now is that you have a huge database where all these transactions are stored, and you want to serve it in a responsive way. You spend a lot of time and money building this high availability database. But if the transaction history for each individual user is stored exactly at the user's phone, you don't need to have any infrastructure whatsoever, while each user has exactly the same data as it has right now in the wallet. This shift from the client-server architecture to the client-based indexing and the data lake is the way that we see how decentralization will proceed in the future with Web3. Okay, but when? What is the timeline for launching the subsequent network? The roadmap is as follows. The AeroSquid SDK, which is capable of indexing data, sourcing from the network, is already released. Even though the network is not live yet, you can always experience how it's going to work from the indexing perspective. At the end of August, we plan to launch a private testnet, meaning that the node providers are invite-only, while users can join and participate and in anticipation of the airdrop. Then there are going to be extended public testnet by the end of the year. And finally, we aim to launch a mainnet in Q1 2024, assuming everything goes smoothly. In order to join a whitelist for a Subsquid network, scan this QR code and fill the form. So you can join either the infrastructure provider or a user who will deploy an indexer or just like poke around and see how it goes. We actually have quite a lot of time, around 5 minutes. So at this point, I would welcome any questions related to the Subsquid network, any technical details. Everything is a fair game. Yep. The form is not opening? Oh, wait.
No proper question.
Right, can you fix it? Well, that means that we test and prod. But the question was about something different, right? And okay.
So you talked about archives and squids, and you mentioned that the future squid is going to run in the browser. What about the archive? And isn't there going to be a bottleneck on the archive eventually when you have like thousands of squids?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So the archives are going to replace by the Subsquid network. So basically all the heavy lifting and terabytes of data stored by the network. And squids are indexers that extract the data relevant only for specific users. So that's why it will be possible to make them very lightweight and store a manageable amount of data at the client side. So this is the power of separating the concerns, right? So the huge data lake, which is distributed, replicated, is run by the nodes. And the client user, the end users, they have just the data that they care about. And the SDK is designed in such a way that the indexing should be within seconds, as long as you consume not much data, because the Subsquid network is very efficient not only for storing data, but also for retrieving it. So you basically can ask him, okay, give me transactions that were sent to this address and sent from this address. And you just get the list and you display it immediately. Okay, I'm kind of get back.
I mean, I'm on a run here. So one of the interesting things that you talked about was multi-chain and how people are moving money around, like from Moonbeam to Interlay and to Statement, etc., right? Mm-hmm. And I think you offer like a multi-chain archive or something. So is the new world, is it automatically multi-chain and everything is like just magically, like if I ask for one address, it's going to give me all chains, or I can say I want this one address and all these chains, or how does it work?
Yeah, that's a really great question again. So the way it works is that the Subsquid network is a data lake which has no information how the data is structured. It's basically like raw data dumped from the network, but in order to compile multi-chain history, you run indexers that extract data for each particular chain, but they write the data into the same database. And the indexers are responsible for transforming and presenting this data exactly in a way that is suitable for UI. And it is automatically presented as a GraphQL API afterwards. So this is what the Subsquid SDK is about. So what Subsquid network solves is really the data layer problem.
Let's give a round of applause for Dima. Thank you so much. Take it from you. Okay, next up from Parity Technologies, we have Santi Balagar talking about the Polkadot Builders Program, over how we are working together after 2 years. switch.
Han har 4, han har 4. Han har 4'eren.
Okay.
Han har fået Q&A-marken her engang.
Hello. Perfect. All right. Hola. This is how we're going to get started with this. I'm going to be giving you a bit of a guidelines on how I'm expecting this presentation to go in a minute. But the idea is for this to be a little bit more like come and go, and not only me just talking for like 20 minutes, which is not that interesting, trust me. So I'm going to start off with a question. Who knows who these are? You know who these are? Okay, no names. Anybody knows the name of these people? Yes, amazing. Tick, Trick, and Track. These are the names of these guys in German. But why are they here? Does anybody know? Any clue, any guess, anything? So Tick, Trick, and Track, the little guys that you see here on screen, were actually the name of the very first parachains that ever connected to a relay chain on Polkadot, Kusama, or any testnets. In fact, Tick, Trick, and Track were the name of the first 3 parachains that got connected to the Rococo testnet a long time ago. One other important thing to mention about this, and you'll get why I'm mentioning this in a minute, is when Tick, Tick, and Track went live on Rococo, like a couple of weeks afterwards or almost a month after that, we decided to open Rococo for the community to start testing on their parachains. But this was almost end of December. We had to have a poll back then, December 2020, whether people were willing to try out becoming a parachain on Rococo before like New Year's and Christmas or after that. And the community decided to postpone it. So only Tick, Trick, and Track were the very first 3 parachains that Rococo ever had, and therefore any other relay chain publicly on our ecosystem. Now, why am I saying this, right? This is trying to give you a bit of context on how long I've been here in the ecosystem, which is not much, right? It's only 2 years, but it's actually more, it's almost 3, but I always try to refer to these years as dog years, so I count them as 21 for some reason. But I've been here ever since no parachain existed anywhere, and I've been working a lot with different parachains in this ecosystem to become parachains on Polkadot. So that's why what I would very much like to talk about today and discuss it is what are the things that I've seen in these 2 years of working together with these teams, so that we can know how to be better, we can know what we're doing right, and we can continuously having this discussion in the future to always get better, and better. I'm that guy, I'm Santi. Full name is Santiago, but I like Santi, makes me feel a little bit younger. That's my Twitter, and I do what we call builder success at Parity, which mainly is what I just said, right? I work with a lot of builders into helping them with becoming parachains on Polkadot. So before we get started, a little bit of house cleaning here. First one is, this is a exclamation mark presentation. I'm not a developer, but I know that this means not, right? I guess. So this is not a regular presentation. As said before, I would very much like to make this as interactive as possible. All questions, all comments, everything is encouraged. Even if you say, I completely disagree with what you put up there, amazing, let's have a bit of a talk about it. If we have enough time, we'll open it completely. If not, we can take this conversation offline. And ideally, this is a conversation that we will have going forward in the future a lot more. And a couple of things that I wanted to talk about this as well before we get started is, I sort of like categorized these ideas that I had in mind to share with everybody today into these 3 main categories, right? So where you see like that tick, that means that in my personal opinion, this particular topic is working well. When you see this sort of like warning sign, it's like, yeah, it's working, could be better. We can make some tweaks to make it work a lot better. And when you see like the skull, it's like, hey, maybe we need to pay a little bit more attention into this. So far so good, everybody understands, Tick, Trick, and Track, perfect. Now let's go, let's get started. So the very first thing that I wanted to do, and this is also like aligned with the things that were said yesterday in the other stages, is I do personally believe that if we look at the broader ecosystem that Polkadot has, there's a very good following and understanding of the entire Web3 vision, right? People are trying to build in line with what we believe we're trying to achieve here. And that is That seems like little, that seems like not so important when we are heads down trying to build stuff, but in the end, it's the purpose that drives us, that help us move forward, and that is something that we should never lose from sight, right? So what I see is that all the projects here adopt this Web3 vision, even though sometimes this means going through a lot more hurdles, right? It's not that easy to get there if I want to do it right, but the commitment that I've seen in this ecosystem in broader terms is always in this direction. The overall mindset, right, and probably this has to do as well with the way that one can acquire a slot and whatnot, is we're building here for the long term. I'm not here to deploy something and just run away. That's not what we are seeing, again, in general terms. All in all, most of the discussions that I had with all the teams that I've been in contact with in the last years is, I'm here to build a long-term sustainable project. And last but not least, there's always this idea of creating real value by trying to solve real problems. The second thing that I think we're good at, or we're getting even way better at, is this ecosystem collaboration in both levels, technical and business-wise. And this is something very, very interesting, right? The whole idea of Polkadot is the sum of its parts is better. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, right? In fact, I didn't remember exactly how to write this sentence when I was preparing the presentation, and I think that Aristotle or something like that said this in a math paper a long time ago. Just, I don't know, random fact. But this is sort of like the ethos that we have on Polkadot, right? When we have all these chains connected, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And that is true as well when we're talking about collaboration. We're talking about the ecosystem. The Polkadot Forum in itself, launched a couple of months ago, almost a year, I would say, has become this sort of like place, like square, platea, whatever, that people discuss ideas. I really, really encourage us to continue going in this direction, for the new people joining the ecosystem to add their thoughts onto this, because it really, really helps us shape what we as a community believe the future should look like. And any idea is welcome. That's what I've seen so far. It's true that some ideas are highly contested, and that's not bad when it's done with respect, but nobody says, that person's an idiot, we're not going to hear them anymore, right? And that is very, very nice. Another thing that I think we're doing good is cutting-edge technology, and when I say this, it's not only on the Polkadot level, Substrate level, but also on all the teams that are building on top. I do believe that this ecosystem has a very high level of technical savviness. People understand the technology that they're dealing with, people understand the solution that they're trying to propose, and they do it in the best way possible. There's very strong development teams that are always pushing the boundaries of the underlying technology, and we should continue doing that. And last but not least, these deep systems that are being created in this network that we call Polkadot are usually built and understood and crafted in reliable and efficient ways. And that is something that we should definitely not lose sight. Now, if you didn't realize, the little icon on the top changed, right? So this is like danger. Good, but not ideal. We can do it better. One thing that I would like to encourage everybody to start looking into, current protocols, new protocols, future protocols, old protocols, every protocol, is to do a lot more testing, right? Testing becomes very, very important. We're dealing with decentralized solutions that require a lot of like social coordination between different parties. And if we do not test things enough, we might make mistakes that take a very long time to recover. So this is something that I think I would encourage our ecosystem to look a lot more into and trying to get better at, right? Running these systems requires a lot of deep testing. We need to have different environments to test these things. There are a lot of like tooling that's coming up that's very helpful to achieve this. Think about chopsticks that was discussed yesterday, Subminute that was discussed yesterday. All these things help us get better. And I also would encourage people that think that they can have solutions to improve the overall testing in this ecosystem, to bring them forward, to discuss them, and try to make them a common good that people can use to have better systems. And last but not least, sort of like a mindset that we always try to push forward, is this idea of locally tested, then test it on a public testnet as well, and then do the deployment as a basic infrastructure, right? Try to follow these steps. Do not go from one place to another, because then things are not going to work out. And this is sort of like the first warning that I wanted to give out to people. And now I'm going to drink a little bit of water. What do I do? There we go. The second one, experimentation. So I was talking before about how I believe that this ecosystem has a lot of like very technical savviness people that know what they're doing, that push the boundaries of this technology, that really try to do always the best. But I do believe we still need to experiment with the space technologies a lot more. I know it's not easy. I know it's not that there's perfect documentation to see, let's see how it like push this button right here, right? But test it out, experiment with it. Push the technical boundaries of this system. Push also the financial boundaries of this system, right? Usually innovation that we see around, it's more on a technical level. Why don't we see this a lot more on a social level as well? Try different stuff, see what sticks. Try to push these things a lot more. Summoning a little bit the crazy part here on this ecosystem, right? Kusama. If Kusama is not for this, what is it there for, right? And I've been talking with a couple of people this past couple of days. Let's use it, right? It's there for all of us. It's a common good that we are supporting as an ecosystem in order to test things out, to experiment a lot more, right? Let's use it for Polkadot. Let's try to see what this Kusama network tells us to make it better for Polkadot in the future. And last but not least, I wanted to also give a little bit of an idea here on the way that I would do it is experimentation by itself is a little bit dangerous because sometimes it could happen that you nail it down in a very good way and you say, yeah, this is amazing, this is working, but when you want to go back and replicate it, you have no idea how you got there, right? So experimentation without certain sort of like understanding, without certain format doesn't really work out. So one thing that we've been discussing is this idea of experiment, yes, but try to have some sort of a hypothesis that you might want to tackle. Why is it that you're experimenting with this? And then try to summarize somewhere the learnings that you had along the way. All right, parachain building, right? I think this is another area that as an ecosystem we could be doing a lot more of. And Bjorn was talking yesterday about this idea of how can we improve the development experience in this ecosystem, right? And we had talks today, like Open Zeppelin that was saying, hey, I'm here to build some more tooling for this ecosystem. I want to bring libraries for this ecosystem. And this is something that we can definitely get a lot better at and that we all together as an ecosystem can push forward a lot more. Particularly, I think that runtime upgrades in itself are a killing feature that Substrate has. But runtime upgrades used in the wrong way become a killing feature because they kill our networks, right? So we need to be very careful of it and mindful of it. But if we can nail this thing down, if anybody has ideas on how to get this process working a lot better and a lot safer for the parties out there, while still trying to maintain this shared security that Polkadot provides, then this is a very good topic to discuss, right? Because if we nail this down in a way that's not a problem or not a risk for teams anymore, we're going to see a lot more of this, which means a lot faster product market fit, which means a lot faster products in the ecosystem, which means in the end more users. The entire registration of a parachain is non-trivial. I didn't talk with Gav about this before his presentation yesterday, but yeah, he talked a lot about this in itself. I think this is something to pay attention to as well. And participating on these auction mechanisms, crowd loans, bidding, renewal, not renewal, and all of that requires a lot of strategy, which I think that these on-demand parachains that are going to come in the near future are going to help us a lot with. But definitely this is an area that I would like to see some more discussions, some more things happening. And I believe that Parity from as a crafter of Substrate, but also the ecosystem as a great user of Substrate has a lot to offer and a lot of input to give. And we should all together try to figure out how to make this journey better. This is going to be a bit of a hot take here, but it's also something that I wanted to bring forward as well. Polkadot in itself is a network that's bringing something to the blockchain ecosystem or the blockchain industry that we haven't seen a lot of in the past, right? If we think about the most common platforms out there, you have these general computation platforms, right? Like Ethereum, you have Bitcoin that you have Lightning Network, whatever, but it's more like transfer of this one asset. But Polkadot gives a lot new level of freedom with a lot new rules as well, right? So I would encourage us a lot and everybody in this ecosystem to how can we rethink utilizing all the other projects as key infrastructure that this ecosystem can provide. how do we maximize this new concept for blockchains called asynchronicity? If we think about it, on every single other blockchain out there, there's not that many asynchronous operations, right? Everything happens on the same sort of like system. Well, that's not the case for Polkadot anymore. XCM, in my opinion, is going to be a key building block, right? The way that I think about Polkadot, in essence, is that it's a blockchain that offers builders two main things: shared security and communication. Without shared security, communication gets tricky because now how can I trust the person right next to me or the chain next to me if we don't have the same level of security? So XCM in itself, with its shared security, is going to be a key building block. And although I just said one slide before that random upgrades are a killing feature because they're good but could kill your chain as well, I do think that we need to use it more, right? We need to push this a bit more and iterate faster and find a product market fit a lot faster so that our users are happy with what we're putting forward. We changed again, right? So now we have the skull. Maybe I should have done this in different orders to make it like a bit more interesting. But anyways, we had the skull, right? So now we're going to the things that I think we should really start paying attention to, right? I talked before about, yeah, we should experiment a bit more. Yeah, hello Kusama, right? What are we gonna do with that and what not? Well, Rococo is out there as well, right? I don't know how many people know Rococo here, right? Probably the people that are building know this network. But besides that, I don't know how many people know it, right? So I think that a public call that we could do is, Rococo is Polkadot's actual public testnet. Let's use it. Let's break Rococo, see what happens, right? There's no value here. Let's do whatever we want. We are thinking about proposing opening HTTP channels by default amongst every single chain in Rococo. I don't mind it. Whoever is connected can talk with every single other party out there and see what happens. We are redesigning from parties' perspective, and this is something that's coming quite shortly, the entire onboarding experience through Rococo. Although I'm saying this, let's use it more, it's true as well that the process is a little bit cumbersome sometimes, and we need to figure out a way of getting better. And last but not least, something like Rococo can help us find the limits of these relay chain capabilities. And I'm pretty confident that this is the last one. There's 3 minutes left on the clock here, so we'll see if we have time to open for questions. But one other thing that as an ecosystem we need to get better at as well, and we are getting there. I think that we did very good progress with this one topic in the last year, is to be independent first, right? There's still a lot of dependencies and high dependencies on specific bodies, specific participants in this ecosystem, and that's not the way that we should be looking at. Substrate Stack Exchange has been a game changer in this developer experience, in my opinion. There's a lot of information there, and every single time me or everybody that's in contact with the builders in the ecosystem talk with somebody and they ask us a question, we ask them to post it there, and we try to go on and answer that question as fast as we can, because that's the best way for future builders not to depend on anybody, right? There's this public access to information, and that is very, very important. But it's not only about asking questions, it's also about answering. So please, please, please go ahead. And when you see things that have not an answer and you think you know the answer to, just answer it. Why not? If it's not the right answer, somebody else will come. There's going to be some public debate and we're going to figure it out. But answering is as important as asking. And last but not least, of course, better documentation and examples for people to follow along in all the levels of the stack is going to be very, very important. But yeah. Now it's your turn. I said before there's only 1 minute 50 left in the clock, so I'm not so sure we're going to be able to open this in the floor right here, but I'm going to be around still so we can discuss it a lot more. As said, anybody can call me out and say, hey, I don't agree with what you just said. Fantastic, let's discuss it. But I also would encourage us all as an ecosystem to start thinking in these terms that we just went through, to start having this conversation on this particular process. This is not working. What can I do to make it better? And propose it and discuss it and see what happens. Again, the idea is for all of us to contribute. There's a lot of brilliant minds in this ecosystem. Let's just put them to work. Thank you.
Hold it. See, you're running into your question time. We have time for exactly one question.
Oh, okay.
So if you think that you have a poignant one, then raise your hand. If not, maybe we opt out. All right, we got MPK over there.
So historically speaking, the onboarding path for projects have been very parachain centric. Regarding Gavin's talk yesterday about catering more to the tinkerers that tend to end up with, like, on the EVM stack nowadays. How are you viewing the role of builders in Substrate Builders program and the suite of these programs? Like, what is happening there? What's the plan? Like, can you talk a little?
Thank you, Matthias, very much for that question. I'm going to say two things. The first one is, I don't know if anybody realized, a lot of people in the ecosystem know me as the one with the Builders program and whatever. I didn't mention the Builders program only, like, never in this presentation, because I do think that with that last point of independent first, we need to start moving away from these things as well. Support is always going to be there, right? It's always going to be there for absolutely everybody, but we shouldn't be thinking of one only option to becoming a parachain. And following that with the second part of your question is, I see parachain building in like three main buckets. The first one is having the capability to actually build the runtime of your chain. The second one, which is as important and probably as difficult, has to do with actually deploying this chain. It's non-trivial. And the last one is things around it. I don't know, front ends that everybody can use and reuse, tutorials, whatever, right? Things like that. For the first part, there's going to be a lot of push into these templates that anybody can use to get started fast. And I know that the Frame team has been doing a lot of work and is putting a lot of work into making that even easier for template builders and for people to continue iterating. And again, their key feature is runtime upgrades. So getting better at that is going to be important. And for the second part, which is deploying, we need a lot more tooling in terms of deployment, in my opinion. I'm working on it. Anybody can work on it. But also, in terms of connecting to the network, these pay-as-you-go parachains, used to be called parathreads, are also going to help us a lot into making sure that these tinkerers come in and play. So we reduce the barrier of entry a lot. I hope that answers.
Excellent. Great response. If you have more questions for Santi, feel free to reach out to him in real life. If you're online, then you might want to Google him. Otherwise, we're going to move on to the next session. Thank you so much, Santi. Cool. So next up, we have Aziz Zainuddin from StellaSwap talking about StellaSwap, fueling cross-chain trading via XCM.
Hey everyone, my name is Aziz. I'm one of the co-founders of StellaSwap. What is StellaSwap? StellaSwap is basically a hybrid DEX. We're a DEX built on Moonbeam, and as of right now, we're the biggest DEX on Polkadot in terms of trade volume. Oh, sorry. Okay, how do you know how to? Sorry about that.
The technician is coming. Technician is coming.
Yeah, no worries. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. All right, so StellaSwap, we're right now the largest DEX in terms of trade volume across Polkadot. Happy to share. Then I'm going to walk you across the importance of XCM in facilitating cross-chain trading across Polkadot, both externally across networks as well as internally via XCM. So just an extension of the introduction. So far, we've since the start, we've had over $1 billion of trading volume, and our daily trading volume amounts to anywhere between 1 million to 3 million, and basically 90% of trade volume on Moonbeam, which is an EVM parachain, one of the top parachains on Polkadot, right now, 90% of trades on Moonbeam is routed through us. Right, so we are extremely proud of the fact that we've managed such a high market share because obviously with the help of the community grants on Moonbeam as well as the support across all protocols, we've grown to be the largest stacks. The most important, what's our vision, right? The main thing for us is, the main vision is basically being the Schelling point of Polkadot. The cool technology behind Polkadot's tech stack, which is XCM, right? Cross-consensus messaging that allows parachains or systems to talk to one another. So that's very important. That sort of like allows us to actualize the Schelling point vision, because then we can list assets across other parachains on Moonbeam, on Stellar Swap, right? And users can have access to all native assets across Polkadot via XCM. So that's very important for us to facilitate. And I'll go in depth about how we support a lot of these native parachain projects. So yeah, as I said earlier, 75% of volume across Polkadot is routed through Stellar Swap across our 3 AMMs. So before I move on any further, I think it's important to set the sort of like expectations, right? Or the how things work in DeFi. Unfortunately, in DeFi, as in you can see the flow of unsustainable yields, right? Because in order to attract people, you've seen it, right? In order to attract TVL, attract users, it's always an APR game, albeit at the start, right? So a huge amount of incentives in terms of ecosystem grants, in terms of emissions from the native DEX, like our tokens, needs to be there to attract liquidity. And liquidity is the lifeblood of any exchange, right? With liquidity, with sufficient market depth, price discovery happens where the price of the assets on the exchanges are fair value. If not, if there's very little liquidity, obviously there's high slippage, high cost of trading, and that is detrimental to any DEX, right? It's unusable, right? Therefore, since liquidity is the lifeblood of the exchange, we have to attract liquidity. And in DeFi, you attract liquidity with APRs, right? Now, attracting APRs is something, if you just focus on emissions, right? It is unsustainable, right? And therefore, the paradigm shift in terms of thinking, how can we attract liquidity in a sustainable way? And that is via organic APRs. And what is organic APRs? Organic APRs are APRs or yields which are generated through trade fees, right? Every trade that you do on a DEX, there's a fee involved, right? 0.3%, or on stable swaps, 0.01%, right? So those fees are basically will be distributed to those who stake, right? Because they need to be incentivized for providing liquidity, right? So focusing on how do we sort of like cultivate trade fee APR is our top priority, right? And therefore, why I said at the beginning we were a hybrid AMM is because under the hood we have 3 AMMs on Stellar Swap, starting with the normal AMM, and we also have a stable AMM, right, just like Curve, right? And the latest addition at the start of this year is that we worked with Algebra to deploy a concentrated liquidity AMM. This is vital to our survival, and that's why the results have shown that we're the top trading venue, right? Because we realized the need for us to continue operating in a sustainable way and not just, rely on ecosystem grants to prop us, right? And therefore, concentrated liquidity was we transited to concentrated liquidity AMMs. Now, in a nutshell, concentrated liquidity aims to be at the efficiency level of a centralized exchange order book system, basically like Binance, right? You see all the buy-sell orders. If you manifest all those orders into a chart, it's going to be a bell shape, where the most of the liquidity is at or near the market price of an asset. So concentrated liquidity aims to do just that. Instead of liquidity across 0 to infinity, right, it's concentrated around market price. And that's why it's extremely efficient, right? And because of that, we benefit from the efficiency gains, right? Lower TVL required for the same level of slippage, much lower TVL. So for example, just an example, right? Previously, now standard AMM, versus concentrated liquidity AMM, we needed 20 million of a standard AMM liquidity to have the same slippage as a pool of 1 million in Pulsar, concentrated liquidity AMM. Same slippage, but Pulsar just requires 1 million, but standard AMM requires 20 million. So you can see us weaning away from needing ecosystem grants or pushing our tokens to attract 20 million when we only need 1 million. So that's sustainable and organic. Now, but it creates an issue. We have 3 AMMs. Uniswap, Curve, they all have their own AMMs separately, right? How do we trade route across those 3 silos AMM? So what we had to work on was create a hybrid router, a universal router of sorts, where each AMM talks to one another and we can route the best, most efficient path of trading across the 3 AMMs. Right? So if you want, for example, Frax, right, and you have DOT. Right now, there is no DOT Frax pool. So a route needs to happen through our router, which goes to .USDC or .USDT and then USDT Frax, right? So we've built that hybrid routers to facilitate the connection between all three AMMs, which is a really great sort of like step up, because previously users needed to understand the flows to trade, right? So if you wanted Frax with DOT, when there's no direct liquidity pool, your slippage is going to be 90%. So you need to know on the back of your mind, okay, I need to route to this pool and then that pool. But now with the hybrid router, everything is automated, right? So it's all simplified and you get the most efficient price. The cool thing also as well about, which is here, right? And this you can see the router in action, where it routes you from USDT to Glimmer. It routes to a stable AMM, and it routes to a Pulse, our concentrated liquidity AMM Pulsar. Right, so this is an action. Now, one cool thing about our hybrid router is that we also use Permit 2, which is Uniswap's sort of like 3 months ago, they launched Permit 2, which is a great innovation to streamline user experience and strengthen security in terms of token approval. So for example, in this context, when there's various AMMs, means various swaps, therefore various transactions. But with Permit 2, all you have to do is to confirm and approve one transaction, and all this on the back end will just execute. So that level of sort of abstraction in terms of simplicity was afforded via the integration of Permit 2, and given that it improves security through 2 things, right, which is time-bound approvals and time-bound approvals and one-time signatures, right? So that really, things like this, right, what we try to do is basically look at areas within the user journey to really simplify, because you need to simplify DeFi. And because of that, because of transition to concentrated liquidity and router, what it allows us to do is to have the lowest slippage in the market. So if you want any native native dot assets on Polkadot to trade in a decentralized manner, the best prices that you're going to get is on Stellar Swap, right? Because with very low slippage, right? Concentrated liquidity. And we're basically one of the DEXs with the highest concentration of native assets across where native assets in other parachains, Interlace, IBTC, Acalas assets, Centrifuge, Fala Network, right? It's all, there, right? That gives users choice, which is very important, right? And obviously high utilization. Efficiency means high utilization. On average, standard AMMs have a utilization rate of 5%, which means every $100,000 of TVL, there will be $5,000 of trade volume, right? But for Pulsar, concentrated liquidity, it ranges from 30% to 100%. Last 2 days, our most popular pair, which is USDC DOT, there was a 100% utilization rate, right? Because it was extremely popular, and because of its popularity, high trade fees. Because of high trade fees, high APRs, and therefore people stake. So it's a virtuous cycle. Pretty sure you guys know about XCM already, and how this is important, right? In the high level, in how we operate, right? Being the selling point of Polkadot requires us to establish the infrastructure to facilitate the easiest way for capital inflows. What that means is that for the user to come to Moonbeam or to StellarSwap or to Polkadot, right? It must be very easy for them to transfer their assets, right? And not only that, not only fostering capital inflows easily, but you also have to have a wide range of assets, all right? And we want to showcase all this cool stuff on Polkadot, right, and their assets. And therefore, having a wide array of assets gives users a lot of choice for them to pick, right? And that selection of menu of DOT assets is achieved through XCM, right? Now, there's two main ways of executing this in terms of using XCM to have assets on StellarSwap, right? The first way, which is the easiest way, is that they list on StellarSwap, right? So the assets via XCM go to StellarSwap, like Interlace IBTC, for example. Go in StellarSwap or Kela USD, right? Then users can access those. But the next step in terms of the version 2 of utilizing XCM to facilitate trade flows, right, would be to automatically, on the back end, right? Imagine a user it's on StellarSwap, which is on Moonbeam, right? They want A-Star on A-Star. Perhaps that's the best route, right? Because in A-Star's DEX is the most liquid. So a V2 would require a user that wants A-Star natively to A-Star for us to build an aggregator so that we can convert, for example, whatever native assets on Moonbeam and then XCM that to A-Star to get A-Star. So that is the 2 stages. We're currently at stage 1. Stage 1 has its benefits, of course, because we can, as in right now, Polkadot's liquidity across parachains are quite thin, right? And therefore, stage 1 works well at this point. Once we're at a level of scale with Polkadot's liquidity deepening up, then obviously Day2 is in effect. The exchange swaps that you see at the top, right, that connects external networks to StellarSwap. I think this is extremely cool because that manifests in our cross-chain swaps that we've partnered with Squid and Exla. This is one of those things that I feel very strongly for because that simplifies DeFi, and anything that simplifies DeFi is a step in the right direction, right? How this works is that whatever tokens that you have on your native, for example, Ethereum or EVEX or Polygon, you can do a swap to get Glimmer on Moonbeam without the need for bridging, requiring gas fees, blah, blah, blah. Straight up one-click swap, that's it. So in fact, this has been tremendously popular to a degree where more transactions right now in terms of users go for cross-chain swaps rather than bridge to Moonbeam. And this is something that we're really proud of, to really sort of like change the behaviors of the users in a way that is more simple, right? So this is something that we're really, really proud of, and it's basically, you can look at our website at the swap. There's a toggle there for cross-chain swaps. You can look, fees are very low, and it's relatively fast, especially if you come to Moonbeam. Within a minute, you get finality. So that's pretty awesome. I mean, if you want to go to Ethereum on Moonbeam, it's going to take like half an hour, right? Because Ethereum is very slow and expensive. So might as well you sort of like trade stuff on Polkadot. So 2 case studies that I wanted to share in terms of them listing on Stellar Swap due to the efficiencies of Pulsar would be Intel's IBTC, which was launched a month ago. We sort of like bootstrap this right together with very limited emissions, and the volumes relative to the liquidity is like 18%, right? So that is something which is very important to bootstrap liquidity across native dot assets and not rely exclusively on emissions. So is DAM's D20, DAM Finance stablecoin, which we've managed to also bootstrap with like 20% of utilization rate, at the start. Those are examples of how we sort of like give exposure and try and bootstrap liquidity for projects on Moonbeam. And and in order to facilitate capital inflows, an extension of cross-chain swaps is fiat on-ramps, right? And ensuring that there's sufficient CX rails to allow users to bridge whatever assets or send value to Moonbeam. And these are the examples of partners that we've worked with to enable those kind of payment gateways to connect and for them to send value effortlessly. One more cool thing that we're also working on, which is like 90% done, is redefining gasless. I mean, we currently have 2 sort of like things, which is swap for gas and faucet. We're going to retire them in favor of creating a gasless experience. Imagine coming to Moonbeam without requiring Glimmer to trade, right? So you have USDT from Ethereum, and then you trade USDT to any tokens on Stellar Swap, right? Without gas. Because on the back end, what we do is that we convert for you, and then it deducts from your USDT, for example, right? So again, one of our main sort of like principles is simplification. And gas has been a main bummer, because imagine explaining to your parents that, in order to do DeFi, you have to have gas. That is something that we really, really want to abstract across the board. And 2 things which are coming up, which is extremely exciting, in order to create more stickiness across our protocols, right? Within the next month, we're going to launch an ideal launchpad, which is an extension to Moonbeam's most recent hackathons. 10 selected winners. We're going to work with them to launch the tokens, through our Idea platform, through an auction system, which we are working with GBM. And also liquid staking Glimmer, which has been pending for 6 months or 8 months. But right now, we're hot in the hills of development, and that is what that you can expect from us to foster more utility across the ecosystem. So time is up. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, just catch me outside. I'll just be roaming around. Thanks, everyone.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Aziz. All right, so next up, we have Gonzalo Pestana from Parity Technologies, who will be talking about nominated proof of stakes impact, critiques, and the future potential in Polkadot.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, cool. Welcome.
I should have prepared a joke or so during this long time. Okay, great. It's working now. Cool. Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for coming to the talk. My name is Gonçalo. I work with Parity in the Frame team, mostly focusing on the staking side of things, and that's basically what we're going to be talking about today. A quick disclaimer, I will have to gloss over a few details and do a bunch of generalizations to be able to sort of cram all this information within 20 minutes. But we're actually publishing a technical article on this topic. So if you have any questions or if you are interested about this subject, I highly recommend you to take a look at it, or just reach out to me or through the Parity forum, etc., or Polkadot forum. All right, so I would like to start from the end of this talk and put the main thesis, the main claim out there, which is that the Polkadot nomination proof of stake achieves superior economic security, capital efficiency, and fairness based on a few data analysis studies that we've done when compared to commonly used protocols out there that also have a nomination proof of stake at the expense of some added protocol complexity, which actually is completely transparent to the user. So we believe that's a good trade-off, right? I think the remaining of this talk will be an exercise on trust but verify, so I really don't want you to blindly trust this claim, and hopefully by the end you'll be able to have all the tools, background knowledge to understand what this claim means and actually reproduce all the results that we've reached to get to this conclusion by yourself. And hopefully you'll do that and reach to cool conclusions as well by yourself. Okay, but in order to do that, we'll start by a very high-level background on proof of stake and nominated proof of stake, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. And then we're going to cover in more detail and define what are these goals that we're talking about, that we're going to compare against other nominated proof of stake protocols, and then go a bit more into detail on why is it so that the Polkadot nominated proof of stake performs as it does. So we're going to have to look into some protocol details, and we'll just show then the results that we reached. Okay, so sort of the main task and the main responsibility of a proof of stake protocol is basically to select a subset of active validators that have the responsibility to produce, propose, verify blocks for the blockchain. And to select this sort of a subset of active validators from a larger set of candidates. And this is a very crucial piece of the whole proof of stake implementation and protocol, since the whole economic security, decentralization, and many other factors in the network depend on these specific building blocks. So there is, in the context of nominated proof of stake, we add one more entity that are the nominators. So the nominators are able to also contribute to the economic security of the network by locking funds and then staking and voting on the validator candidates that they believe are trustworthy and going to behave properly. And this is important also because it allows us to have more funds to back up the whole economic security of the chain, and the nominators do not have to run any of the validator infrastructure, maintenance, etc. So that's pretty cool. If we sort of think about these schematics in terms of responsibility, basically the nominators have the responsibility to select, to first lock their funds and then select the candidates, the validator candidates that they trust the most, and they're going to be better producing or operating their responsibility so that they can share the rewards. And the step from this whole sort of a diagram of nominations and candidates is going to be sort of narrowed down by this trustless election algorithm. So the election algorithm is the entity or the building block that has the responsibility to, given all the state and nominations, to basically select the active nominators for a limited time window. And this is actually an important thing that we have to consider. We really want this election algorithm to be trustless, because then again, it's a very important and crucial piece of the whole nominated proof of stake protocol, and to ensure the security, etc. And we're going to be talking a bit about that. One good way, obviously, to make sure that the algorithm runs in a trustless way is actually to run it on a blockchain. we'll see that there's other mechanisms and that can be achieve this property as well. And spoiler alert, that's what we do with the Polkadot ecosystem. So if we really focus on these trustless election algorithm, this is basically the place where we're going to be focusing our attention the most from now on. We're going to cover what are the goals that at Polkadot we try to achieve and maximize, such as economic security and many others. We're going to try to define those so where we have a good framework about what we're comparing. And then we're going to see how a few implementation details and how they influence not only the performance, but also the engineering implementation of this protocol. And then we're going to show the comparison of using the election algorithm that is used in Polkadot versus other election algorithms that are commonly used in the nominated proof of stake. Cool. So I think like one good way to start from here and sort of give a high-level view of what the Polkadot nominated proof of stake tries to achieve, we can sort of frame it in a way that its goal is to select a subset of active validators from a larger set of candidates that maximize a few properties such as economic security, capital efficiency, fairness, and nominated freedom. So what we're going to do now is to go through each of these sort of properties and try to define them so that we understand what's happening. So economic security is probably, it's like an important word, and probably we've seen it all over the place. And it's basically, in the context of nominated proof of stake, is this sort of a metric of how much stake is backing the active validator set when the election is performed. And this metric is actually quite important because when it's coupled with a well-designed incentive structure where the slashes for misbehaving validators and as well as the rewards are proportional to the state they have backing, it sort of aligns the incentives of all the players and all the entities in the whole protocol, such as the nominators, the validators, since if they have a lot of stake, they're more likely backing. The validators are more likely to earn rewards, and so are the nominators that nominate them, but also they are more, they're going to be slashed more, and thus sort of we get into these interesting economic games. The other parameter is capital efficiency, and that's basically the ratio of stake that is locked and used to secure the network, meaning backing the active validator set after the election algorithm has run, to the total of stake locked for staking, right? So we know that, or not all the stake that is locked at the given time will actually be part of the stake that is backing the active validator set at each election, but we really want to make sure that we minimize the amount of idle locked stake that is not helping with economic security. So capital efficiency, economic security, these are like super related parameters. And obviously we want to maximize the capital efficiency so that we also maximize economic security. So there's a few other properties under the umbrella of freedom and fairness. One of them is that we want to allow nominators to vote on multiple validators, to sort of delegate their state to multiple validators. And this is a characteristic of basically most of the nominated proof of stake protocols out there that I know, at least. But there's a few others. So we would like really to sort of avoid over and underrepresentation of the stake behind the active validator set. So let's try to think a bit about this. So we want to get to a situation where the set of validators that will produce the blocks, verify the blocks, etc., have as equally distributed stake from the nominators and from self-staking as possible, so that we don't get into this extreme situation where one of the validators, for example, has very low backing, very low stake backing, and it doesn't have as many incentives to behave properly, since the slash is not as large as it could be. So we really want to, if we know the amount of stake that is available in the active set, and we want to make sure that it's as distributed as possible to sort of align the incentives. The other one, which is also very specific to, I think, to Polkadot, is this idea of lowering the risk for the nominator stake to be non-exposed. So we want, again, going back to the capital efficiency idea, we want to make sure that if the nominator locks state, we want to try to funnel as much state to the active set as possible. And actually the way that in practice it happens in Polkadot is that if you nominate as a nominator, let's say 10 different validators, if at least one of those 10 candidates is part of the active validator set, all of the funds that you've locked are actually going to be backing that one validator. So this is actually something pretty cool. And we'll see actually how hard and what are the consequences of having this property. And this actually also helps new validators to bootstrap. This is sort of lowers the stakes and lowers the risk for nominators to vote on validators that are basically just starting right now, that don't have a lot of street rep and don't have a lot of chances of being selected for the next active validator set right away. But since we're trying to lower also the non-exposure from nominators, it's kind of less risky to vote on new validators that you trust, and they're starting and help bootstrapping them. So this is like, now that we've kind of generally defined all of these goals, I guess one of the next question is how does the election algorithm in Polkadot maximize all of these parameters, which actually some of them may even be contradictory to each other. So there's maybe some sort of a conflict with each other. So there is this very interesting property in the election algorithm used in Polkadot, which is the stake distribution that is locked. The stake distribution that is locked by the nominators is performed by the election algorithm itself. So as you can see in this image, we have the nominator A that has locked 100 tokens. This nominator A is basically voting or delegating these funds to validator candidate 1 and 2. And notice that the nominator A is not explicitly telling how much of these 100 tokens are actually distributed across those validators, because that's the responsibility of the election algorithm itself. So, for example, the election algorithm, given all the other states in the staking system, may decide that all the stake that the nominator A locked is going to be backing the active, the validator 1 when is active. It can also, for one reason or another, or we'll see the reasons, but it may actually distribute in a different way. Like, for example, give 70 tokens to the validator 1 and 30 tokens to the validator 2. So this is usually something that is not used in other nominated proof of stake protocols, where this nominator actually explicitly tells what's the stake distribution. This has huge consequences in terms of performance, but also in terms of sort of engineering details and that we will explore in a bit. So we started actually by saying that the nominated proof of stake task in Polkadot is to select the subset of active validators that maximize all of these parameters. But now we can actually kind of take a step more, like a step downwards in the stack, and say that the election algorithm task, which is one of the pieces of the whole nominated proof of stakes protocol, has the sort of a responsibility to distribute the stake locked by the nominators across the subset of active validators, so that all of these parameters are maximized. And this is actually a NP-hard optimization problem, which requires a lot of resources, both computation, especially computation, but also storage, to calculate and to find solutions that maximize those parameters. And as we've seen, as we've said in the beginning, we really want this election algorithm to be trustless. So optimally, or we would really like to basically to run this algorithm on chain, but it's pretty much infeasible given that we're trying to run a optimization problem at scale on chain. So we will have to find out other strategies to do that. But let's put a pin on that idea. We'll go back to it in a couple of slides on how do we actually go over that. And this is actually just a quick example of, or just a diagram to show that there's not only one or two nominators or one or two validators, there may be hundreds or thousands of validators and nominators. And this is actually a pretty hard optimization problem that requires a lot of resources to make sure that the final set and stake distribution kind of optimize all of those parameters that we've seen so far. But that's basically the job of the election algorithm. So now I would like to kind of tell you how how does this election algorithm is actually implemented. So the Web3 Foundation research team have come up with this what we call the fragment-based election algorithm. The name is a bit funny, but for historical reasons and based on the work that this algorithm has been inspired from. The idea is that this algorithm uses a few heuristics and approximations in order to solve the election in a way that all of those parameters are maximized. Okay, but I think we put a pin on how to solve this problem, optimization problem on chain. So let's go back to it. And a very interesting result of these, the work from the Web3 Foundation folks is that although solving the computation is, solving the election algorithm is actually a optimization problem, performing the verification of a solution can be done in linear time. And this is actually pretty nice. That opened up the potential for the way actually the election algorithm works and the nominated proof of stake protocol works in Polkadot, because now we can kind of have the cake and eat it. We can have this hard optimization problem running somewhere else than on chain, and then we are able basically to get the results of those election algorithm computations and verify on chain because it's feasible. And basically verification is basically just making sure that given the input that is taken from the blockchain, running the fragment election algorithm may actually output the final solution that is being uploaded on chain. So now we get a sort of trustless election algorithm while being able to maximize all of those parameters. And that's basically what I'm lining up here. So we have these third parties that run the election algorithm of chain. They first pull the data from the chain, run these elections algorithms, submit the solution on chain, and then on chain we basically verify whether the solution makes sense given the inputs. And this actually can be done, and it's feasible, it's working, it's been working in Polkadot forever. It's pretty cool. Yeah, this is basically just sort of a summary of what we've covered. The fragment election algorithm is like the main entity that allow us to maximize or optimize the economic security, capital efficiency, fairness. User freedom is also from other parts of the protocol, and we have to it's important to understand that we can do that because of these hybrid election computation on chain and off chain. Cool. I want to really quickly go through how we actually got to the results, or at least show the summary of the results that we've got. We basically took the historical data from Polkadot, the past 1 year, I think, of election data, and then we basically computed the election solution if this stake distribution was done by the nominators, right? So basically this sort of other model that other blockchains use. And then we compared the results and see which one was better. So there's actually, in the blog post or the article that I mentioned previously, there's also a few tools that you can use to reproduce and to extract the data from Polkadot or any other chain and reproduce these results by yourself. Feel free to go and contribute and extend if you have any new ideas for these. That would be super cool. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to just gloss over this slide, but I hope by now this is already a good idea. Like you already have this sort of a notion that the biggest difference between the fragment election algorithm and sort of these commonly used election algorithms is that for the fragment election algorithm, we don't have a explicit stake distribution done by the nominators, whereas in the other election algorithms we have, which and that's basically the reason why on the fragment side, we have to run this kind of optimization problem off chain, whereas in the commonly used election algorithms out there, solving the election algorithm is basically sorting the candidates by stake, because they already have the stake assigned by definition, and then select the top N validator. So this can be easily made on chain. And there's like a few variants, plus minus, but this is more or less the idea. I have to rush up now, but I think we're almost done. So I really just want to show you high level. Again, please go to the website and check the plots and all the sort of more nuanced discussion about these results. But in general, what we discovered based on our analysis is that Fragment does perform pretty well in terms of all of these kind of goals that we've covered before. So yeah, going back to the takeaways as we started. So the whole round. Hope this was useful, and I don't think we have time for questions. Okay, let me know and reach out if you have any questions or want to discuss about this. Thanks a lot for the time. Cheers.
Fantastic. I can't believe you fit so much information. So dense. All right. Next up on the stage, we're going to have, no, not Gonzalo. I'm so sorry. We're going to have Adam Carver and Dennis Reichelt from BitGreen. Thank you.
I have one.
In the meantime.
This works. Wait. Also works.
Excuse me. Okay, great. It might help if I gave you the actual title of the talk, hey? They're going to be talking about multi-chain payment gateways for real-world assets. I think they've got that sorted.
Is this really in? Yeah, it seems so. That's fine. Yeah, that's what I thought. Wait for it. Take this. Shut up. Take this.
The CTO is on the case, everybody. It's going to be okay.
One press. I hate next. One press.
He's got it.
One press.
Where did it work when you from
Don't know. Hey, all right. Do I need a new CTO now?
Yes, someone who knows what how shit makes up, please. So,
close that. I got it. Thanks. I think we're ready to go. Hey, everybody, and welcome to our presentation. I'm Adam, the CEO of BitGreen, and this is Dennis, my co-founder, CTO of BitGreen. We're a parachain project that is focused on breaking my computer. We're a parachain project that's focused on developing financial applications for green capital and impact markets. And we're going to describe to you right now a problem that we faced in the distribution of our products and how we resolve that by building a multi-chain payment gateway for real-world assets, or as we like to say internally, it's a bridgeless bridge. A little bit of context about BitGreen. So we're the 30th parachain winner, and we are actually in production. We launched the chain in November 2022. We do have network tokens, although those are still privately held for people looking to access our applications as well as pay for gas. Our vision for BitGreen is really quite bold. We're an impact development platform to create more efficient capital markets for sustainable finance and impact initiatives. Our primary markets that we work in right now, and we're going to showcase for you our carbon credit market. It is eco-commodities such as renewable energy credits and carbon credits, natural capital assets, as well as looking at real-world infrastructure assets such as renewable energy. Again, a little bit of context. So we're a parachain that launched last November. We've built a native substrate wallet that we're going to demo that for you as well. We have carbon and renewable energy credit marketplaces where we tokenize those assets on chain and then allow those assets to be distributed. And most importantly, actually, is we're building a compliant marketplace and tooling for real-world assets. And I'm just going to state here why it's so important to focus on real-world assets. It's because these are, in fact, the backbone of the heartbeat of the global financial system. The trillions and trillions of dollars of currency is collateralized and substantiated by these assets. And if the primary product for blockchains is digital money, that money is collateralized and gains its intrinsic value from real-world assets. And we see the banks almost on a weekly, if not monthly basis, talking about the value of tokenizing RWA. JP Morgan talks about it as the killer app for TradFi on blockchain. And Sanford Bernstein last week valued what they believe is the total market cap, the TAM for real-world assets within the next 5 years is roughly about $5 trillion. And this is a bit of our team. Last year at Decoded, we were just 5 people. Now we are 14. CEO, CTO, we've hired Tiff Potter, who comes out of the Gold Standard Network, the premier carbon credit issuing entity in the world. She has 15 years of being a biologist in fieldwork. Craig is our head of project finance. He was formerly a CFO of a solar finance company. And then just a fantastic development team upon which, whose shoulders we stand. All right, so let's get to the problem that Bitgreen faces, right? We have marketplaces for commodity assets like tokenized renewable energy credits, as well as carbon credits. But the high altitude problem is that liquidity right now is mostly concentrated on other L1 chains. And there's a very high friction to users on an EVM chain to transition over to Polkadot, not only because their capital or their currency is perhaps on an EVM chain, but also they have to learn new infrastructure and new tooling on Polkadot. And now let's dive in on a more specific problem that we face as Bitgreen. So we have a carbon credit marketplace. There are users who want to buy our tokenized carbon credits. The problem becomes they may not have currencies, or cryptocurrencies or tokens on Polkadot. So they need to somehow purchase, they need to go from fiat into crypto, or then purchase our network token to buy gas. So that's too high of a friction for most casual users. They would prefer to stay on an EVM chain or wherever their home base is. And if you're not a Web3 native user, let's say that you're a corporation who are the primary buyers of carbon credits, by the way, right, who are not at all accustomed to working on any blockchain, the barriers are even higher. So we set out to try to solve these problems, and these are the questions. Number one, how to bring liquidity to Polkadot from other chains. Number two, how do we specifically do this for real-world assets that have intrinsic value? We're really not talking about art NFTs. And then third, how do we make this process as seamless as possible, not only for existing users on EVM chains, but also for corporations and enterprises and institutions who would be very eager to buy our carbon credits, which are tokenized, but yet don't have familiarity on chain. So this is what we did. We built a payment system that enables them to purchase Bitgreen carbon credits on the Bitgreen parachain on Polkadot, but to actually do so via Open Wallet or MetaMask on Ethereum or Polygon. We have a payments interface that enables a user to use a credit card or a debit card via Stripe embedded within the wallet. We'll demo that for you right now. And then we have a cross-chain transaction relay for accounting purposes. And I just kind of told you what we did, but just to reiterate, we built a substrate native wallet. This has embedded KYC, AML, and accreditation. It's extremely powerful. It can be white labeled on other chains as well. We built this bridgeless bridge connecting right now Polygon and Ethereum to Polkadot, but we can extend this to other chains. And then we added some in-wallet staking functionality just for fun. Now we're going to demo the product for you, and I'm going to turn it over to Dennis. And we have no sound. So give us 1 second. Or maybe we'll just talk over this. How about that? Would you like to talk over it?
Yeah, fine.
Let's do it. Dennis will talk over it.
It's fine.
There's no sound.
Yeah, there's no sound, but Dennis is going to talk over it.
Yeah,
go for it.
Talk over it. It's fine. So here's a demo of our carbon credits marketplace right now. And normally we have one of our developers that's talking over it, but now we'll do it. So in general, this is a pretty much consumer-facing product where you can buy carbon credits. We have like very project-specific pages where you can see how a project is developed in many different countries and different
things. So we have like a profile view here, and this is a very simple, very simple DEX palette, or like a DEX exchange where we only have a sell order side but no bid side. So now we have someone buying here, and for that we have our own custom wallet. But this first transactions, I will stop here. So this very first transaction that we just did is basically just reserving the, it's a reserve transaction. So this is not really a buy. Our Bitcoin chain now acts as basically as a settlement layer, and we only do a very first reserve transaction, and then from this reserve transaction we can go further, and now we go to a payment, and here we can now select how we actually want to pay. So we have a payment method now, pay with crypto, which is empowered by right now Wallet Connect. So anything that you can connect with Wallet Connect also works here. And we also have a pay by card, which is implemented via Stripe, so that people can directly pay with a credit card. So now in this example, we have a MetaMask account with which we do this. We simply say authorize, very much similar to what you know. If you pay with crypto, your MetaMask pops up, and you are basically done. And now we are already done with this demo. So, next one. So, how this essentially works is that we have on the marketplace, it's very much looking like an Amazon cart type thing. So you go over the marketplace, look for what types of tokens you want or which projects you want. You put them into a cart, you go to a checkout process, and then you have to make a reserve transaction on the Bitcoin chain. So all of these tokens, you need to be KYC'd in the first place in order to actually buy them, because that's a regulation that we unfortunately have. But once you do the KYC with our wallet, you will also get an airdrop of a few BBB tokens that allow you to actually pay for the gas fees. So there is no friction for you in order to actually do this reserve transaction. It's just a normal process for you. So if you, in this case, go in this workflow, the first one is we have a payment setup. So that payment setup is saved in a local database for us now, and also part of it is saved on chain. And then we have an order matching inside the oracles, basically. So the workflow on the crypto payment is pretty simple. So we have our reserve transaction, and once that is through, then we prompt the user to do the payment with on the other wallet, whatever he connected with. So inside our database, we already know the wallet address that the user connected with on the other chain he wants to pay with. So we have a pretty easy match here. And then we are waiting on the other chain, let's say Polygon, we await for the payment confirmation. And if we find that confirmation, we have a bunch of validators that are basically acting as oracles. And once we reach a certain threshold that we found this transaction, we will wait for finality, like 120 blocks on Polygon or like 20 blocks on Ethereum, however much we want to wait. It's all configurable. And once we have all of that, the validators each initiate a transaction on the Bitcoin chain to basically synchronize and tell the Bitcoin chain that this payment is through and the payment is valid. And then we have the tokens that we got on one of the different chains, and you get your tokens on the Bitcoin chain. Next one. So the Stripe one is actually pretty similar. So the only difference here is that if you pay with credit card, Stripe handles basically everything. So Stripe handles the 3D verification that you need with a credit card. It handles the initial verification, and the API is different. So our validators, instead of asking and listening to the blockchain of any other blockchain, we are waiting just for approval on the API. That's pretty much the only difference that we have. Next one.
Want to take it home? Go for it.
Wait. So go. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, that's wait. So right now, the way it works is still rather simple. And we put everything into a custodial account that we currently have. So for us, it is not very important that the settlement is right now very fast. So our bigger problem right now is that we get the cash where it should be. So most of our users, even the on-chain users and like the sellers of carbon credits, would very likely prefer cash payments instead of crypto payments. So we now have an option for them in our marketplace to set also a preferred payment method. So once we receive cash via Stripe and they have want to receive cash also, the only thing they have to do is create a Stripe account, and we can seamlessly transfer directly in cash to them with all the payments that we aggregated during maybe a week via cash. So that also gives us less friction, probably also less fees for on and off ramps of different cryptocurrencies and different networks. And the next goal for this is, after we had a bigger testing period in live, is to completely fully automate this. So there is a few problems that you obviously have with such a system, because we reserve a piece of order for like an hour. But if we have a user that pays on Polygon and doesn't set a high enough fee that his transaction confirms in 1 hour, then the reserve transaction is gone and the transaction basically fails. But the Polygon transaction still goes through because it's a valid transaction, right? So in order to mitigate that, we will have to, in the near-term future, implement some contracts that basically fully automate this. And once we and set up a similar validator structure on the other side, so that we have oracles that tell a contract that after it's done on the Bitgreen chain, that it's also done on the Ethereum chain. And if the transaction failed, then the oracles should tell the contract that the payment failed and that the money that's turned in for that, like the assets, are now back free and can be withdrawn by the user that actually put them in the first place. So that's pretty much the future vision of this.
Great.
And now I'm done.
So we'll open it up for Q&A. The last point that I'll emphasize is this can all be white labeled. It can be extended to your chains, your products, the tokens or the other assets that you're selling within a Substrate ecosystem can utilize this. And we'd love to collaborate with you. So please reach out to us at info@bitgreen.org. And we'll open it up for your conversations now. We've got 5 more minutes.
Oh yeah, the whole application is open source in our GitHub. You will find it.
Not all at once. Dennis, is there anything else that you'd like to add?
No, I was fast, so I'm done.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Very cool. You guys can just pass it on. Okay, so this next talk is actually going to be coming to us from abroad. They're not here. We'll be hearing from Kapil Sinha from CoinGuru, who will be presenting on Zoom on cross-chain investing in 60 seconds. Careful. Whoa. Kapil, you're good to go.
Awesome. Okay, just got a message from Urban that I'm live. Yeah, first of all, thanks everyone for being here, for tuning in virtually. Couldn't actually make it out to Copenhagen, but I'm glad to be able to do this remotely. So here I'll be talking about cross-chain investing. I'll start off a little bit more generic cross-chain DeFi and go into the investing portion. Just a quick intro about me. Name is Kapil. I've been building in Polkadot for about a year now. Before actually delving fully into Web3, my background was in traditional finance, and I think just very naturally DeFi has been a good transition thereafter. But yeah, let's get into it. So first of all, cross-chain DeFi is just pain. DeFi in general already has so many complexities. You have to know the information about all these different types of protocols. You've got lending, you've got staking, you've got LPs, and within LPing into something, you've got all kinds of AMMs. You've got like the standard Uniswap type stuff. You've got V3, V4 that's coming out. You've got stuff like HydraDX's Omnipool, and you have to keep track of impermanent loss, having a dashboard that manages all your investments. It gets complicated. There's a reason why there's so many tools and so many protocols that help people manage that. Once you introduce a cross-chain component, though, it becomes even more difficult. Now you have all these bridges across chain to chain, and the same asset has totally different meanings. So you can have, for example, a token. You can have a wrapped version of that token. You can have that token on a different chain. So it's like the wrapped tokens, the XC tokens. It just becomes a lot to manage. And here I've generally seen there are essentially two buckets of users. Bucket one are the users that are essentially the DeFi degens. These are the pros that have been in DeFi for several years. They know how to navigate things. They know which DApps you have to go to, which bridges you have to navigate to. They kind of have their own system for developing that. Bucket two is by far more common though. Bucket two are the users where they don't know where to start. They don't know really like what the difference is between token A on this chain and the same token bridged on this other chain. They don't know how to manage it. They don't know what these bridges mean. And that's why the vast majority of users you see will just stick to one protocol. They'll just stake DOT, for example, and move on. They don't actually bother with anything else. So let me make that more concrete. Let me give an example of what this actually looks like. And we'll take a case study of trading. So here, let's say you're starting from Glimmer on Moonwell. You've lent your Glimmer into Moonwell, and you want to buy native HydraDX. So in order to do that, you have to jump through several different transactions, several DApps, and it's going to take you literally at least 10 minutes, even if you are that bucket one user. Just to drive that real home, so let's go through each of the steps. So you start off on the Moonwell app. You have your Glimmer, you're trying to withdraw your Glimmer that you've actually lent into that pool. So here you have your Glimmer app, you input how much you're withdrawing to this app. Once you have your Glimmer, you have to actually bridge it over to HydraDX. How do you do that? Before there was an HRMP channel, you actually have to convert it to DOT, move it through the Polkadot relay, and then get into HydraDX. So then you have to go to StellaSwap. So now you've gone to application number 2, swapping into something totally different. Again, bucket 1 users know that they have to do this. Bucket 2 is just not even reasonable for them to know that you have to go to DOT to do that. All right, so now you have DOT on Moonbeam. Now you actually have to bridge that over to this new chain. So now you have the power of XEM, but you have to actually use that in an application. So you go to the Moonbeam portal, and the Moonbeam portal lets you bridge from DOT on Moonbeam to Polkadot Relay. So that's what we're doing here. This is transaction number 3. So right now we've paid the swap fee, we've paid now a bridge fee, and now you have DOT on Polkadot Relay. Now the next step is you actually have to move that DOT from Relay chain to HydraDX, the parachain itself. So that's another bridge. So now I have to pay another bridge cost to be able to do that. But at the end of this, at least you have DOT on HydraDX. And now finally, we do the 5th step. So this is the 5th transaction. And again, you've been waiting at least 30 seconds to probably over a minute to do each of these things. And the final step is to actually swap that into HydraDX. So this is swap number 2. So again, 5 different transactions, 5 different DApps, and you're taking 10 minutes just to do what should be relatively seamless. This is the old way of doing things. Bucket 1 users, they know that they have to do these 5 DApps. Bucket 2 users, they have no clue. They wouldn't be able to do it. They'd have a very specific bucket for one, HydraDX, and a different bucket for Moonbeam. They wouldn't really mix the two. So this is where my first product comes in, PrivateX. So this is what I built, launched it in January. It's live at app.privatex.xyz, and it essentially offers you cross-chain swaps in one UI, one app. And this is what it looks like. So here, essentially, it just looks like any normal AMM interface. You just put what token you want on chain A, what token you want to get to on chain B. Click swap. You do one transaction. This is the one app that you have to use, and it will do all those steps for you. So it's a massively different experience than before. Instead of going to 5 different DApps that you have to know beforehand, that only these like DeFi degen pro people will know. You just go to a simple interface that anyone that has done with DeFi, anyone that's used a Uniswap is familiar with this. And again, under the hood, it's using all the Polkadot technology. It's using XCM to actually do the bridges. It's hitting StellaSwap smart contract to actually do the swap. And the best thing is it's all using fat contracts. So it follows computation framework to actually do all these transactions. So it is trustless in that sense that it's a decentralized contract and is doing all these steps for you. So that's how we've improved cross-chain trading. How to investing. So the reality is that most people really consider themselves investors, not really traders. So they're not actually trying to do arbitrage or make money off of price movements in the market. They have some bag of money on crypto and they want to grow that. So in Polkadot, they own DOT, they hold potentially some parachain tokens and the tokens for the projects that they like, and they just want to grow that passively over time. How do you actually do that on a cross-chain basis? So let me give another example here. So here, let's say that first you're doing DOT staking, right? So there are a couple ways that you can actually do that, but let's say you're going to a nomination pool, you're using the talisman pool in this example, and you go to the DOT staking portal. So here you have to connect your wallet, you have to stake, you can withdraw, you can do all that stuff here. Now, let's say that you are also interested in Bifrost and you want some VDOT or VGlimmer. Then you go to the Bifrost app. So a completely different app, you're on a completely different chain, right? So you have to have your existential deposit, you have to be able to pay gas fees, you have to have tokens on both Polkadot and Bifrost to be able to do this. Let's make it even more interesting. Now you do Moonwell also, using the example from before. And you do Algem. So now Moonwell, Algem, again, now you're active on Moonbeam, you're active on A-Star. When you're DCAing, let's say you do like a bi-weekly DCA or a monthly DCA into your crypto investments, you have to basically move all your tokens into DOT and then bridge them into all these different chains. If you're a centralized exchange or however your onboarding gets you the token on the chain itself, that might help you fix one issue. But honestly, you still have to do a lot of these XCM bridges most of the time. So it's, again, all these different steps.